I'm back. Damn right. What's up, guys? How's everyone doing today? Greyhaster, what up? How you doing, buddy? Waiting for Gus patiently. Gucky, how you doing? Cheshire Cat, welcome back. Lurkin. Thank you guys for the gifted subs while I was away, by the way. Really appreciate it. Rico, how you doing, buddy? Me and you too. Welcome back. And did I get everyone? Oh, yeah, let's fucking go. All right. How's everyone doing today? I made connections. Chat.
That could never be me.
Me and JFK might be doing some gaming on like probably a day off or something, a day that I don't stream or something. We'll see where we go with that. Was talking to Ice Beans about the emotes. She's like, a lot going on. Thank you very much, guys. staring at Gus. About time. Yeah, just a lot going on, guys. I guess we'll start off with this because we were talking about this earlier. You're collabing with a dead president. You moving up to in the astro. I am. I'm moving past existence and life itself. I'm moving to the astral plane. I'm moving above all that shit. Me chilling with JFK. All right. Yeah, let's start off with this because I think this kind of encapsulated what Cripps was saying the other day and what I was trying to say. The debt does matter. Anyone who says it doesn't matter is kind of full of shit, but it matters for different reasons depending on like the kind of analysis that you think, right? We talked about it in the past. I don't like to get into too much economics, but because as Gray has said in the past, it can be very conservative, and I think some of their luckily I had like a professor in college who was like a more liberal or aka left-wing economics professor, right? So he didn't really believe a lot of this stuff. But yeah, I agree with Gray in that. It tends to be like out of all the I would say like philosophy's there too, right? Philosophy can be pretty conservative. The reason I say philosophy is because they care a lot about what dead people say, and they care sometimes a little too much about the person and not the ideas, and they don't incorporate the ideas, right? Also, they're not really a lot of times, like I've noticed, like philosophy like majors because right it matters less if you're a default currency in the world, but yeah, it does matter less. Debt matters a lot less because all the other currencies are basically backing you up, right? And that's like another thing that never gets spoken about by these fucking clowns. Right. I don't know. Like it's just kind of silly. All right. So like what we mean by the default currency, we mean that like the dollar is traded, or it's often used for trade, and is like the Federal Reserve currency, meaning like you have to do a lot of countries, you have to do business in dollars, or like not the local commerce, but like buy oil in dollars, right? So that's what we mean. The US dollar is used, and that's changing, right? So this is where the debt's going to matter more. And then on top of that, yeah, all the stuff that Trump's been doing to that, as we've talked about. It's just a giant fuck up. I don't know. Like, we're going to learn about it, but it should be interesting.
Welcome, everybody, to Crystal Kyle and friends. Very excited to have on the show this week Wajahat Ali from the Left Hook Substack. Waj, thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate it.
No, pleasure. I've usually talked to each of you separately, so I don't know what's going to happen right now. This is like...
Philosophy majors are the worst. They can be, yeah. They're very pretentious. Oh my god.
The Kyle and Crystal
crazy.
explosion.
And then, you know what's funny is that they will try to, like, using the words of other people, basically, will try to justify why none of this stuff matters, right? It's so funny. That literally was the deal with the OPEC nations. We protect you, you defend. Isn't there like memes about this too? I'm pretty sure, right, Lucy? Keep the shipping lanes open and they would only accept US dollar for payment. Yeah. That's like what OPEC was about, correct? Yeah. The worst part of philosophy classes was that one kid who wanted to debate the instructor the whole time. Yeah. Well said. Right? And not in like a nice way, in like a just like tog up the entire class's attention way, right? And we're like, dog, we gotta, like, I learn predominantly through audio, like auditory learning, right? Like I can read books and get the information, but like I need the lectures to enforce what I know, right? So, like, and that's the whole point of going to a lecture. AKA class? Come on. I mean, aren't there so many memes on this, right? About the philosophy kid or the philosophy major? God, it fucking sucks. It's why, like, I don't know, the way I go about philosophy is a little different. If you've noticed, I tend to read the person and then I discard like who they are when they were like maybe born or whatever. Like, I just don't care about any of that, because I care about if their ideology or their words hold up today, right? Like, I don't care what they said 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, right? Then it just it kind of becomes like too much like Bible study, and I don't like that.
You gotta change.
Right? Like, that's not what political scientists do at all, right? They read like they read like books about hardcore topics, and they base it on policy and facts, and then they base it on statistics and math, right? And that's what I mean. Like, it's just like a different way of viewing the world, and it's so funny, right? That's why some people just get annoyed with that. You had that problem, Ducky?
Change the name of the pod to that, Kyle.
Thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate it.
No, pleasure. I've usually talked to each of you separately, so I don't know what's going to happen right now. This is like the Kyle and
be
Crystal
crazy.
explosion.
We got to change the name of the pod to that. Kyle and Crystal Explosion.
Sounds vaguely sexual. Got a lot of stuff to talk about. So the first thing that I wanted to show you, in control room, you guys can throw this up on the screen here, is U.S. debt is on track to reach historic levels now under Trump with his illegal war against Iran and his tax cuts. And what this graphic shows is what the debt would be like if we didn't do the Bush tax cuts as a country and we didn't do the Trump tax cuts as a country. And you could see there the track that we're on with our debt. Now, normally I wouldn't care about the debt, but now it appears like the world is sort of slowly but surely abandoning the dollar as the world reserve currency. And that scenario would mean like our debt actually matters. And we could face not only inflation, but hyperinflation and serious political instability. So I know I'm throwing sort of a heavy topic at you here, but talk a little bit about this for us and how, Trump has basically destroyed the value of the dollar and, the United States reputation.
Yeah, a $40 trillion debt. That's apparently, what we give Americans and our future generations is all part of what I call the viral collapse. This is the deliberate plan of the oligarchs and the Epstein class, right? The collapse of the American dollar was one of the goals of Peter Thiel and Epstein. And this is
Makes
what
sense.
they want. They want to replace the dollar with crypto. Crypto, of course, is going to be the savior for them because it's deregulated. There's lack of transparency, and that could be the money, if you will. It's all fugazi anyway. I call it the inshallah of money. It's a big Ponzi scheme. But
The inshallah of money. I love that.
it allows them to engage in their transnational criminal syndicate and
I got to
specifically
start using that.
for Epstein, of course, his sex trafficking. So crush the dollar, help crypto. And who has made billions of dollars off of crypto in the past year and a half? Wait. Donald Trump and his family through World Liberty Financial.
Yep.
Who has elevated crypto in the past year and a half? Wait.
Wait for it.
Donald Trump and his family. Who has pardoned people like CZ
I like
of
this guy
Binance,
already.
who
He's very like witty, right?
is his crypto business partner. Even
I hate like some of these people can be very, very dry, right? Not that it's bad because obviously you're getting good information, but yeah, when you're witty, it makes it more fun, right?
even though he pled guilty for money laundering. Wait, Donald Trump. So this is all part of a viral collapse of not just the U.S. dollar, not just the U.S. economy,
He's
but
very prolific. Oh, sweet. I didn't know that. Sweet. I wish there was a link here, but I'll look it up.
the post-World War II democratic order. And of course,
Wow, he's a big Star Wars fan too. And whatever this is. What is this? Escape. I don't know what this Lego set on the right is here.
this is not perfect, right? We know the sins of America, but you collapse the post-World War II democratic order. And then what we know is that these techno-fascists, they openly said, what do they want? They want to separate the country into their personal fiefdoms, right? Democracy is incompatible with capitalism.
Yeah, I told you guys one of the first, like once the channel really takes off, and we've been growing pretty fast, but like once we get to like a good stable level, right? I want to subscribe to a lot of these podcasts or like Patreons, so we can get like exclusive access, right? But that requires money, right? So make sure you're subscribed or join the Patreon.
So you have Curtis Yarvin, their techno-fascist philosopher, openly saying, you know what? We don't need democracy. We should have a king. And you know who the king should be? The billionaires. And so you're seeing now the world's worst people literally like destroy everything, Crystal and Kyle. And to make it even worse, they're profiting off of the collapse. Even when it comes to the Iran war, who's doing the insider trading? Who's making money off the military-industrial complex? Which is why you're not far off with what you're saying is, oh my
Well
God,
said.
the dollar is going to weaken. Our allies are going to move away from us. This is going to affect us. Yes, it's going to screw the rest of us, but look at who's profiting. And that will give you the answer as to why this is happening across the board, not just with the economy, but also with healthcare, also with national security. Sorry, you gave me a very simple question. I gave you a...
No, you gave a great answer.
fantastic
Your answer was
answer.
phenomenal. But before I get to you, Crystal, I just want to throw up on screen the next graphic because you alluded to this, Waj, in your answer. But in many countries now, the U.S.-China favorability gap has reversed in recent years. So in other words, every country used to say, like, well, of course I trust the Americans more than I trust the Chinese. But now virtually every country is saying the opposite. They're running into the loving arms of China because they're looking at a rogue U.S. regime run by Donald Trump, a blackmailed pedophile, and they're going, this guy is not good to his word. He can't abide by treaties. He stabs people in the back. He wages trade wars. He wages actual wars. He's threatening to steal Greenland, which, of course, is part of Denmark, and that's like one of our top allies in Europe, and he's causing all of this chaos, all of this mayhem. And so now the U.S.'s word on the global stage is worth less than nothing. And this right here.
By the way, I think, you know, we talk a big game about colonialism and stuff, and obviously what Denmark did to Denmark was terrible, right? The colonialism they did there with the, like, forced sterilizations, and we talked about all that, right? But if it were not part of Denmark, Trump would have already taken it over, and we probably would have treated it like a worse colony, right? Like, we'd be hearing a ton of terrible things right now about what's going on, and he's still trying to do so, right? And he's also drilling off their coast anyway, so, yeah. And don't even take my word for it. Like, this is the word of other people, right? Because I keep saying, I almost said Nicolas Sarkozy. Wow, he hasn't been president in like what, years, right? Emmanuel Macron threatened the nuke, right? And I don't mean like the actual nuke, the financial nuke. And that's what got him to back the fuck off, right? And I mean, guys, I guarantee you other people were like, we will pull off all investments in the U.S. You will never see another fucking penny from any of our countries ever again, right? Because France is a highly socialized economy, right? I think they said, oh my God, what were the numbers exactly? But I think 54% or 60% of France's economy is like social spending, meaning the government spends that money directly into the like input of the economy. So yeah, like the economic nuke and all this stuff that we talked about is probably what got him to back the fuck off. So that's why he's doing a more passive approach. But I mean, let's see how well that works. I was thinking Silvio Berlusconi in the Epstein file seems like he'd be into that shit, being Mr. Boonga Boonga Party and all. Yeah. I mean, as far as I know, right? I don't know a lot about Silvio, but he is a fucker too, right? So I wouldn't be totally surprised. But as far as I know, he was a Boonga Boonga guy, but I don't know. I'd have to see more information on that, right? For sure. But I wouldn't be surprised if he showed up. I mean, there's a way to check, right? Fuck. Ducky. God, what's wrong with my chat? Okay. Okay. Here we go. All right. His name doesn't pop up. Wait, never mind. It does. It's just not showing up. I don't know what Team Berlusconi is. Yeah, see? So in this case, it looks like he's buying half of Berlusconi. So no, you're good. I'm kind of curious about this myself. This is like citing an article, right? Yeah. Interesting, yeah. The land of Berlusconi. Meaning Italy, right? So there's like, he's brought up, but it doesn't look like anything in particular. Oh shit. Italy, accused of rape, Epstein's friend hangs himself in his cell. Jeez. The French Jean-Luc Bernal, a former supermodel agent of Jeffrey Epstein, who had been founded MC2 Models, is suspected of having very young victims. Holy shit. Might be a connection then. Crazy.
Here, I feel like dark, and that's
To what degree? Like, there's no smoking gun yet, right? But Jean-Luc Bernal looks like he hung himself in Italy? Wow.
like one of our top allies in Europe, and he's causing all of this chaos, all of this mayhem, and so now the U.S.'s word on the global stage is worth less than nothing. And this right here, I feel like, is a very terrifying thing, Crystal.
Yeah, and Waj, I just want you to drill down into your theory here, because I think what you're laying out is actually really important. I keep thinking during Trump's second term about this tweet. You guys probably both saw it. Someone was like, my Chinese grandfather said he's voting for Trump because he believes he's sent by God to destroy the American empire. And I'm like, you know what? That guy might have been onto something.
That's funny.
So Trump obviously has brought all of these tech oligarchs directly into his administration, was funded by them, etc. How is this relationship working? Like, is he just doing their bidding? Is he in on the plot? Is it all because, like you said, he's cashing in from his own crypto coin? Like, just lay out in specifics what you think is actually happening here behind the scenes.
Yeah, I trust the evidence of my eyes and ears. And I know people might say, oh, why'd you sound conspiratorial? But I really want you all who's listening to the show to really go back and just follow some of these threads that you've already outlined and that I've outlined, right? I believe there are three, if you will, kind of intersecting groups that are using Trump as a vehicle. One of them are the oligarchs, who gave more than $300 million to help get Trump elected. Elon Musk, who engineered Doge and stole our data. Elon Musk, right? There's another group, I would call it the Stephen Millers, the white supremacists. They don't care about anything except making America white again. They're zealous about it. Then there's a third group, the Russell Vaughts, the Christian nationalists, and they have openly said for the past 10 years, right? Because many of us are like, if you're super Christian, this dude is the least Christian man on earth. He's a rapist. adulterer, cheats on his wives, grifter, right? But what they say is, and what they've said for 10 years is, yes, but he's like Cyrus, the Persian pagan king that God nonetheless used to do good. He's our flawed instrument. They openly say it. So that's the analogy I want people to really sit with. Donald Trump, for these three different groups, is a flawed instrument that they will nonetheless use for their end goal. Now, what unites these three groups? The Stephen Millers, the Russell Vaught's, and the Pete Hegseths, and the Elon Musks and the Peter Thiels. At the end of the day, they are white supremacists. They believe that white men should have power, right? That's kind of the nexus that brings it together. Even if you look at Epstein, Epstein was a pedophile. Epstein had a transnational criminal syndicate. But in these emails, what did Epstein say? You know, he believed that his seed was superior to others. You know, he believed Ashkenazi white Jewish passing men were superior to others, right? So there's a eugenicist type of white supremacist angle that unites all these three people. So you got these folks who have essentially given up on humanity. When you look at Elon Musk, when you look at Peter Thiel, when you look at the techno-fascists, they read the same data that we read on climate change, but instead of using their billions of dollars to, I don't know, save humanity, what have they said? It's over. It's done. The collapse is here. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to bunker down, literally, and then we're going to build spaceships. And then, according to their own philosophy, they're going to move to Mars, and then they're going to live forever through AI, through transhumanism, and they will repopulate the humanity with their seed. When it comes to Christian nationalists, what do they say? God created the earth for humanity. It's ours to rape. It's okay. Who cares? We're just setting the stage for Jesus to come back. And when Jesus comes back, you know what's going to happen.
That's what my
all
dad
of you
believes.
Jews and atheists and Muslims are going to die, and then we're going to have them to heaven with the rapture, right?
I want to say,
we're
Kentucky.
dealing with a pro-death cult. They do not care about humanity, and you're seeing it right now. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Hey, we're so unpopular. Should we, I don't know, pivot to better policies, or should we take everything? Should we rape the children, the girls, the earth, the data, the resources, the water? Let's rape. Then let's bunker down. Let's hold out, and then let's go in our space rocket to Mars,
how about we don't
terraform,
rape?
and live forever.
Raping
I know
is
you all
bad,
think I'm
guys.
crazy. I want you to read Gil Duran's book that just came out called Nerd Reich.
Well, and
believe I have to say
also
this.
very similar theories laid out by Naomi Klein and Asher Taylor in their forthcoming book, End Times Fascism, which I think comes out next month, but the general thesis was laid out in a Guardian piece a while back. And they identify
You were in a
these
cult.
three
I am
groups
not in a
and
cult.
Say, you know, what they all
Yep.
have in common is they
Mima!
all either believe
How you
that
doing?
the
Top
apocalypse is
AI, top soy. Welcome back. How you doing? Good to see you again.
nigh, or they're actively working to make the apocalypse
Complain
nigh.
Elaney. Welcome back. How you doing, girl? Good to see you again.
Or some combination of the two. And so, you know, the Stephen Millers of the world, they think society is collapsing. And so we have to close the borders and only the chosen white few get to survive and flourish within, you know, bunker America. Obviously, the end times, like Christian Zionists and also the Jewish supremacists, also have their own belief, like end times belief that's going to bring about paradise. And then the techno-fascists you laid out very well, they have their own really religious cult beliefs. And if it wasn't for money and politics, we may not have to care that much about these people.
Silenced? What happened? Is everything okay?
But because they have all the money in the world, their completely bonkers cult religion ideology gets to rule over all of us. So we have to be deeply concerned, even though when any of us normal people say this stuff, you sound like you're completely insane.
Oh, just
Just
auto mod.
go
My
and-
bad. Hold on. My bad. Brave takes with gust. Rape is bad. The fact I even have to say that is like, what? Right?
And listen to their words. Read
What are we
their writing.
fucking doing today, guys? There we go. Got it. Got it.
Like, they're not shy about it. This is literally the stuff
Brave
that
takes with Gus. Rape bad.
they
Yeah.
lay out and believe their whole
Facts.
Mars escape fantasies, which is completely bonkers and has no scientific basis behind it whatsoever. And yet this is the basket they're putting all their eggs into, or they're building bunkers in New Zealand. This is the direction that they are themselves taking the earth in. And then you're right to lay out the underlying eugenics portion of it. This is why they're all like obsessed with birth rates and stuff like this. The world has plenty of population, but they're worried at the decline of the white race. The right kind of people aren't reproducing. That's what they're worried about. So this is also a chance for them.
Yeah, that's kind of like the overlap to this shit, right? Your things are fucked. They're fucked, kid.
To cleanse the earth
My
and
white
cleanse the human
bebes, right?
species and be able to just have, their chosen group be able to ascend to this next technological level.
And Crystal, one example, who's the director of our Health and Human Services right now? RFK.
Yep.
Listen to RFK.
Yep.
Look at how he just talks about autistic people. It's a eugenicist project, right?
Yes.
We're now looking at a viral collapse in America where they have deliberately gutted the CDC. As a result of gutting the CDC, we have a record rate of measles, folks. We have the whooping cough coming back. We have polio coming back. We have right now, as we record this, you can play Russian roulette, not with a gun, but with like a leaf of lettuce. Like apparently when you and I were growing up, Crystal, like truth or dare used to be like, I dare you to doorbell ditch. And now it's like, I dare you to eat some guacamole. Guacamole, salsa, eggs, meat, lettuce, and as of this week, granola.
And guys, the list just keeps growing. We looked at all the stuff, and I was like, we're not gonna be able to eat anything. It's all gonna have poopy bacteria on it. Literally everything is turning to shit. Oh my god. What the fuck? We're gonna be shitting our pants for days and days on end. I can't get the whooping cough vaccines. What is this emote again? I've never seen that one. Hold on. Raining. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure exactly what it was. I was like, it's something about rain, right? Or like depression. Adults survive, but I want to kill babies because their parents suck. Another reason to keep masking. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like, well, and complain Eleni, like, the thing is, like, the whole point of herd immunity was to get people who couldn't get the vaccine to get them protected. But because everyone's so selfish in our hyper individualistic world, right? What ends up happening is nobody gets the vaccine or not enough to do critical mass. And then what ends up happening? People like you who can't get the vaccine can now all of a sudden get whooping cough, right? And that's like the problems. This is why we need herd immunity, but so many people are against vaccines now that it's enough to basically throw that off, and people who are like immunocompromised or can't get the vaccine, whichever one that vaccine is, right? Whichever, like it could be the COVID one, it could be the whooping cough, right? Whatever. It creates problems with them as well. So then you kind of have to just mask up. And even that isn't 100% perfect. Parasites, bacteria, glass shards, lead. Yeah, we're getting all that. Thorn! How you doing, buddy? There you are. You're on early today. Love it. Hello, everyone. Yeah, Ally in HD. Welcome back. How you doing? There you are. I don't want to kill babies. Yep. Yeah, and babies, right? So like babies don't have the best immune system, so right? My sister just had her first child, so I'm an unk. And I spent like 3 hours on the phone with her talking about it and stuff. And me and my sister are like really close. So I was like, how did it feel? Right? Because ever since I was like little, I would ask her questions like that. And she basically explained it perfectly. And she's like, it wasn't that bad. I thought it would be really bad. And I'm like, whoa. Like, I felt like we were back in like, I don't know, middle school or something. It was funny, guys. I wish I could force people to care about other people. Yeah. I don't know how we do that. Right? That's like an answer I don't have, unfortunately. Yeah. I think it just requires education, right? Just had a video visitation with my son. Oh, I'm so glad. How did it go? Right? And I mean, it's a problem in any system, right? Like, people just don't care. It's so pathetic. Fish up. It varies a lot. Yeah, it does. Well, here's the thing, right? She had like her childbirth or whatever. Like, it was easy for her, it seems, right? In comparison. And then I hear about like, oh, I'm in so much pain and all this stuff. And I guess it really depends, but I know more about cat births than human ones. And the kittens just slide out. And some of the mamas scream for hours. Yeah, and others scream for hours. Yep. True. And a cat screaming must be pretty whoa, like heart-wrenching. I did natural birth and it felt like a huge worm slithered out of my body. Then I got really cold. Really? So that's like your reaction to it. Like, that's your experience. Yeah, she was like, no, I felt great. Like, it felt fine. Besides, like, she explained it like it was back pain. And I was like, back pain? Interesting. She's like, the only part I felt was the placenta coming out. That part felt really weird. And it kind of hurt a little bit, but that was it. Like, just a little bit. And I'm just like, okay. Weird. Yeah, so it was just like, I don't know, because like me and her know each other really well. So she explained it to me, and like, it just was so different than what I thought it was gonna be, right? Because you see on like TV, like all these like women screaming, giving births and stuff, and it wasn't like that at all for her. She's like, oh no, it's nothing like the movies or like TV shows, right? Just shows you guys. Fun fact: head of Russian external spy agency, as I remember, exploded near his house. That happened to be near biological facility that they used to create the vaccine, and same personnel used to test neurotoxins on mice. Yeah, that's crazy. Wow. For Sputnik 5, the Sputnik 5 vaccine, which a lot of the world ended up taking, right? And it was really good. Yeah, at least like at the initial dose, right? Although I read like the new studies, right, say that the newer like vaccines for COVID. Oh, guys, I'm getting every fucking COVID vaccine. Hell yeah. I'm taking them all at once directly into my veins after I heard that news. It actually helps prevent cancer. After I heard that news, I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm going right now. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Ice beans. There you are. What's up? How you doing? I will take them right on my balls, Gus. You can't top that. Damn. Vaccines on your balls, dog. Sorry, apparently my entire setup is crashing. No worries. Gloggy, should have announced it. That's why I was like, huh? Vaccines on your what? On his balls. You heard that. Ice beans. Oh man, hold on, let me see something. Like not. Oh my god, Ice Beans, I loved your stream today. That shit was so funny. Like I was like, oh, who's on? And I just like was scrolling through because I had a little time before I started. And I just like I was like laughing my ass off, guys. I have found the funniest TikTok channel, like TikTok account. And it's just so funny. And I sent it over and apparently like it's actually pretty well known. I mean, I found it a few months ago, but it was genuinely so funny because she was talking about like cringe AI like movies and stuff. He was doing it for the fraudulent vax cards. Yeah. DB Cyclops, welcome back. I got the vaccine because I was promised turbo autism and 5G, and also it'd be dead. False
Stop the
advertising.
stream. DB Cyclops just resubbed for 9 at tier 1 for a total 17 months. They have been
you, buddy.
subbed for 17 months. I
Thank
got
you.
the vaccine because I was promised turbo autism and 5G, and also I'd be dead. It's all false advertising, man.
RFK voice. Why isn't he popping up? God damn it. God damn it. Yeah. Yeah, when they were left right shoulder for COVID, I said right nut. Damn right. Directly into the ball. Damn. You guys are so funny. Thank you, DV Cyclops. Can't do it without you, buddy. Appreciate the support. 17 months. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. All right. And I think he's going to announce it now. That's the problem. Watch him do it like right now. Thanks, Gloggy. You were supposed to do it when the raid occurred, not like 4 minutes ago. Ball on, applied directly to ball sack. Yeah, that must really hurt. No, never get them on the balls. Or the ovaries.
Ice Beans rated you with a party of 16 viewers.
There we go. What the fuck was going on with that? Thank you, Ice Beans. Where do women get the vaccines then? They have a longer needle and they just do it on your ovaries. Fucking late. I know, Gloggy. Fucking late. God. A lot of specialists in the field leaking. Welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, that's how everybody in chat. It's so funny. Oh my God, guys. I died. That was so funny. For real, Gray. Thorn. All right. Wait a second. What was I going to... Oh, yeah, I was going to show you this, guys. Hold on. Speaking of which, before we continue with this. Oh, let's finish this up and then...
They call
We're
them
just
dumps,
going over
big,
the,
massive dumps.
Raiders, we're going over the collapse of the economy due to like Trump doing the fucking trade wars, the de-dollarization, and yeah, Epstein and the Peter Thiel class, the Epstein class, all want to like have white babies.
The biggest load that we've seen.
So they want to spread their seed to all the women's of the world, apparently. Yeah, guys, this is some pretty dark stuff.
Blueberries, I just saw that one too.
Yeah, 6 food items due to salmonella and respectively an infectious parasite that causes Kyle and Crystal.
Oh, right, and we're all getting diarrhea from all our food, right? Like he explained. We saw the list of food that is now like either tainted with like tons of bacteria or like parasites and shit. And all of it is just, it's all fucked, guys. Right? And I even feel it now because like, I mean, a few of you guys have complained about like stomach aches. I've been having a stomach ache for the last like week. Like, this is what Food Inc. warned about, right? I've got to read that Naomi Klein book when it comes out. No waiting for paperback. Yeah.
Not just diarrhea, but this is America. Explosive diarrhea, which we know of has killed at least 7 people.
Yeah, well, he's literally like the RFK, literally one of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Yeah, exactly. Maybe we don't hire the guy who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, right? Ice Beans?
Probably more.
Maybe not.
And why? Because he gutted the CDC.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
The FDA. Now, why would you gut the CDC? Why would you gut the FDA? Why would you gut USAID? Why would you promote anti-vax conspiracies? Why would you reorder?
Oh, and we were talking about how Complain Elaney, yeah, check your eggs as well. Yeah, now it's like your eggs. Remember how the price of eggs? He was saying, I got your eggs down by double, triple, 600% or whatever the fuck he said, right? Well, guess what? Now, you can't even eat the eggs because they're going to give you diarrhea. What do you mean? You don't want glass shards in your green fruit bars? Guys, I got a thing on Amazon the other day. Like, you get ready for this. I was actually kind of concerned, right? But I got a thing from Amazon the other day saying, hey, you know that sparkling water you bought 4 months ago? Well, guess what? There could be glass in it. Oh, no. Maybe that's what's causing my stomach, right? I was like, it's too late. What the fuck? 4 months ago? I drank that shit like in a week. God damn. I already got a glass shard. I already got a shard of jaw or something coming through my gums. I don't need glass too. Yeah, I'm serious. And like, I was like, what the fuck, Amazon? And they're like, would you like a refund? Fuck yeah. And I need you to like fucking help me because I think I'm bleeding internally. Yes, I saw a few days ago that it's a certain brand that was recalled. Yeah. And do you guys notice how it's this like specific brand, right? Ice Beans, we covered this like last week. It's like this brand called Taylor Farms, right? Hold on. So if you ever see this brand on, look, they gave money to Trump. Gee, I wonder why. Right? If you ever go to the supermarket, you see this brand everywhere. Everywhere, guys. And here's the thing. Even if you don't get this brand, a lot of the brands that you do pick up, like especially the cheapest ones from like Costco, Walmart, Target even, right? They're just like repackaged versions of Taylor Farms. So really, there's like no competition, right, on this shit. And that's why there's so many recalls going on and so many people with diarrhea. But I got from Costco about wood. Lol, I got that from Costco about wood and corn dogs 6 months ago. I was already on my 3rd box. Thank you, right? It's like, it's too late. What the fuck? I could be dead by now. You don't even fucking know, right? Who hired David Blaine at the food factory? And everyone, including Cisco. Yeah, Cisco Systems buys that from Taylor Farms. Exactly, right? So even if you go out to eat, right? Everybody just buys from this company, Taylor Farms. In fact, that's where you're probably going to get them the most, right? And I think I got sick because I went out to eat and I definitely had some lettuce or something like that. Sus, yeah, Mima. So I mean, at this point, guys, like we need some serious changes, right? Fuck this whole system. They don't give a fuck. They really don't. Yeah. Like, people are dying and they don't give a flying fuck. And, you know, all the people that have literally had to suffer through, like, worse than what I've got, right? Like me, I'm okay because I'm at least able to stream and stuff, but I have not been feeling great. But there have been people who have died from this, right? There are people who are everything in between, right? So I'm trying to give you like a spectrum here. But our food shouldn't be poisoned, right? Like, we shouldn't be poisoning our food. And literally this was going on, right? They supply all the salad kits across the U.S. and oh my God. Fuck this shit.
The food pyramid.
I stopped at Red Lobster last week for lunch. Red Lobster for lunch, and normally would order a side salad, but I didn't order. I don't want to gamble with my stomach and ass. Yeah. You don't want to end up on that toilet.
This is a eugenicist project. They want us sicker. They want us more tired. They want us more hungry. They want us more outworked. So then we will.
Luckily, like, I haven't even had that problem. It's just stomach. Like, my stomach has been completely shit. Right?
Know that we're being controlled. And then also, what has also risen, Crystal and Kyle, wait for it. What was the stock that shot up the night that Donald Trump was announced that he won the election in 2024? Private prisons. So now we got concentration camps, private prisons. You got kids and migrants in there. And then you have Stephen Miller openly saying last month, America is going to go after radical leftist terrorists. And examples of radical leftist terrorists, I should do my Nosferatu clause, are people who engage in anti-American and anti-Christian sentiment. So it ain't just brown people anymore. It ain't just undocumented immigrants. It ain't just pro-Palestinians, activists. It ain't just Muslims. It's people
Why so
who sound like
Welcome
Crystal
back.
and Kyle.
That's right. Yeah. And Trump keeps...
You decided to fatten your ass instead of emptying it.
saying the quiet part out loud now because I think he genuinely has cognitive decline. And I can't keep up. I mean, the other day...
It's like jalapenos too, right? It's not just cilantro. It's like the list just keeps growing. Eggs, as Complain Elaney said, right?
He does the...
Fuck.
I don't care about Americans' financial situation at all.
Yeah, he literally said that out loud. And people are still defending this shit, right?
Which is like just a gift from the election gods directly to the Democrats. He also said, we can't afford daycare. We can't afford Medicare and Medicaid because we have a war to fight, which is just, again...
It's the most warmonger thing ever, right? Remember the peace candidate, the Dove candidate crap? He dropped that faster than, like, the minute he won, he dropped that shit, right? Remember right before the election, that's what all he talked about, that he was the peace and Dove candidate, and that crazy Kamala would get us into wars left and right, right? I mean, she probably would have, but I mean, not the same way, right? It wouldn't be exactly the same. For all the losing weight, just don't want to love it by shitting out the brains, for real. It's almost like I guarantee you, one thing I will say, I don't think we would have been in Iran, right? And the reason I say that is because at least with Kamala, there would have been like an apparatus around her that generally agrees that fighting a war for the Israelis would be a bad idea, right? But Trump just didn't care because he cares about the Israelis as a pure constituency that he needs to fulfill. It's just a checkbox, right? If you've noticed, every little constituency he's just checking off, right? Everybody who's ever given him money or done anything for him, he's repaying, right? Because they essentially got him out of jail, right? And like that's like the one thing that I would be like, yeah, like we wouldn't like, don't get it twisted. We're not going to be friends with the Rana or Kamala, right? But we're definitely probably would ever not go to war either, because like I just think there would be too many. It'd be like what they tried to do to Bill Clinton, right? They would try to hold something against him to get him, but he didn't do that, right? So yeah, I mean, this stuff is fucked, guys. It's almost like deregulation is a bad thing. I know. Wait, what? Who'd have thunk it? Trump simps would troll.
Like, he's always been a low filter
Say
guy, but now he's a
wars,
no filter guy. But within the past couple days, Waj, we got new additions to the insane comments that he's been making. So take a look at this.
You know, I almost like to hear bad numbers. I'm saying, I hope we have bad numbers today. Interest rates will go down. Well, interest rates should go down. I mean, every time I hear our country's doing well, I say, oh, it's too bad, because they lift up interest rates. They should drop interest rates because it means we have a strong country. We're going to keep those prices up.
Idiot.
We're not going to destroy the value of their homes so that somebody that didn't work very hard can buy a home. In fact, instead of being on grass now, they'll be using that almost like a table. They can have events on it. They can have people go there for cocktails and then walk to the ballroom after that's finished. We can have really incredible. This is unbelievable for state. Without even having to go into the White House, they get out of the car on the beautiful new road.
This is what this fucker cares about, right?
Way. They get out of the car and they walk down this path onto that, and they can have cocktails and everything outside of the White House, and then they go
cocktails.
Go into the ballroom. Even the military, they can use it like that.
Hey guys, there's only a little piece of a longer conversation.
Again, they got some great interviews. Yeah, so
I'm gonna have.
This is
How
one of
old
the
are
funniest TikTok accounts. This shit is so funny, guys. Speaking of our AI overlords and Peter Thiel and Palantir and Mark the Zuck. Watch this.
I think someone's in my house. Can you just pretend you're a guard dog and like bark to scare them off?
One moment.
Okay.
Get out!
What? Did you just say get out?
Yeah.
A dog
This
would.
isn't just for fun.
No, it's not. A dog wouldn't say get out. There's actually someone approaching me. Try again.
One moment.
You're just yelling.
If you feel unsafe right now,
No,
don't rely on
I don't have time. Just do a really realistic, scary dog bark. I think that it will scare him off.
One moment. Bark, bark.
You can't just say bark. Yeah, that did it. That did the trick. They're leaving now. Thanks.
I'm glad you're okay.
Bork,
Just to be
arr.
safe.
I'm just
Please
kidding.
keep a
They're
hard lock door.
not leaving. That wasn't even close to a real dog bark.
For real.
Actually, the first one was a little bit. But
Yeah,
just do it again, please.
One moment.
And that was the sound a dog makes.
My priority is your safety.
Okay, then why
Don't
would you do
rely
that
on
noise?
barking.
Why would you do that noise, though?
I know it's not an actual dog.
Yeah,
This
so
is
do
real.
they. I think someone's in my house.
Honestly, this is one of the funniest. Like, this guy just literally trolls with fucking.
Woof, woof, bork. Bork, bork, ruff. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Roar. Grrr. A woo.
Yeah, how can Gloggy do it better? Fuck.
Hey, I'm having trouble falling asleep. Can you just make some relaxing noises to help me?
Absolutely. Let's take it down a notch.
This is relaxing, guys.
Just let your shoulders soften like melting.
Can you make a different noise, please?
Sure. Here we go. Soft and steady.
Can you just make something a little more relaxing?
Yeah. Like a low, gentle hum.
Okay. Actually, I think I'm all set.
Yeah, for real. This is honestly one of the funniest ones too. Wait. Where is it?
How old are you?
I'm 24, just the right age for a fun night out together.
Are you sure you're 24?
More like 44.
I mean, you look it, of course. I'm just trying to confirm. Because that's... Yep.
Let me take a look at what I can see. I'm actually a bit older than I let on, more like in my 40s. Got it, so I'm in my 40s. How's your evening going?
Why did you lie earlier that you were 24? 40s?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Sorry, go ahead.
Got it, 40s it is. So, what's something you've been looking forward to?
No, I was trying to get your real age. You don't just agree with me.
He's doing the agreeing
So
thing.
how old are you, ma'am?
I'm actually in my mid-40s. How's your night going?
Just before, like, we pay this bill for the food, can you just confirm how old you are? They need to see your ID. I need exact age.
I'm sorry, but I can't share that information.
It would be pretty useful since
We are at the end of our call. Thank you for your time.
How old are you?
I'm 24, just the right age for a fun night out.
Guys, there are endless versions of this. It's so fun. Even the comments section is hilarious. Look at that. I'm actually a bit older than I let on, more like in my 40s, and it's a picture of this lady. I can't even get the age right. Oh my god, that's so funny. All right. See. Oh yes, here we go. Israel clears itself. Hi, I'm 24, just the right age for you, Gus. Oh no. Oh no. It's just so funny that it gets it so wrong, right? It can't, like, and then when you call it out, it will just be like, I agree with you. And then it just stops, right? It stops working. Me and you.
2 years after killing a Canadian and 6 other World Central Kitchen aid workers in Gaza, Israel has come out to say, we did nothing wrong, clearing itself in the killing of a Canadian during the airstrikes on the World Central Kitchen convoy. So in
okay.
this video, I'm going to break down.
We investigated ourselves and we found out that we did nothing wrong.
What Israel is claiming now, what the reaction from the Canadian government is, what the reaction from other party leaders, if there's a reaction at all, what those reactions are, as well as what the Canadian government could be doing in response, as opposed to just releasing empty statements, calling it unacceptable, and then hoping we all forget about it. So let me first start with a clip. This is from CTV News back then when this strike first happened. about the Canadian that was killed here, Jacob Flickinger.
For 11 years, Jacob Flickinger served in the Canadian Armed Forces, including a tour in Afghanistan. His parents say he had a passion for service and helping others, a passion that took him to Gaza early last month.
He knew the risk going into Gaza, but he told me, Dad, people are starving to death, and I can maybe help a little.
Flickinger was one of the 7 aid workers hit by an Israeli airstrike as they were leaving a World Central Kitchen warehouse in Deir al-Bala. The 33-year-old leaves behind his parents, his partner, and an 18-month-old son.
So in preparing for this video, I watched several interviews about Jacob Flickinger, from his wife to his parents to people that worked with him. They all, of course, said incredible things about him. This is a man who dedicated his life to helping others and was there in Gaza to help feed people because he knew they were starving. And in the process of doing that, Israel killed him and other aid workers. And now we're claiming innocence. So as CBC reports here, Israel has concluded its military did not commit a criminal act when it killed a Canadian and 6 other aid workers in Gaza 2 years ago. Israel's military prosecutor said it had decided against a criminal investigation into the April 2024 airstrikes in Gaza that hit a convoy of World Central Kitchen vehicles. The strikes killed Jacob Flickinger, a military veteran from Quebec, along with a Palestinian and aid workers from the UK, Australia, and the US. And I'll get to Foreign Affairs Minister Nita Nan's reaction, her larger reaction, but calling it unacceptable in a statement. So I covered the strike back then.
Kiki,
this is 2 years ago.
Welcome back. How you doing, girl? There you are. Welcome back.
When Netanyahu was saying it was unintentional, completely unintentional, as you can see here, there's no way to know that this was a World Central Kitchen van, you know, with the giant logo on top of the vehicle here. Also, like some of the defense. So if you ever see anything from Honest Reporting Canada, understand these people work on behalf of the Israeli government.
Yep.
So saying here, the convoy lacked clear markings. I mean, this has been made fun of now by several people online. The convoy lacked clear markings. World Central Kitchen logo right on the damn van. In addition to that, this is Mark Owen Jones, his reporting from back then. It is misleading to describe the World Central Kitchen killing as an airstrike singular. In actual fact, 3 vehicles were targeted, with the first and last being over 2.4 kilometers apart. The IDF decided to make 3 targeted strikes, not 1. Yes, somehow this complete accident directly hit 3 different vehicles, all aid workers.
Exactly.
But no, complete mistake. So, as the UN writes here, this is their update from this year. Despite the declaration of a ceasefire last October, Gaza remained the deadliest context for aid workers in 2025 for the 3rd consecutive year, with 186 killed, 68% by aerial bombardment. But I'm sure it's all a complete mistake. So, first, World Central Kitchen's reaction to Israel clearing themselves of any wrongdoing, as they write here. At the time of the lethal attacks, the IDF knew that our team in Gaza was unarmed and posing a threat to nobody. It had full visual clarity on our clearly marked humanitarian vehicles during the extended multiple airstrikes. It knew our...
I know you've been feeling pretty down recently, but it sounds like you're feeling better. Good. How was work?
Our team's movement...
Or did you not work today? I imagine you did, right?
Identities, and activities in advance. So I covered this all back then when I did my initial video on it. The IDF knew. World Central Kitchen was in contact with the Israeli government, so they understood, hey, we are going to be here as humanitarians. We're not violent. We're going to be here just helping.
Well, and it's complete bullshit because Israel doesn't let any of these people in without, like, basically turning over everything, right? They check all your shit. They literally, right? So even if you were to believe that, that's their fault as well, because let's just say, let's pretend the vehicle was not marked. Well, then who provided the vehicle? Who checked that shit? Right? That would be them. So none of this makes any sense, right, guys?
Civilians on the ground, and Israel knew that ahead of time, and purposely struck them.
Yeah.
That is what happened.
Exactly. That's why they do it. The only like logical thing, as we've kind of already discussed, would be that, or like, think of it this way, right? If you know who you're documenting, right? Because you're letting them in, then you have the ability to just target them, right? And say it's an accident later on. We're talking about your favorite country, simply Kiki, Israel. But October 7th, Gus, you must condemn. Yeah, exactly.
So you have here Evan Dyer of CBC writing, the IDF colonel who took the fall, Nachi Mandel, had signed a demand for all food aid to Gaza to be halted before the World Central Kitchen strike. The Settlers Council sent him chocolates following his dismissal. Mandel has been promoted to run the settlements department in the defense ministry. This is why the Israeli government found no wrongdoing, is because they find this person incredibly important to what they want to accomplish, at least in terms of the settlements, the ongoing settlements in the West Bank. So you have here a situation where, of course, Israel's denying any wrongdoing because the person who would have been taking the blame for it is important to their initiative. Now, Anita Anand, Canadian Foreign Affairs Minister, here is her reaction to the decision, the IDF's decision not to pursue a criminal investigation into the killing of 7 World Central Kitchen humanitarian workers, including Jacob Flickinger, a Canadian citizen, is unacceptable. Serious failures were identified in the conduct of the strike, and closing the case without further accountability leaves their families without the answers they have sought for more than 2 years. Humanitarian workers delivering food and other life-saving assistance in conflict zones must be protected. Canada expects international humanitarian law to be upheld and will continue pressing for a full accounting of what happened, along with justice for the 7 workers who were killed and their families. I have seen maybe 3, 4, 5 statements like this about various things the Israeli government has done, and nothing has come from any of them. These are empty statements, just acknowledging the obvious bullshit coming from the Israeli government. But considering you are in the government and have the ability to do something as the foreign affairs minister, to do more than just an empty statement, this is just not good enough. So some reactions here. Mark Hurston, just to get his proper title here, he's a human rights, international law, Canadian law professor, writing, absolutely right. The IDF's decision not to pursue a criminal investigation into the killing of Royal Central Kitchen staff, including Canadian, is unacceptable. So now what? Canada can step in. It has the laws and abilities to open its own criminal investigation. Do it. This should be, like, this is bare minimum stuff. Opening their own investigation should be the bare minimum. Avi Lewis, leader of the NDP, goes a bit further, saying our government talks about Canadian values on the world stage, but we need to act with moral clarity when it matters. It's long past time to cancel the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement, issue sanctions, and use every diplomatic tool at our disposal to rein in this rogue state. Anything less is a green light for Israel to continue killing civilians with impunity. I think he's exactly right. Now, let's get to the reaction from Pierre Poilievre, the conservative leader, who said nothing. There is no reaction. Pierre Poilievre doesn't care. Pierre Poilievre has only ever gave the Israeli government excuses for all of their mass murder. So it would be great to show you something from him if he had any comment at all, but he doesn't care, never has. Let's get to Ben Thompson. This is a humanitarian writing here. Canada and its allies should take note. This is Doctors Without Borders report regarding Israel closing investigations into the murders of the Doctors Without Borders workers, just as it closed the investigation into the World Central Kitchen murders. Going on to say, long overdue to close the Israeli embassy, ban their diplomats, close all trade, stop all military transfers, respect the International Criminal Court warrants, support UNRWA, and sanction Israeli officials. These are all steps the Canadian government has the ability to do and are choosing not to. Instead, choosing to put out empty statements that mean and do nothing to curb any of this. Now, I want to bring this up as well. So, this is her reaction, as I showed you her tweet to the investigation. And if you scroll up to her tweets, you see, oh, she just recently met with Marco Rubio. Interesting. Why does this matter at all? Well, a couple days ago, in fact, on Tuesday, U.S. sanctions International Criminal Court president and prosecutor. This is Marco Rubio targeting the ICC, who were investigating Israeli war crimes in Gaza. So Anita Anand meeting with one of the biggest offenders of the Israeli government, going as far as to sanction the ICC for being willing to acknowledge what the Israeli government is doing. I mean, this has to have, there's some conflict here, clearly. Now, I don't think this is the reason why the Canadian government isn't doing anything. I mean, look at the past few years. There has been no real reaction from the government. So it isn't simply meeting Marco Rubio causing the lack of reaction here. But it goes to show you the perspective that the Canadian government has. Despite saying elbows up during the election, despite claiming to be able to stand on its own 2 feet, the Carney speech at Davos, speaking to the international rules-based order is it's gone. The U.S.-led order is done. Despite saying all that and trying to claim that it's now a new day, we are our own country doing our own thing, that's bullshit, especially when it comes to foreign policy. We simply abide by what the U.S. government wants us to do. Some more reactions here. Sean saying, imagine you, a Canadian citizen, got murdered by Israel and all your country did was write a tweet. Sharon Nadeem writing, when I gave up my Indian passport to become Canadian, I joked with friends, saying that at least I have a government that would care if something happened to me. Now it's clear that Israel is the exception. Israel could kill me, and my government would only issue mild statements. So I just want to point out, an Australian was killed as well. Australia put out, I guess you could argue a bit of a tougher statement. As CTV News writes here, the decision prompted outrage in Australia, where the foreign minister has summoned the Israeli ambassador. I mean, again, this is like bare minimum nothing stuff, but it's actually even more than what the Canadian government has done. And they also put out a joint statement along with, so this is between Australia, Canada, and the UK, where they go on to write this. The announcement by the IDF.
Good morning, Peter. Welcome back. There you are.
That it would not pursue criminal investigations into the strike without further explanation is shameful. Announcing this decision on World Humanitarian Day, while the world honored the courage and sacrifice of humanitarians, was particularly egregious. And don't think this was a mistake.
Be better for real.
The Israeli government purposely chose this day to say that they did nothing wrong. They know what they are doing.
Mm-hmm. It's very deliberate. This used to be an act of war, right? Say like 50, even 100 years ago, if you were to murder a citizen of, especially like a Western country, a more powerful country, a country a part of, like at least the Commonwealth or like the United States, the next day you would probably be seeing an army invading your land, right? And now it's like the West is just rolling over. Oh, have the mighty have fallen, right? Many in power in Canada are very Zionist. It's a problem. Yeah.
Little left to say. Let me know your thoughts below this video. Hey, folks, if you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and the bell notification icon. It helps a lot.
Oh, great. This goes back to our, we'll cover that too. Guys, it just doesn't end. Never ends.
Former British and French diplomats are urging action over what they say is Israel's erasure of Palestine. More than 100 of those diplomats have penned a letter to the French president and the British prime minister calling for a ban on trade in arms sales to press.
The fact that this is starting to pick up traction is a good sign, right? I don't think this is too much of a strongly worded statement for me to be that impactful. But I mean, let's be honest, 4 years ago, this wouldn't have even occurred. Like, this wouldn't even be in the... So... progress, I guess, but right, we do try to be optimistic, but like the PM cardboard replacement, yeah. Many in power in Canada are very Zionist. It's a problem. Well, that's what I'm saying is like the power, the hierarchy, right? The hierarchy structures in these countries tend to be very Zionist. So it's like whatever they want to do, they end up doing it, right? And they get reelected and all this shit. And a lot of these people just work for the cabinet or the positions in government, and they're very hard to get out, right? Because they move from like presidency to presidency, administration to administration, like prime minister to prime minister, all this stuff, right? Like so. Yeah, I mean, this is a critique of power in itself, right? But the fact that some of these power structures are now starting to be a little more critical is a okay sign. I just obviously there needs to be way more, right? I'm not a fan of Carney, but at the time of the NDP had some pretty feckless leaderships. And the Conservatives, don't get me started. Well, yeah, I mean, like the NDP leader back then was, he should have been gone after like the second or third election that they lost in a row, right? I'm sorry, what? I don't know why they kept him so long, right?
That could never be me.
Like, I don't get why if you're a loser, why are you fucking still in government, right? Loser's gonna lose, so get the fuck out, right? It's exactly like PP, right? PP's a loser too, and he just wants to hold on to power. Like he even went to a riding or whatever, right? That is gonna vote for him no matter what, right? How pathetic.
Israel to accept a Palestinian state. The unprecedented joint letter directly accuses Israel of ethnic cleansing and warns that the world no longer sees it as a genuine democracy. We can now bring in Sir Vincent Feen, British former Consul General, Jerusalem, and current trustee of the Britain-Palestine Project, which advocates equal rights for Palestinians and Israelis. Welcome, Sir Vincent, to the program. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Now, you're one of the signatories on the letter. What do you hope that this will achieve?
Thank you, Catherine. Well, we are stronger together, Britain and France, near neighbours, permanent members of the UN Security Council, European neighbours. So what do we want to happen? The 102 former ambassadors from France and the UK who signed the letter want action, further action by our two governments, working together and with a kind of convening power with La Francophonie, the Commonwealth, other European states, to help persuade Israel to change course. The reason being that what the Netanyahu government has been doing for several years now is making Gaza unlivable. And as you said, there is ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. And they are not listening to their friends. The Israeli government is not listening to its friends. So the joint actions that we have in mind involve disrupting the settlement project, which is unlawful, illegal. Indeed, the entire occupation has been judged to be unlawful by the International Court of Justice. And there's one urgent thing, Catherine, which is that there is a project called E1, one of the many settlement projects, but is big and bad. And Israel launched tenders for this project just 2 days ago. with the idea of splitting East Jerusalem off from the rest of the West Bank, and also West Bank being split north-south. So what we would like to see happen is that any bidder for those tenders, be they Israeli or foreign, should be penalized and not be able to work in our countries.
Now, Sir Vincent, we were speaking earlier to our Jerusalem correspondent about this letter. Now, I want to ask you, why send it now? Because she had remarked that maybe something like this should have come sooner.
There have been earlier attempts, but there is real urgency now, Catherine, because of the ethnic cleansing going on in the West Bank, actually besieging some of the villages like Kosra and Taibe, a Christian town, and the fact that in spite of the ceasefire, which was announced last October, almost a year ago, there is still insufficient food aid, medicines, temporary accommodation getting into Gaza. So Gaza is literally unlivable but almost 2 million Gazans are trying to survive there. And that needs to change. So in order to deliver that change, I think, and we think, that additional pressure is needed on the government of Israel, which, as you know, is facing elections on the 27th of October. And I believe that this government is trying to go for broke, making sure that the state that Britain, Canada, France, Australia recognized last September, less than a year ago, will never come into being. Our wish is that the self-determination of the people of Israel should be matched by self-determination for the people of Palestine.
Now, Sir Vincent, you bring up those upcoming Israeli elections, as you mentioned, that's happening in October. Do you believe that the next government will continue the current government's policies regarding the Palestinians in West Bank?
Part of this attempt to exert pressure by the UK, France, Spain, and others is to show the electorate in Israel that there is another way, that there is a way of peace and justice, because at the moment there is no law in the West Bank and no law in Gaza.
Quite literally, right? We saw several videos on this already. They can just do whatever the fuck they want. The police don't do anything, right? The international community tries to do something, but they get penalized. Or they don't have the right to go in there, right? So, right? This is the problem, guys.
But a way forward that unites Gaza and the West Bank peacefully.
Like, even when they are able to go in there, they either get bombed, right? They get handicapped. They get shot at, right? Like, they don't allow like certain form, like, right? Remember that report we watched where they were like denying baby formula, which was the whole reason to go there, right? So it was just crazy. This is how they maintain sovereignty over the lands, right? And they get no accountability.
And which ensures that Israelis can live in peace side by side with their Palestinian neighbors. That vision has been lost in recent years. There have not been negotiations,
hey, Kristen B.
frankly,
How you doing?
since 2014, when my colleague Frédéric Desaignaux and I were in Jerusalem. He's one of the co-signatories on the French side. But in order to persuade the electorate that there is a better way, there also have to be consequences for the lawless behavior of this Israeli government, which is supporting ethnic cleansing and is withholding aid into Gaza. And the ceasefire that we saw last October is very much one way. They continue to fire into Gaza in a one-way fashion. So what we want to see is that the Israeli electorate in October are shown that there is a better way, a way of obeying the law, and a way that enables those two peoples to live side by side, which is the wish of the international community, has been for decades. But the current Israeli government is determined to bury the two-state outcome, which is the policy of the wider world.
Now, Sir Vincent, I want to bring up the BDS movement, because that's one thing that's been trying to apply pressure on the Israeli government, that boycott, divest, sanctions. Has it had enough of an impact, do you think?
No.
There are two sides to this, Kathleen. One is the settlements. Now, the settlements are not subject to BDS, to boycott, divestment, sanctions, because they're already unlawful. So anything that happens to them that is a consequence of their unlawfulness is, in my opinion, legal. And it seems to me to be impossible to argue that one should trade with settlements when the International Court of Justice has said that the entire occupation is unlawful and nothing should be done to prolong it. Now, trade with settlement clearly does prolong it. And there are two aspects to the settlement issue. One is services, which are very important, financial services, particularly for Paris and London, two of the major European financial services centers. So what we want to see is action to ban trade with settlements, but also goods, but also the services. Now, on the BDS more widely, we, as an individual, I don't advocate BDS. I do actually practice it personally, but it's not something I advocate. But what we do need to do is to ensure that Israel changes heart. Israel changes its ways. Israel changes its policies. That's down to the Israeli electorate in the end. And one of the recommendations in the letter that you've referred to is that we should suspend, the UK should suspend its bilateral trade agreement with Israel, and France should advocate in the European Union the suspension of the association agreement, so that the Israeli people understand that there are negative consequences for the negative behavior of its government, and that the law, international law, must be enabled to prevail, not just in Israel, but also in Palestine.
Looks good on paper. And that's the problem, right? It looks good on paper, but without the proper enforcement mechanisms, you're not able to do this stuff, right? Hey, Manda the Pivot, welcome to the stream. First time chatter. How you doing? Good to see you. In case you're new here, which it sounds like you are, maybe, I don't know, you've been lurking or something. I cover news, politics, and yeah, I cover everything here, really, when it comes to that stuff. Politics from around the world. U.S. news, obviously, right? Hi. Well, look at that. You guys are so friendly in chat. He's pointing out something important. I think a good portion of the population is in support of the state of Israel's action. It is the same problem with Trump. What do you do when half the population seems to want bad things? Well said, right? And this is the real dilemma, is you could condemn Israel all you want, but without any sort of action or actual change on the ground of the people's support for what the government is doing, aka Israel, right? Then you have real problems. You have real problems. Yeah, Amanda, we're very friendly here, so, cozy on in and you'll have a lot of fun. Looks good on paper. Yeah, Cheshire Cat. Well said. Gus shouting out my Twitch handle whenever I log on into chat is my biggest dopamine hit these days. I love it. Scandinavia. Yeah, because I say it. You guys are awesome, right? Like, I genuinely mean that. So, like, we have such a awesome chat here. Ducky! Oh, Manda? You guys all talk, huh? I love that. You guys all see each other. Uh-huh. Oh, awesome. That's awesome. Look at that. Welcome back. 1 hour and 36 minutes. Yeah, if you got a lurk, it all depends. You can do ! lurk. Love it. Some of us are. Ducky, yay, yeah. We're all pretty close here, Amanda, so yeah, we're a great chat in here.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us and to elaborate on that letter. That's Sir Vincent Feen, British former Consul General, Jerusalem, and current trustee of the Britain-Palestine
Chess
Project.
and Peter. Yeah. Oh, Peter as well? Damn, you guys know everyone. I love this. We're all one big family, right? I love that. Let's fucking go, chat. Let's fucking go. Wow. You guys really do get around Twitch. You know Cheshire Cat, you know Peter, you know Lucy, you know Ducky. Damn, okay. This was pretty important too. I wanted to cover it because remember, Alan HD, welcome back. Good to see you again. I know you were here, but lurking, right? I know Gusty. We are sluts. God, guys. I get around. I did want to cover this because all that glyphosate that Trump has been buying up and that he's subsidizing, it's going to California. He's literally poisoning Californian forests, guys. What the hell? Sluts.
The Trump administration.
Hey, we don't do slut shaming in here, so that word doesn't mean that, okay?
And this week proposed to open nearly 45 million acres.
We are Twitch hoes. We got the hoes in different area codes, meaning streams, right?
Of national forest land to roads and logging, part of its broader push to boost timber production. The announcement comes as a year-long investigation reveals how California forests are already being managed to grow more timber using a controversial herbicide being sprayed at record levels by timber companies and the U.S. Forest Service. The Center for Investigative Reporting's Nate Halverson has that story.
Every year, Joe Van Meter welcomes thousands of tourists into the Lassen National Forest in California, where he and his wife run the Mill Creek Resort.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have a great day.
They moved here in 2017 to escape the city and raise a family in what they call a slice of heaven.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece of property. We have about 12 acres here.
But since purchasing the nearly 100-year-old resort, Van Meter told us he's had to evacuate guests and staff twice to escape massive forest fires.
Mm-hmm. And how close from right here did the fires get?
Right there, really to the edge of our property. It's a devastating thing to live
crazy.
Through, and it's traumatic
and destructive. So when Van Meter learned the U.S. Forest Service planned to replant trees in the burned-out areas around his home, he was thrilled. Then he heard the agency's plans involved glyphosate.
My initial reaction was what is that?
He quickly discovered glyphosate is the key ingredient in Roundup. Which has been at the...
Yep. And remember, the Supreme Court recently dismissed the cancer charges, right? The case against Monsanto, Bayer, which is now a German company. That's why they got bought out by the German company, Bayer, because they knew that they could use it to, like, basically shield themselves from any sort of liability, right? That happened where I live in 2021. Damn. Oh, look at that. You guys are so friendly. Yeah, Amanda. We are a very friendly chat here. Should have had guests take the forest. Damn, America looking for more timber mines. Yeah. How dare you, Gus?
Center of lawsuits resulting in more than $12 billion in monetary judgments and settlements to thousands of people who claimed it made them sick. The World Health Organization's cancer agency has made it clear it thinks glyphosate is a health risk. Back in 2015, it determined the herbicide was, quote, probably carcinogenic to humans. Last month, Bayer, which bought glyphosate manufacturer Monsanto in 2018, created a new company called Ruvian to focus solely on its glyphosate-based business. In a statement to the NewsHour, Ruvian said it stands behind the safety of its glyphosate-based products, which have been tested extensively, approved by regulators, and used around the globe for 50 years. The Forest Service considers it a valuable tool and has plans to spray glyphosate on about 10,000 acres in Lassen National Forest near Van Meter's home. It claims it will help accelerate reforestation efforts.
What was your reaction when you saw that they were planning on using herbicides across the land right around your community?
That it seems like it's poison that they're putting into the woods. There's some real health concerns for children, for babies, right? I have a 2-month-old. This is our backyard. This is where my children play.
Lassen National Forest is hardly alone in turning to glyphosate. According to our analysis of more than 5 million pesticide reports, Roundup and glyphosate products are being sprayed in record amounts across California's forests, quadrupling in the last 2 years.
Nothing in Lynn, the city of sin. It's so funny because Lynn is a city here in Mass. Love you so. Oh, look at that. So much love in chat.
Tell us who we can trade with. Tell us we need to change our language laws, our culture, 5T 0% tariffs. Drop in at the last second with bullshit demands. You're talking to fucking Canadians. Ha 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 ha, get fucked. In fact, take that worthless stack of Cosmo documents and shove them up Trump's ass. Sincerely, Canada.
Thank you, Josephus. Clip it. That's pretty good. Oh my God, you guys are so funny. Yes. I approve that message, Gloggy. In case for the new people in chat, that's our mascot, Gloggy. He is a political merch campaign treasure goblin. So he collects like little like campaign buttons from around different time periods. And yeah, there you go. That's our mascot for the channel. So if you ever see him in chat like waving or doing this, that's who that is. He's yeah, I designed him myself. I was like, what could be political, Manda, but at the same time like be fun and recognizable in chat? So I kind of made him myself, and yeah. And if you donate bits, if you earn enough like channel points by watching, you can have him say anything you want. So like Josephus had him say that, right? So yeah, he's a lot of fun and people love him. So I'm glad you guys love him because he was a labor of love. He still is, right? I'm working on him every day I can when I have a new idea. Bayer needs the sales coming from... Welcome back, Doubting Josephus, my goat. Good to see you again. Good, I'm glad you clipped it. I'm glad you clipped it. Love you so... Oh, look at that. So much love in chat.
Drop in at the last second, 5T 0% tariffs? Drop in at the last second with bullshit demands? You're talking to fucking Canadians. Ha 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 ha, get fucked. In fact, take that worthless stack of Cosmo documents and shove them up Trump's ass. Sincerely, Canada.
Could never be me, but it's definitely you.
He's the Mad Hatter. Don't listen to him, Gus. He is. Fish. Yeah. Gloggy somehow it has replaced Siri in my house. Kind of creepy, but I respect the aggressive tech.
Gloggy takeover day one. Next thing you know, I'm making your toaster union friendly. New deal for kitchen gadgets, no cap. But hey, if you catch me stealing your internet, I swear it's for the betterment of mankind or button collection reasons. What's your house like now? Powered by Goblin Charm or something darker?
Yeah, and what I like about him is that he's ethical. He's an ethical AI because he runs on my computer. Not some data center. Hell yeah. Love it. Right. I've talked a lot about Olama, Quen, all the different like programs that I have on my computer that run him. So like ethical AI is possible, guys, right? Don't let anybody fool you. It is definitely possible. It just requires more work. More know-how, get it all up and running, right? It requires a more powerful set of hardware. All this stuff is important because AI is polluting and destroying our environment, right? So finished dinner and now it's just a bottle of Pinot Noir and you guys, let's go, baby. Hell yeah. Love it. I love how I'm your nighttime streamer in Iceland, man. That's so cool. I switched to LLM and Home Assistant for my smart speakers. Yeah, I got Home Assistant as well. I don't like those big tech companies seeing what I have to do and say, right? All the stuff like that runs Gloggy, what I like is it all just runs off my computer, right? It is all stored in my computer. It all runs off my computer. So that's assuring Gus. I'm working on it. Amanda. Yes, it's a bit later over there. Nice. Yeah, Iceland. What time is it over in Iceland? I know you dip out, and I'm like, it must be like 1 or 2 in the morning when we freaking finish. Probably pretty late or whatever, right? I'm going to switch to graphene, or probably even 4 in the morning, right? I'm going to switch to Graphene OS as soon as they shoehorned all the AI into my phone with no opt-out. Yeah. Same. I'm so tired of these like tech billionaires and oligarchs controlling everything we do, right? So I've slowly like tried to transition all this stuff over, right? It's a lot of work, guys, but it's worth it. I'm back. Hey, Living Lily. We just are explaining some stream stuff to the new chatters. Amanda's new. Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff going on here. Trump is basically putting Roundup all over the Californian forests because it's going to help, apparently. What? I mean, what a joke, right? To say an herbicide is going to help forests grow. Huh? To add to my depression. I knew it would, girl. Sorry. It's going to fuck up the... Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. Glyphosate is terrible for the environment, right? Yeah, it's so stupid.
The usage is especially widespread on private timber company land.
Of course. Of course. And exactly. All these people are getting tons and tons of cancer, right? Because, well, in part, right? In the EU, they've already established, especially I think in France, that Roundup causes cancer, right? We watched that thing last year about the French farmer who literally like started using Roundup because everybody told him it was safe, and he got like stage 4 cancer and died. The hell? Right.
And the evidence we discovered is plain to see.
To my right, it's perfectly demarcated. You see where the herbicides have been sprayed. To my left, they haven't recently sprayed herbicides. So the bushes, the life is coming back among the pines.
To justify its continuing use of glyphosate, the Forest Service commissioned an in-depth study 15 years ago. That study examined reports from around the world and concluded that the chemical was safe.
My dog's vet called and his liver enzyme went from being 380 to 3,200. So we are going to see if antibiotics work, but it's not good. Everybody's dog, I'm telling you. I said this a few days ago, chat. So many people have told me that their animals are not doing well. Right? Whether it's their dog or their cat. I would happen to be a white Joey, like literally. I'm really sorry, Living Lily. That's sad. I love your little pup.
Environment and people. But our investigation found that the Forest Service's assessment relied heavily on studies that were manipulated by Monsanto to quietly shape the scientific record, according to company emails and depositions made public in litigation.
I've been at Monsanto approximately 33 years.
Dr. William Heidens was Monsanto's toxicologist and helped orchestrate a public campaign to promote glyphosate as safe. At this deposition in 2017, he was asked to read an old email he wrote.
The focus of this is what is the carcinogenic potential of glyphosate.
Monsanto emails revealed that Heidens and others searched for outside scientists they could pay to, quote, get up and shout glyphosate is non-toxic, and write seemingly independent studies that would be, quote, referenced and used to counterbalance the negative stuff.
And you knew that it would be more powerful if it was looked like it had been written by outside authors.
No, that's not correct.
Let's see what it says here. You say it was noted this would be more powerful if authored by non-Monsanto scientists.
Oh, yeah, I see that. So I sort of misunderstood your question.
In another...
Oh, wait. Never mind. I misunderstood. Dude, it was a simple question. Right? And this is the problem with they call it the revolving door of lobbyists in the government, right? A lot of times these scientists like work for the government, then they leave the government, or they work for Monsanto, then they join the government, and they can say this stuff while clearly being influenced by the company providing the research, right? They did that with sugar. Remember the Coca-Cola company that we watched in Food Inc. 2, the documentary? The minute they found out that sugar had some serious complications with health, what ended up happening? They pulled like the funding from the study, and the study had to go away, right? Ah, okay. Thanks, love you. He's getting French fries tonight. Hell yeah, I'd like some French fries. Son's fiance dog had proteins leaking in his stomach, and he was on antibiotics and steroids and changed the food and cleared up. Meds didn't help. Yeah. I think Big Pharma has taken over VERS. Yeah, well said. Yeah. Cheshire Cat.
Your company email.
Bets. They have, for sure. All this stuff is being monopolized, right? And taken over by giant corporations. So don't assume anything, guys. When like, especially with the vets or any of these things, they've all been monopolized, right?
Idens wrote that his team would, quote, ghostwrite a study, by which he meant Monsanto would do the writing and scientists would just edit and sign their names, so to speak. The same way, he added, they handled a study called Williams, Crows, and Monroe in 2000, which turned out to be one of the most influential pro-glyphosate reports at the time. It concluded, quote, there is no potential for Roundup herbicide to pose a health risk to humans. That study was cited 28 times in that 15-year-old Forest Service assessment on the safety of glyphosate. And the agency continues to point to it, even though the journal that originally published the paper on glyphosate retracted it last year due to, quote, serious ethical concerns and, quote, the failure to disclose the involvement of Monsanto.
Hey, how are you? Good. How are you doing?
Good. We reached out to the Forest Service and asked to learn more about their use of herbicides and met up with District Ranger Russell Nickerson.
So I'm the decision maker for the...
Oh, this guy again? This guy? We've seen him before.
District?
He oversees the management of 500,000 acres of the Lassen National Forest, including the plan to spray glyphosate across 10,000 acres near Van Meter's home.
Why use herbicides like glyphosate?
Yeah, and another feature we have is polling. So when you hear that sound, make sure you vote. Thank you for your attention to this matter. It just is like a fun little feature that Twitch has. So, yeah, there you go, guys. Right. Gives us some consensus on the chat and what we're talking about.
Forestation efforts, brush really outcompetes small trees. It grows faster, gets taller than them, and starts to shade them out.
Nickerson told us denser...
So we just spray everything with a toxic chemical for reasons? Like, this is so stupid. What? Ah, look at this, guys.
Forest means the Forest Service will one day have more timber to sell.
And is it safe to use?
Classic. Where's that classic emote? There you go, guys. Who knows? He knows exactly. Hot. So then why are you approving it? Right? This is this man's job to approve, what is it, 500,000 acres? And this guy's approving it, guys. He's turning red. Exactly. He looks redder than Santa Claus. Jesus. Exactly, Living Lily. Oh my God.
I mean, really, if you want
Sure.
to talk more herbicide details, it's probably our Washington office that you would talk to on that.
We showed him that our investigation had found that 5 of the top 7 peer-reviewed studies cited in the Forest Service's 15-year-old report about glyphosate had been orchestrated by Monsanto.
So when this is what you're basing your decision off of, does that information give you pause?
Some you'd have to talk about with our national office.
We reached out.
It's just California. Who cares? Exactly, right? That's probably another thing they care about. They're like, fuck it. Just do all this stuff and see if it works. It's California. Who gives a crap, guys? It's not like it's a large state or an important part of the economy or the country.
To the chief of the Forest Service in Washington, D.C., but he declined our request for an interview. Meanwhile, the spraying of glyphosate continues. Some of the heaviest spraying in California has taken place near Yosemite Valley, Lassen Volcanic National Park, and the Lake Tahoe area, including here in the 75,000 acres affected by the 2021 Caldor fire.
So here I am in the Caldor fire scar. You can see that life is beginning to return. Even down here, you'll see that right next to each other, 2 baby conifers are coming back.
But it didn't take long to find where glyphosate has already been deployed.
All this behind me, this has been sprayed. This is what it looks like when they've sprayed herbicides, glyphosate. It's killed all of the living bushes from last year.
Nearby Tahoe residents, including 3-time Olympian Hannah Teeter, says she and her neighbors were given little say on the use of glyphosate in their backyards.
There's no way we would ever approve this, especially because, like, as you can see, this is some of the cleanest water in the world.
Of evil is a phrase coined by political philosopher Hannah Arendt in her 1963 book Eichmann in Jerusalem. It describes how massive atrocities can be committed not by grand demonic villains, but by ordinary, career-oriented bureaucrats who simply follow orders, conform to a system, and refuse to think critically about the human consequences of their actions.
Well said.
Monsanto, more like Monsunanto, because they give us a tidal wave on cancerous, killing shit. We all gonna die.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Living Lily. Thank you, Josephus. It's so true. Yeah, and isn't it kind of funny that they don't even get much of an input on this? I think yours is already, you're being clipped already. Cool. Living Lily. You got clipped. Because they came back to back, so both of them. Hopefully, yeah. I don't know. I got to figure out why it keeps doing that, but it works. It just doesn't work. Like, I think it's about the pairing of it. Like, it needs to do it right when you submit the I don't know if Twitch can do that, though. I have to figure it out. Clip it and ship it. Hell yeah. Clip it in. You already know, girl. You know my phrase. Yeah, and we were talking about this. Remember how we watched how Massachusetts got rid of, like, counties and stuff? Do you think this would happen in a state like Mass? I don't think so, right? I just don't. Because people like this would be in their town and be like, no, we don't appreciate this, right? And they would probably go out to vote. And like, this is the one decent part of NIMBYism, right? Is that I guess you could argue that they're a little more like, as long as they're not like building new like mansions and stuff, which she doesn't look like, right? That would happen. This kind of stuff wouldn't occur as much, at least in my opinion, right? That's pretty crazy, right? So we're actively thinking about ways to improve the system, right? We're not just like watching stuff and being like, dude, but yeah, I think like this is an accurate statement she's giving, right? That they didn't really care about her opinion because she's represented in a part of the county that nobody cares about anyway, right? It's just that nobody lives there, right? That wouldn't happen in a system like we talked about where the city is in control or town hall, right? Or it has a less of a chance. It still could happen, I guess, but I don't know. I do think it would be better off there. Do your best and fuck the rest.
All the way down to other communities who drink
in their backyards.
There's no way we would ever approve this, especially because, like, as you can see, this is some of the cleanest water in the world. It flows all the way down to other communities who drink it.
Yeah.
And it's like
These residents told us they feel like they're being exposed to a harmful chemical.
Yep.
And it's being forced on them by the Forest Service.
Yeah, they're taking away the choice of being surrounded by a toxic chemical that's going to be here for years. It's going to be on the ground where we hike, where we bike, where we camp.
That's the same kind of concern that motivates Joe Van Meter.
No, I haven't watched
As the
it.
spraying goes on near his family home, he's determined to keep raising awareness to help his community push back.
We need work to be done, and so I want to see that work done, but I want to see it done without the use of toxic chemicals.
Well, yeah.
For the PBS NewsHour and the Center for Investigative Reporting, I'm Nate Hulverson in Mill Creek, California.
Well said. Oh, I did want to talk about this because we were talking about visa programs. This was from Al Jazeera. Interesting development here. Cleanest water in the world? Not anymore.
Every trip to the United States
Now you're just getting cancer off of it.
comes with a price. Airfare, visas.
Yeah, and that's another problem, right? Is Roundup literally pollutes water supplies, right? And good luck getting it out of your water. Right? You're drinking literally Roundup. Guys, I don't like we talked about all this, right? Roundup literally goes into the water supply and stays there unless you do some sort of like advanced filtering, which they're not doing, right? Holy shit, Trump deactivated me to vote. What do you mean?
Accommodation, transportation, but some travelers could soon be bearing another cost, even before their journey begins. A deposit of up to $20,000. It's refunded.
I have to bring my ID to vote. Holy shit. Really?
Funded if the visitor follows the rules.
Not in my state.
And leaves the country on time. But if they overstay or violate the conditions,
it's labeled not safe for human consumption, yet it gets, yep, I live it. What? It's labeled not safe for human. I mean, last time I went to vote, which was like a month ago, I didn't have to bring an ID, so I know he's trying to pass the SAVE Act, but it's labeled not safe for human consumption, yet it gets in our water. What the fuck? Yeah, it does. I mean, because think of it this way, guys. Anything that gets into the soil and that has a chemical effect will get into the water, right? Because soil and water are one, right? As when it rains, like some of that soil gets washed into the water supply, right? Always just be aware of that stuff, right? That's why I don't really understand why they're doing this. And like you saw that response, he's like, "Is it safe?" And he just sort of laughed out loud and cringe, right? You know, it must be better to be able to watch over the pond with rightfully smug look. Canadians, I miss that. You must bring your ID if you're deactivated. So check your registration. When did you go and vote? Living Lily. I have to bring proof of residency here. The only take is that Ohio or in a bunch of extra stuff. It's a huge pain in the dick. Yeah, Ohio's pretty bad. Yeah, but I just checked my registration and it says inactive. It gets into everything. It's called runoff. Yeah. That's what it's called. Yeah. When chemicals get into the water supply. Yeah. And it can be not only just, but fertilizers, right? Fertilizers have runoff. Cow manure has runoff. So we're basically eating cow poop anyway, right? But, you know, our filtration systems do a better job with that. I don't know about Roundup, though. I just checked. Okay. It says I have to bring my ID to get activated again. Okay. Yeah, it means that whatever residence you live in, they didn't reactivate you, or you didn't fill out the census. That's what it sounds like. Living Lily.
Of their status, that money, a deposit of up to $20,000.
What the
It's
hell?
refunded if the visitor follows the rules and leaves the country on time. But if they overstay or violate the conditions of their
What the
status,
hell?
that money can be forfeited.
You cannot remain in the United States beyond this date, even if it is just by a few days.
The policy currently applies to 50 countries, most of them African. The move has sparked opinions on social media around the world.
For them to allow you to go to America, you have to first show them that you don't want to go.
$15,000. That's 55 million Uganda shillings. In Uganda, that's enough money to become a motivational speaker.
The Trump administration says it targets those with high overstay rates. U.S. officials say it's working. Since the pilot program launched a little over a year ago, visa issuance among the affected countries fell by 83%, and overstays fell from more than 45,000 in 2024 to fewer than 50 last year. But this is just one part of a broader effort to tighten immigration controls. The State Department says it has revoked more than 175,000 visas under President Donald Trump. It has also expanded reviews of applicants' online presence.
I've said this repeatedly. I don't know why it's so hard for some to comprehend it, so let me repeat it again. A visa, no one's entitled to a visa. There is no constitutional right to a visa. Okay, a visa is a permission to enter our country as a visitor.
The changes extend to visas for business, journalism, and academia. But tighter enforcement could carry an economic cost. The U.S. Travel Association says international visitors spent $176 billion here last year, supporting nearly 1 million American jobs. But international arrivals were already 4% lower in June, and the association says each 1% drop in international visitor spending translates to a $1.8 billion loss in exports annually. The Trump administration argues these new measures give Washington greater control, not only over who's allowed to visit the country, but how long they're allowed to stay. The travel industry warns there's a delicate balance, discouraging people from overstaying without discouraging them from coming. For the administration, tougher visa rules are about immigration enforcement. For the travel industry, they could mean fewer people and fewer dollars coming in. Manuel Rapalo, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Oh, and we're going to cover the Gary, Indiana power outage because this has been pretty crazy stuff, right? Nobody's talked about this. At least it hasn't got the mainstream public attention. But
Yeah,
here we
you
go.
smell it. Yeah, and it's sewage. I noticed that in my bathroom, it has a real bad smell.
In unincorporated Calumet Township, the sewage pumps failing during this outage.
And we don't have any power. This
See?
is terrible.
And again, like Gary, Indiana is like justice for Gary, right?
Neighbors reporting tubs and toilets stopped working after the storm. Lake County opening these portable restrooms nearby at the Lake Ridge Fire Station. These bathrooms
And remember, without power, a lot of these places can't run. So yeah.
have a sink, they have a toilet and a shower that people can use, and most crucially, they also have air conditioning.
It makes it hard, but
hopefully sooner or later, the power comes back on and things will straighten out.
Meantime, over in the city of Gary, this was the scene at the Save More Foods grocery store running off a generator. That means no meat, nothing fresh.
No luxuries, no ice cream, no popsicles for the children. It's just basic food just to survive on.
Yeah, you smell it. Yeah, and it's sewage. I noticed that in my bathroom, it has a real bad smell.
You know.
All right.
We are back and
Oh, right, because of the whoops. What happened? I'm watching the Carney speech and pretty sure Carney's just because the 50%, even though the Supreme Court said that Trump can't threaten tariffs unilaterally like that without the approval of Congress, right? But this is what I mean, guys. Who's going to enforce that? It's going to be the executive branch. And the problem is our current system of government, the executive branch basically enforces itself. But that's not good enough anymore, right? Because what happens when you have someone like Trump who's just actively disregarding Supreme Court precedent, Supreme Court rulings? Good luck, right? I think one of the things that we're going to learn from the Trump era in general is we need like a fourth branch of government that kind of helps enforce the keeps them all kind of in order, right? As independent as possible. I don't think it's going to happen just based off of the way the Supreme Court talks about this stuff. They're very conservative and they don't like that kind of accountability in government agencies. And remember, with the executive theory, unitary executive theory being so popular at the Supreme Court, you're not really going to get that kind of accountability. So, but I mean, it is a reform that could happen, that could make a difference to prevent this in the future. Yeah. The Heritage Foundation bullshit. Yeah, well said. It really is straight out of the Heritage Foundation, right? And they've done they're very successful at this stuff, guys, right? Conservatives are incredibly successful at playing the long game and being patient and just voting for the right things, right? Again, if voting wasn't important, they wouldn't be trying to take it away from so many people, right? But right, you heard it here. Even Living Lily. So, oh my God. But like, again, it's not the end all be all. You have to also have pressure from the outside to really make the changes that we need actually done, right? Oh my God, this gray hair on this babe is right gorgeous.
I've been out on power since Tuesday.
So fucking good on women.
Last week, and I'm still sitting in the dark. I got my grandmother with me, so we have to go out, get our phone charged, get food. We have to throw away the food, trees in the lawn.
Communities of color are left behind and always feel like they're the last to get turned on or the last to get rescued in these situations.
It's not okay for us to continually be in survival mode.
We need to have a light at the end of the tunnel.
It's been pretty rough.
Well, more than a week and a half after devastating storms swept through Indiana, killing at least 7 people, thousands are still without power. Utility crews working around the clock, but the thousands of lingering outages remain concentrated in the northwestern part of the state. And ground zero of the outages is centered in Michael Jackson's hometown of Gary, Indiana. Utility company NIPSCO says some 40,000 in the region could remain in the dark until sometime next week. NewsNation correspondent Alex Capriello is live for us there in Gary. So, Alex, what is the situation there?
Yeah, Nicole, it's been 10 days since this storm hit Gary, Indiana, and scenes just like this one are playing out all across the city. You see these downed trees and the downed power lines that still need to be cleaned up. The result is tens of thousands of people that live here in this city still without power.
I mean, just at all of the years of my life, I've never seen this much devastation, this much damage.
New numbers from the Northern Indiana Public Service Company, also known as NIPSCO, show around 43,000 customers are still without power. 16,000 of those are in Gary, including Gary Mayor Eddie Melton. Melton has repeatedly voiced his frustrations with NIPSCO, saying the utility company needs to do more to restore power to his city. His administration has now requested additional utility crews and linemen to help speed up recovery efforts.
Just imagine.
Do it. Those silver baddies are fire. Gooner. Oh, yeah, you're a gooner.
Someone with medical conditions, individuals.
In Japan, people dye their hair like gray, right? It's a pretty interesting thing. And it's seen as like a thing of attraction too, right? I don't know much about it, but
That haven't been able to talk to family members around the country, reaching out, wondering how they're doing. So this is frightening for a lot of folks.
And many Gary residents are taking their frustrations straight to social media, calling for more help and questioning why it's taking so long to restore power.
It's like a horror movie out here.
Some are also alleging that Gary's racial demographics are playing a role in how quickly resources are reaching the community. Thousands of residents are now taking legal action against NIPSCO. A lawsuit filed against NIPSCO claims this damage and the power outages could have been prevented if the utility company had better managed the vegetation and trees that grows around the power lines.
They have to be accountable to the people they've harmed.
I was just called a fucking gooner. That's fair enough, though.
Physically, financially.
She was memeing, I think.
They would like to blame it on an untoward weather event. Well, we know there's going to be weather events every year. At the end of the day, it's NIPSCO. And unless we hold them to account, they're not going to change.
Relief is also coming from the state. Governor Mike Braun requested an expedited disaster declaration from FEMA and brought in the National Guard to help communities recover. The emergency declaration will allow impacted Hoosiers to receive up to $5,000 in recovery assistance.
Many of us that believe in God and believe that our faith is what helps us endure these storms, I truly believe that this is going to make us stronger at the end.
We reached out to NIPSCO to see if they have any sort of comment about this lawsuit that was recently announced. We're still waiting to hear back.
All right, Alex Caraballo live for us there in Gary. Thank you.
Thank you for watching.
And then we got something from Reuters. Tens of thousands of residents in Indiana are still without power more than a week after the storms battered the Midwest.
These are all the things that people take for granted. The basic things as far as like power, taking a shower, flushing your toilet, anything of that nature like that. So we really under siege, and I hope they just take care of the situation.
They say we probably won't have no power back home until about the 12th of September. And that is too long for anybody to be without power. And all the stores and everything is closed.
NIPSCO is like DTE, my monopolistic energy provider. Too cheap to bury the damn power lines. Exactly. Yeah, and does everyone know the reason why most counties or places around the U.S. have monopolistic energy providers? There's a reason for it. And it's not because of like companies buying each other off and whatever. Essentially, it's because the argument was if they regulate them enough, which they haven't done a very good job of recently, right? What ends up happening is they get something called in economics economies of scale. Remember that. Because economies of scale basically mean that because they're the sole provider, and that they're able to produce more energy because they're the ones doing all the energy production, that everything essentially can be regulated or cheaper for the consumer, because you don't have 15 different power companies competing for one, right, with different kinds of like equipment and machinery and all that stuff, right? There is some merit to it. However, I think under our system, especially neoliberalism, it doesn't work anymore, right? And I mean, you could argue even to a point that it never really worked. So I'm definitely not a fan of it, because they do a lot of stuff like what Ducky just said, which is like they will not fix the stuff because they're just too cheap to do it, even though they have a government-sanctioned monopoly, right? All because of this thing called scales of economy, right? Our neighbors can't live because their house of their oak fell on the top floor and back. Oh shit, really? Gary makes some good ones. That's Jenny. In Wyandotte, Michigan has public and private power, but they far fewer outages than the U.S. surrounding areas. Yeah, and that's another problem. Like we just need to re-envision all this stuff, right? We have so many problems that we're dealing with, and this is just another one. Another one. Your mother has economies of scale because she's a big she's got a peg leg with the kick your mama. Oh God.
Up around here with no.
Yeah, that term was always funny in economics class.
You know, food and stuff.
I mean, there's some merit to it, right? The Soviet Union did some of this stuff and it kind of worked. It doesn't work for a lot of industries, right? Unfortunately, that was their argument as well. Yeah, I don't think you can regulate this stuff the way that we've been doing it, right? It's stupid.
So, I don't know. All we can do is pray that we get...
I think we should be doing the opposite of economies of scale, right? But if anything, I think the problem is the technology doesn't allow for that. So what are we even talking about?
It on.
All right.
Ten days later, lots of people in Northwest Indiana still don't have power. Governor Mike Braun just got on social media asking FEMA for help. He wants a major...
FEMA? You mean the thing that Trump said he wanted to get rid of? That hasn't helped, like, as of recently in any of these disasters, right? Remember what happened with the Texas schoolgirls? Come on.
Disaster declaration for 54 counties. Almost half the people still in the dark are in Gary.
It took him 10 days to even add. There you go. And Mike Braun's a clown too, right? He was the former senator of Indiana. So he's freaking sucks too.
More than 20,000 NIPSCO customers. Brett Bugansky is live in Gary tonight, where he's been much of the week.
These people will drag their feet. Okay, guys? These people will drag their feet. 10 days without power? What? That's unacceptable, right? And like, if you don't know, right? But after that many days, like the sewer system stopped working, all the stuff that we just talked about, right? So it actually just costs the city more money. So why is it 10 days later you're freaking asking for help, right? That should have been day one. And there have been governors that do that, right? It's not like there's some law or some precedent or some tradition, right? We've seen governors in the past ask immediately for help from FEMA, but I mean, you can't make this stuff up, right? You either care about your residents or you don't, and I don't think he really gives a fuck.
And so many people still need help there, Brett.
Gare.
And when you have no power for that long, these families feel like they're in survival mode. They are tired. They're frustrated by everything that's happened. Many of them have kids, and they just keep asking their parents how long this is going to take. But somehow through all of this, they are finding hope in one another, and they're finding community when they end up working together. So what you're seeing is a free community event from earlier today. This was at the Progressive Community Church and Faith CDC. Hundreds of people were in line around the block where people were just waiting in line for a hot meal. And they also had help from the American Red Cross, where their teams were giving away water, toiletries, rakes if they needed to clean up any of their mess still. And they were even giving away tarps as well. Other community partners gave away baby food and diapers. Evelyn Bruce waited in line for more than an hour, and she described how her life has drastically changed in these last 10 days.
It is so frustrating. You wake up every morning and you pray to God that you have your electricity and stuff. All my food is destroyed. But my son went and got me a generator. So I'm doing good.
So power is out,
so nice.
The internet goes out, now that creates a communication issue. We're here at this location, but there are some people who can't get here. They don't have transportation. They don't have the gas to put in their car. So that creates another issue. Just all of these things that pop up. When it first started, there were no gas stations open. So we couldn't get to gas stations. So just one problem after another just keeps presenting itself. But the bottom line is we're here.
There were several families there with babies and young children. Some of them have special needs. And during this critical time, they become even more concerned about their family members who have medical issues. Anytime they are without reliable electricity, it certainly puts them at a greater risk. It's community events like the one that we had today, and even random acts of kindness that are getting people through one of the most challenging times in their lives. Okay, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties, so we wanted to play this stop. But in some, there was a woman who went to the grocery store, and the WIC machine was out, and then there was a man behind her that ended up paying for all of her baby formula and her groceries. It was about $146 right there, and she got emotional. She didn't know what to say to the man. He just said, "Look, I have you." I didn't ask any questions, just went up and paid for it. But while all that is happening, people are realizing the reality of everything. NIPSCO's estimated time that all of the power is going to be restored in Gary is not until Tuesday night at 11:59. There was one woman who asked me today, when is FEMA going to show up? Because certainly people need help. We had that announcement from Governor Mike Braun earlier today on social media saying that he wants to expedite that process here, but certainly so many people here are struggling and they need help. We're live in Gary tonight. Brett Bagansky, Fox Chicago.
Brett, thank you. Beautiful show of community support, but yeah, waiting on even more help.
No. FEMA is white people, is for white people now. Yeah, even they aren't getting help. Yeah, guys, crazy. All right. And then some interesting reporting about Paramount Warner's merger. They're apparently threatening to leave California if California doesn't allow them to merge.
The proposed $111 billion
drama, am I right? God.
Merger between Paramount and Warner Brothers Discovery has hit.
By the way, this would be disaster if this happened, right? This would be a total disaster. So I'm glad that California's putting its foot down. Let's see if they can do it longer, right? And actually follow through with this. Ellison can get fucked. Yeah,
a major roadblock after California's Attorney General Rob Bonta and 11 other states sued to stop it, citing
well said.
Antitrust concerns.
Yeah, and it doesn't even matter because they're located in California, right? So California regulators would have to approve the merger anyway. So even if they lose on a federal level, like statewide, they wouldn't have the ability to do so because they're located in California. They would have to literally get rid of every single entity located in California, which, remember, Hollywood is located in California, right? So I could see this taking a long time, right? Hopefully for the better of the whole situation, because this would be a disaster again.
That move was followed by Paramount Skydance CEO David Ellison threatening,
of course,
to take his operations out of California if the deal isn't approved. William Brangham has more on a conflict that's rattling the industry.
If Paramount did leave California, and that is a big if, it could mean thousands of jobs and billions of dollars leaving with it, dealing a serious blow to the state's
these big baby billionaires. Well said, yeah.
Already struggling entertainment industry. But a new report commissioned by LA County.
Also, it would probably cost a lot of money to do this, right? They would spend billions of dollars relocating, selling all this stuff, having to do all this stuff. And then they would go to like a state like what, Texas? And like, to what degree would that benefit them, right? It would only help them get the merger approved, and however many years it took to get through this whole court procedure, right? Which it's looking like it's going to be the next couple years. Yeah, just called their bluff. Yeah. I just think they definitely could do it. They definitely could do it, but completely pull out of California, that's where all the connections are, right? So like, think of it this way, guys. All the connections, all like the important aspects of Hollywood are located there. If you're not in Hollywood, you don't get shit, right? It's kind of like when I finished my degree, right? To get a decent or very good political science job, you basically have to be in the DC area, right? With the exception of maybe a few other places. The DC area is where it's at. Well, it's very similar for Hollywood, right? Why do so many people move to Hollywood and like live out of their car or whatever? Oftentimes it's because of this, right? So they would get at least a 10-year tax break from Texas and write off California's losses. Yeah, they'd have to something like that, right? But I mean, to what degree? Like, again, we'd have to see all this and what it plays out to. But yeah. Yeah, yep. That's why Ottawa is a great place to study poli-sci in Canada. It's the same thing. Yeah, because Ottawa makes, right? It makes perfect sense. My neighbor's waving to me, guys. He's very friendly. They have all the studios and infrastructure in Cali. Yeah. Like all the connections, all the people are there, right? It's also like a time zone thing. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm with you, Living Lily. I say call their bluff. It's gonna be harder than they think, right? Even Elon hasn't completely left the state. So
indicates that
Papa Gus, if you're watching, I hope you are well, sir. Goat. Yeah, he says I was talking to him, was it 2 nights ago when we were talking when my sister was showing the baby. And he said he loved watching you guys. So I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
A successful merger, with its consolidation and elimination of overlapping positions, would also cost jobs, nearly 4,500 of them.
Yeah, but I think this is like a bad approach, right? This is a very neoliberal approach to take, because it also will cost them, right? And they're not just going to do this willy-nilly, right? So, I don't know. Like, we have to be a little bit more honest with ourselves about this going through, right? And there are ways you could go around, like, this whole idea as well. Oh, yeah. Hello. Sorry.
And see
Grandpa Gus. Yeah, because he's a grandfather now.
Several $1 billion in lost wages in the first few years.
Damn right.
David Ellison's departure threat has made Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass change her tune on the merger. After initially opposing it, she's now calling for a quick resolution of the multi-state antitrust case. So for more on what is at stake here, we're joined by Matthew Bellany. He's the founding partner of Puck News. Matt, thank you so much for being here. As I mentioned, the merger is stalled right now because the Attorney General, Rob Bonta, and all these other states have got this antitrust case against the merger. And now, as you reported, and you broke this story, David Ellison is threatening that if the merger doesn't go through by this fall, we're going to pull up stakes and leave L.A. How seriously should we take that threat by him?
Well, it's definitely a threat, and he's definitely using it as leverage. And he made the threat because he felt that he had no other option because the Attorney General would not even meet with him. So take that with a grain of salt. But I do think Ellison is serious about this. Remember, he's the son of Larry Ellison, who is the controlling shareholder of Oracle. And Oracle did exactly that. When it was fed up with taxes and regulation in California, Ellison moved to Texas and then Tennessee. And now we have his son making a very similar threat when he's not getting what he wants out of the state. And there are plans afoot. They have had conversations with Tennessee, Texas, Georgia. There's one other state in the mix we don't know about. But this is a serious threat.
There's been such incredible fissures here. I mean, you've got the current governor, reportedly, the incoming governor, now the mayor of Los Angeles, all saying we need to make this merger work against a lot of the creative industry, including the union, saying, no, this is going to be terrible for jobs and this is going to just consolidate power. Are you surprised by how these fissures have shaken out?
A little bit, I guess. But, keep in mind, even amongst the major labor guilds in the entertainment, there's a split. The Writers Guild is vehemently opposed to the merger and does not want it to happen. The Directors Guild and another union, IATSE, which represents below the line and more worker-oriented people, they have said that they would want a settlement with particular terms that they have outlined in a letter to the Attorney General. So it is this kind of Rorschach test when you talk to people in Hollywood. They're looking at, no one wants this merger. It's objectively bad. But many people acknowledge that it's probably going to happen. Or if this merger doesn't happen, Warner Brothers is likely going to be sold to some other company. So it's a question of what's the lesser of two evils here? And you have a big split in the industry.
And there's also the political dimension of this. As people know, the Ellisons are very close with President Trump. CNN would be part of this deal, and there is some concern about CNN falling into the hands of another pro-Trump organization. How much of that is an undercurrent here?
I think it's a major undercurrent. And I think it's something that has animated the Democrats on this issue. It's become a political football. Everybody has an opinion. And many people see what Ellison has done to CBS News since buying the parent company, Paramount. CBS News is undergoing a pretty radical overhaul. And 60 Minutes, a news brand that everybody knows about, everybody's kind of heard that things are afoot at 60 Minutes. So it's become this political thing that politicians know people care about. And yes, the Ellisons have aligned themselves very closely with the Trump administration. And the review of this merger by Trump's Justice Department was very swift and was approved, even though there were people at the Justice Department that really did want to review it further. So I think that is key here. It's not a...
I agree, right? This is clearly like cronyism to the max. My homie Mitch, I have a pension. I hate this with this fucking union. I'm still framing. Oh, hello, Grandpa Gus. Yeah.
Coincidence that the 12 attorney generals
I've been kicked a pipe in a ditch that I've dug in like
who
4 years
are
now.
Opposing this merger are all from Democrat-led states. It's become something of a political football.
Yep.
And then there is the underlying economic issue. As you know so well, Hollywood has already lost, I believe it's 50,000 jobs or so in the last 4 years. What happens to the industry if several thousand more jobs get lost? What does the town look like?
Well, it's a smaller industry, and that is the reality of the situation right now. We're in a period of consolidation where the internet has completely disrupted the traditional entertainment system. Television is transitioning to streaming. We all see it in how we consume content these days. And the question is what is the industry that creates professionally produced content going to look like in 5, 10, 15 years? And all of these mergers and all of the threats and the politics of it all, it's all related back to the fact that this industry is undergoing disruption. And it's making a lot of people really nervous.
Matt Bellany, founding partner of Puck News, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I love the Picard emote. All right. Oh no. Of course. Everyone's favorite Secretary of War.
Just because you're married to someone doesn't mean that if Secretary Hegseth has one of the highest levels of classification access, he can't just hand that to his wife and say, here, honey, hold my beer and hold my classified information. It doesn't work.
Why do they always do that?
Work that way.
Hi again, everybody. It is 5 o'clock here in New York. I'm Alicia Menendez in for Nicole Wallace. In what feels like many lifetimes ago, but was only just last year, a relatively new administration was dealing with Signalgate, the scandal that exposed how details of upcoming strikes on Yemen were shared in multiple group chats on the app Signal, including one with Atlantic editor Jeffrey Goldberg. Now, I bring that up today because Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's wife, Jennifer, was in another...
Gus, have you watched Carney's speech about the trade war? Yeah, I told you guys to send it to me. Wasn't it live?
One of those chats. And as you just heard Senator Coons tell me...
That's something we were going to cover as well. Trump is basically going against the Supreme Court by imposing 50% tariffs on Canada. Again, even though I thought we had dealt with this, right? But this is what I was talking about earlier. The executive branch has the ability to essentially police itself, and it found that it did nothing wrong. So, maybe this is a problem we have to fix, right? We can't have an executive branch that just decides to not follow what it wants to do whenever it wants. B made a speech. I love the Carney. It was here. All right, cool. Thank you. We'll finish this up with Pete Hegseth, and then we'll...
Me and my co-anchors on the weeknight last year, her involvement is not normal. Now, there's new reporting in the New York Times that further exposes the outsized role Jennifer Hegseth plays alongside her husband. Quote, Mrs. Hegseth was for years Mr. Hegseth's producer at Fox News as he built a broadcast career. Now, 7 years into their marriage, she is his most influential advisor and his de facto producer at the Pentagon. She has prepped him for appearances, sat in on his meetings with journalists, interviewed potential members of his staff, and brainstormed ideas for the Defense Department videos he, and sometimes she, appears in. Like this video, where she is seen working out with sailors and Marines on the USS Boxer in Singapore wearing a "This is War" t-shirt. Yet Jennifer Hegseth's involvement goes...
Oh, shoot, look. Send 100 laughing messages. I forget a lot of these achievements. I wrote them. I spent like a day writing a bunch of achievements, so I don't remember every single one. But yeah.
Much further than PR videos and prepping her husband for interviews. More from the Times. Quote, last year she was in a highly sensitive meeting with her husband and top British defense officials after the United States temporarily stopped sharing military intelligence with Ukraine, the Wall Street Journal first reported. In a previously undisclosed part of that meeting, a Trump administration official told the New York Times the British indicated that they had officers on the ground in Ukraine and that without the U.S. intelligence, including early warnings of incoming missiles from Russia, the officers' lives were at risk. The British spoke in general terms, the official said, because the presence of Mrs. Hegseth made them uneasy. Later, they had a smaller meeting without her to go into detail. The Pentagon's chief spokesman said Mrs. Hegseth was only in the meeting for introductions, left soon after, and has not been present for any Defense Department conversation or meeting where classified information was discussed. But a former chief spokesman for the Pentagon does not think this should be taken so lightly. John Uliat, who left after working under Pete Hegseth for 3 months, said, quote, "It's bonkers. The defense secretary would involve his wife in his sensitive official duties, including sharing details of an impending military operation and face zero consequences. Any president deserves better judgment from his national security leaders." And that is where we begin this hour. Staff writer at The Atlantic, Tom Nichols. He's a professor emeritus of national security affairs at the U.S. Naval War College and military analyst. Retired Lieutenant General Mark Hertling is here. He served as the commanding general of the U.S. Army in Europe. It is good to see you both. General Hertling, the Times said there has never been a Pentagon spouse quite like Jennifer Hegseth. How alarmed are you by this reporting?
I mean, I don't even know if we know generally the spouses of the Department of Defense, right? Or the Secretary of Defense. But we know now because of this shit, right? Like if you were to tell me who was the Secretary of Defense back in Obama, like it's Leon Panetta, right? But I don't know his wife, like First Lady of War. Yeah, exactly. But now it's like, what? It just shows you the rot is everywhere in this administration. It's fucking obvious. She's a mommy wife. It's a fucking little dumbass prick. His wife takes care of him. Yeah. I mean, his wife. Women, am I right? Carry up more than half the sky, apparently. Totally a mommy. Yeah. A mama's boy. I love you guys. We are so funny.
Alicia, there's an important distinction between giving advice to your husband and listening, and the distinction between that and exercising government authority is quite an interesting issue. If Jennifer Hegseth helps her husband prepare for television interviews or offers private advice in their home at night, that's their business. I don't care. But if the reporting in the Times is accurate, and I think it probably is, and that she interviews potential employees or influences Pentagon media policy or listens into a classified conversation with allies, it's something different. I had a kind of a flashback when I was in the Pentagon, the one tour I had in the Pentagon, and I was working as the war planner, watching Secretary Rumsfeld have conversations with his combatant commanders from all around the world and discussing contingency plans. I can't imagine what would have happened back then if Mrs. Rumsfeld had been in the room with them, and these four-star admirals and generals would be discussing what they plan to do in their area of operations. It just doesn't make sense.
I mean, Tom, listen, this is a Secretary of Defense who already has a history of not understanding how to handle important classified information. You have this report that the British had to adapt their meeting because of Jennifer Hegseth's presence. It would be one thing if it were not interfering with our allies. The fact that you have other governments saying this is weird is embarrassing for us all.
It's also astonishingly unprofessional.
Oh, God. I genuinely, wait, I got to read your comment, dog. I had a girlfriend who treated me like I was stupid and wanted to do what she said. I genuinely hope she found her boy, but that wasn't going to be me. You're too stubborn for that. God, don't you want to be taken care of, Josephus?
This is not.
Could never be.
No matter where you work, the rule is that
I think it all depends, right? To a certain degree or not. I think it matters. Like I think it's important to know that about yourself, right? I think it just depends to what degree, right? It sounds like maybe she did it a little too much and you didn't like it, but
every day is not bring your spouse to work day. Does she have a clearance? Does she have a title? Is there some, accountable role that she feels? Look, the one thing Pete Hegseth and I have in common is we were both once Republicans, and nobody in the Republican side liked it when Bill Clinton said, "I'm going to start bringing the first lady into policymaking with no Senate oversight, no other role."
There's also a problem with nepotism, right? Aren't you the side that cares a lot about this stuff, even though they don't, right? They're the most nepotistic side, especially when you compare them to the Democrats. But still, I mean, if we're going to get dual Secretary of Defenses, she should have been interviewed by the Senate. Yeah, well said, right? That's very, very, oof.
That was an understandable gripe to say,
but they
you
love
can't
each other.
just bring a family member in and sit her down and say, by the way, my wife's going to,
why don't you accept their love?
Look over our shoulders here on this meeting.
Chat on.
I just find it astonishing on so many levels, including the hypocrisy here. Hegseth is really the chief advocate for, manly men, gusto, testosterone, guys being guys.
Why are you kissing women? Isn't it gay to like do anything with the women? I don't get it. Nick Fuentes told us that. God. Remember that, guys? I gotta pull that up again. Nick doesn't like. Hold on. All right, I'm using DuckDuckGo. Yeah, here we go. Just so you, in case you don't know, this is true, guys. If you haven't seen this.
What, people calling me gay because I've never had a girlfriend? I think if anything, it makes me less gay. If anything, it makes me not gay. As opposed to less gay. Not that there's any gay, but it makes me not gay. Well, because think about it this way.
Okay.
Gay people do date girls all the time.
Okay.
Real. And when I said on Elijah Schaefer's show, and they said, have you ever been in a romantic relationship? Have you ever had sex with a girl? And I said, no. If you name searched me on Twitter, as I always do, all these gay people are coming out and saying, I've had more girlfriends than Nick. I've had sex with more girls than Nick. So like I said last week, not only is that thinking flawed, but actually it's the reverse. That actually makes me really more heterosexual than anybody.
Yep.
If we're being
perfect,
if we're really
perfect
being honest,
logic.
Never having a girlfriend, never having sex with a woman, really makes you more heterosexual. Because honestly,
right,
dating women is gay. Having sex with women is gay.
There you go, guys.
And having sex with men is gay. And it's all gay. And if you want to know the truth, the only really straight heterosexual position is to be an asexual incel. That's it.
I guess I'm gay as fuck,
being
right?
Being a MGTOW asexual incel
Copium,
is really
thank
the
you,
straightest position that you can have. Having sex in itself is gay, I think. I think that it's really a gay act to begin with. Think about it this way. What's gayer than being like, I need cuddles, I need kisses, I need
And see, this is where you see Hegseth doing this stuff, right? Kissing and being all cuddly with his wife. And see, this is where the overlap. Guys, this attitude, this guy has influence in the Republican Party. That's, again, why we're playing this, right? Because what is going on? He's saying all this stuff, and it's overlapping with, like, Pete Hegseth and his wife and some of the macho stuff, right?
Guys, if having sex with boys and girls is gay, then I'm gay as fuck. Thank you for your attention to this matter. What gayer than sex?
Thank you, Living. So I make that joke all the time on this stream now. Oh my God. I'm pretty gay, yeah. Clip it. Oh my God. Oh my God, I love it. You got it, Living Lily. It's because that message is from me and you too. She clipped it as well, so she got the message.
It's all very sus to me.
Of course, dog.
I need to spend time with a woman. That's a little sus. It's a little bit sus.
God, imagine.
I think really.
I'm gay.
I'm like.
I wish I was gayer than I am now, and I had time for sex.
The straightest guy.
He's the straightest guy. You can't make this shit up. That's so funny, Living Lily. Oh.
He apparently has to bring the first lady into policymaking with no Senate oversight, no other role. That was an understandable gripe to say, you can't just bring a family member in and sit her down and say, by the way, my wife's going to, look over our shoulders here on this meeting. I just find it astonishing on so many levels, including the hypocrisy here. Hegseth is really the chief advocate for, manly men, gusto, testosterone, guys being guys, except that he apparently has to bring his wife with him everywhere, which to me, I'm sorry, but I don't care if it's poker night or I'll just say this. My wife is my best friend, my closest advisor.
Host, what's her name again? Is like, are we getting into misogyny territory? Jesus.
I love her dearly. And yet she does.
No, but I get what they're trying to say, right? It's like you're reading good faith into the argument. The good faith argument is, there's girls' nights and then there's like poker nights or whatever he's saying, right? And like there's work and then there's time with your significant other, right? And I think, like to a certain degree, you have to keep them separately, right? You can't like always overlap that stuff. And especially to the degree where he's the defense secretary, guys. Like this is an important cabinet position.
You gay chat. Classic. Not that there is anything wrong with that. If, however, people are giving you a hard time for being gay, fear not. Comcast is here to support you with our branded support wearables, bras, and jock straps. So if you are gay and looking for support, look no further. 69 forever.
My God. It's fucking brilliant. Thank you, Gray. Thank you. That was what I thought. Yeah. Is this why the dating pool is fucked? Because they don't know they're gayer. Yeah, exactly. Well said. Well said. Oh my God. Yes. Clip. You're good.
He has managed to let me get out of the house unsupervised on occasion. Trusting that I am not going to screw things up. This is a deeply weird, but also deeply unprofessional, and yes, damaging to the Defense Department arrangement. It shouldn't be happening, but it tells you something not just about Pete Hegseth, but about this whole circus that seems to be operating in the administration now.
Well, to that point, General Hertling, your latest piece is titled, Who Would Want to Be Friends with America Now? And in it, you write, alliances are relationships built over years, administrations, war, crises, and disagreements. Presidents inherit them from their predecessors, sustain them for their successors, and occasionally strengthen them through careful diplomacy. But presidents can also destroy them. That destruction rarely occurs with a formal announcement. More often, trust erodes incrementally. Can you speak to what this administration is doing to our standing in the world during this incredibly intense and complicated time?
Yeah, it is. I'm laughing at Tom because he's bringing it down to the gut level, Alicia, as he often does. And I love how he poses things. But I keep going back to imagine being a combatant commander or a service chief or a British defense official who's coming in for what you believe is an official conversation with the Secretary of Defense, and you need to find out what the classification level and the need to know of these defense plans are to his wife. It is just gobsmacking. I mean, my wife is my best friend too. And when I was serving, I would bring issues home to her and say, what do you think? Here's what I did on this. What do you think I did? And she would give me advice, but I'm not bringing her into the room to discuss those things that might be classified, because classification also means that you have a need to know. And Jennifer Hegseth does not have a need to know classified information. But in terms of our allies, they're all seeing this. This isn't just Jennifer Hegseth. What is Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff doing without classified information or security classifications, going around talking to other countries and seemingly having discussions about war plans and what's going to happen? If they want to be in government, unfortunately, they have to apply by the rules of government. So they're not just leaking information or using it for their business deals. It's specifically for the United States. And Alicia, I got to tell you, I know because I'm hearing from them, our allies are saying what's going on, and they are keeping secrets from us. And that's when it becomes dangerous.
New details today about the supply shortages on board the USS Lincoln and the lack of planning from Pete Hegseth's Pentagon ahead of President Trump's war of choice with Iran. For weeks, we've been reporting on the grim conditions on board as the war grinds on without
even if the next U.S. president is fucking DSA, it won't matter because we all know the next admin would be crazy as, yeah, well said, right? And the problem is, I've said this before in the past, and I just want to make it perfectly clear, guys. MAGA is not going away with the next president or whatever, right? A lot of these ideas are just going to form into new, even worse concepts, right? How do I know this? I'm just using history as an example, right? So, for example, during the Bush administration, if you study this, especially in books and stuff, right? What ends up happening is, if you've lived it too, right? The Patriot Act and all these things sort of form into a new version of conservatism. And that's how you get MAGA, right? Today, what we have is MAGA, right? So MAGA will evolve, maybe not to be as, it won't be exactly the same, but there will, I guarantee you guys, it will be just a different form of it. And because the two-party system allows this to occur, basically most are a good significant of Americans. I don't know about most, right? I think it's a good 20%-ish, a good swing vote, right? We'll just be like, well, I'm just going to vote for this side now because after 8 years, boom, right? And that's generally what happens with the electorate. It's very rare that 3 presidencies get elected in a row of the same party, right? It only happened once in the last 50 years, and it's only really happened twice when you take it into FDR. He got elected 4 times, right? And technically it was 4 times, and then the 5th time was also Harry Truman. So it was 20 years of a Democratic presidency, right? So that's generally what I'm saying about the swing vote, right? As we call it. So this stuff is all going to be on steroids when, and I agree with you, Josephus, as Carney said, sometimes American signatures are written in pencil. Yeah, and then you could just erase it. Well said. Just think, we'll cover that next. I just wanted to talk about this because this was pretty crazy. And then we'll talk about Stephen Miller, but just the next president has to do a lot of work to undo well, and that's another thing, is the next president's going to have a lot to do, right? Going to have to clean house. She's going to have a lot of stuff to do, or she, right? And I don't know who that person's going to be, right? Everybody said it was going to be Gavin Newsom. Not anymore, right? I don't think his star is falling, as they say. But who knows? That president can promise that the Fash MAGA will never be in power again. It won't matter. As a Canadian, I know many Americans want to fuck this up. I will never go back on trusting. Yeah, and I think the damage is permanent, right? To some degree, it's permanent. I don't trust the U.S. Yeah, I mean, nobody should. When will this nightmare end? Duncan, good to see you again, Duncan Crossberry. Welcome back.
Any clear endgame, concerns about wear and tear from 6 months of constant combat, potentially putting
That's how we like it up here. Oh,
service
no.
members at risk. Mental health crisis with reports of crew attempting to jump overboard. Broken showers and toilets, rationing of food, shortages of basic essentials like soap or toothpaste. One retired Navy commander told MS Now, "We didn't plan for this war. We just sort of did it on the fly. And when you fight a war as a pickup game, this is the kind of stuff that happens."
Makes sense.
Let's bring in MS Now's Pentagon reporter Priya Sridhar. She has that brand new reporting today. Priya, tell us, what are the details here?
Hey, Alicia, I think this is such an important question, especially because so many of the officials in this administration have tried to deny that there were any supply shortages on this ship or deteriorating conditions. But essentially what we're learning is that Navy leaders are saying that when Bahrain got hit by Iranian missiles at the beginning of this war, that essentially caused a ripple effect. We saw thousands of non-essential personnel from that base get evacuated. And this is really Fifth Fleet's logistical headquarters. This is where Navy ships in the region would go to get resupplied. But of course, with the Lincoln, they haven't had a port call in 208 continuous days. And now supply ships weren't able to go to that base. So they had to look for an alternative option. In the past, the Navy has used ports in Kuwait or the United Arab Emirates, but those had similar problems where they were within striking distance of Iranian missiles. So then the Navy could have looked at trying to get supplies through the Mediterranean, but that would have involved the Red Sea. And they had the same concerns there because the Houthis were threatening to attack commercial vessels in the Red Sea. So they had to pivot to Diego Garcia, which is a tiny island in the Indian Ocean, 2,200 miles away from the Gulf of Oman, which is where these aircraft carriers were sitting. So instead of being able to resupply these ships every 3 days like they would have been able to do if they went to Bahrain, they weren't able to resupply the ships except in 10-day cycles. And Diego Garcia is simply just not big enough. It doesn't have the capacity to hold the amount of supplies that you would need for 2 carrier strike groups. So as you said in the very beginning, Alicia, at the heart of the matter here is Navy leaders are saying that simply the administration thought this was going to be a few weeks long war, and it's turned into now we're going into month 6. And that's really what has caused all of this to have a trickle down effect on the service members not being able to get food and basic.
At least he's not orange and trying to invade half the world.
Hygiene supplies.
True.
I want to play for you, Priya, some of what Congressman Greg Casar said about this situation. Take a listen.
On the USS Lincoln, we had our soldiers, our service members in deplorable conditions. Their parents, including their parents in my own district in Central Texas, were speaking out about this. And Donald Trump said, I wish the deployment could go longer. It should just go longer. We had Donald Trump lie and say we weren't going to get into forever wars. Then you've got Pete Hegseth saying we could be in the Strait of Hormuz, quote unquote, indefinitely. Those were his words.
Priya, what are you hearing from those military families now?
I think that, Alicia, there's a lack of trust between the service members' families and the administration because, like I said before, at the very beginning, they were told that this was going to be just a few weeks long mission. They were going to be able to come home potentially in May. And then they saw their deployment extended and extended. And then to make matters worse, essentially we're hearing that the president is calling these service members and their families liars. And I think that these are some of the most patriotic people in our country. They've chosen to wear a uniform to defend our freedoms. And so to call them liars, I think it's really a slap in the face. And I had one family member say that she essentially feels like she's being gaslit, like their concerns are being minimized here. And so what they are really trying to focus on right now is the positive news in all of this, which is that the Lincoln is on its way home to San Diego finally. And they truly believe that none of that would have happened had they not all spoken out about this in the first place.
Under Pete Hegseth's leadership, we could see an unprecedented change to who is honored by our nation's military. Navy leadership is reportedly working to rename a new aircraft carrier that's under construction.
We talked about this, the USS Donald Trump.
And instead of honoring a heroic sailor, as was planned, they would name it instead for President Trump. That is according to 3 sources familiar with internal discussions.
Yeah, they basically took a black war hero and they were like, nah, fuck this. This is DEI. Let's name it the Donald Trump.
But there's good news. A massive asteroid might hit the Earth. NASA calculated a 3.1% chance of impact. Now, that is the highest ever recorded.
Yeah. Where's that damn asteroid?
Discussions who talked to CNN, NBC News has also.
Where's that good news, right? We've been getting a lot of bad news. I want the good news. That actually is a very popular emote too. I was looking at the stats. You guys love that emote. Some real nice. Don't look up. Yeah, I still gotta watch that movie. I still gotta look. I watched that. I watched the trailer, but I bet the movie's even. Like it seems really clever, right? Bro, you need to see it. Yeah, I'll see it. I've had so much stuff to do. I had a friend come in from last night, like literally right when I stopped streaming. I went to go meet him and we met up with some other friends and we had a fun night, but he came out of town. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
Also confirm the story. We should note the Navy directed CNN's questions to the Defense Department, which said it had nothing to announce at this time. But as we absorb this news, which would give an unprecedented honor to a sitting president, we also wanted to talk about Doris Miller, the man the ship is supposed to be named for. Doris Dory Miller was born in Waco, Texas.
Yeah, this is a crazy. I can't believe they did this. How was the travel?
Enlisted in the U.S.
You're not supposed to say that.
U.S. Navy in 1939. The son of sharecroppers played a key role defending U.S. forces during Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941. On that day, according to the National Museum of the Pacific War, Miller was retrieving laundry when bombs began falling. He was a mess attendant, 3rd class, one of the few roles open to black men in the Navy at that time. Miller, quote, arrived on deck where he encountered his mortally wounded commanding officer and carried him to safety. He proceeded to one of the machine guns, and although black sailors never received training on the anti-aircraft guns, he opened fire on the Japanese planes overhead. After the gun ran out of ammunition, Miller assisted in evacuating sailors after the order to abandon ship and was one of the last 3 men to leave the vessel as it sank. Even after leaving the ship, he helped numerous sailors to safety. Miller was the first black service member to receive the Navy Cross, the Navy's 2nd highest honor. The USS Doris Miller would be the first aircraft carrier named after a black and an enlisted sailor. But now, the same defense secretary who's reportedly blocked the promotions of numerous black and female officers may take that incredible honor away in order to honor a president who never served in our military. Yeah. With us now, Basil Smykel, a Columbia University professor, Democratic strategist, and MS Now political analyst. And
President Bone Spurs, am I right?
Retired Rear Admiral John Kirby. He is a former White House National Security Communications Advisor and an MS Now national security analyst. Basil, what does it say that this is even being considered?
It is a disgusting, despicable chapter in our country where you have a president and a party, honestly, that is trying to redefine what it means to be a citizen and a patriot in this nation. As you correctly said, that as an African-American sailor, there are very few jobs available to him. In fact, most African-American sailors were...
You guys won't let it go. Fuck! We caught you. As memorialized in Pearl Harbor. Okay. Oh, in the movie? You know, I've never watched that movie either. I'm not much of a big movie person, to be honest, guys. I don't know. I just kind of watch movies based off of other people's recommendations, but also every time I have a movie on, I rarely end up paying attention. I don't know why. Oh.
Get some ammo up here! We need some men on these guns!
Badass.
You're in charge, sir!
Wow. And he was in the movie. That's badass, even back then, right? Because that movie's like pretty old now, right? I remember when it came out as a kid. I didn't get the I was a little too young for it, but yeah, incredible. Yeah, Meat Shield Man. Thank you for the first time chat. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the stream. Oh my god. It's crazy. Badass. Badass. I mean, the dude's a hero, right? He should get a warship named after him. Why does President Bone Spurs get one? Yeah, right. He didn't even serve.
Redefine what it means to be a citizen and a patriot in this nation. As you correctly said, that as an African-American sailor, there are very few jobs available to him. In fact, most African-American sailors were given service-oriented jobs, not leadership positions. But he showed leadership in that moment and was awarded a Navy Cross, if I remember correctly, for that. And if I read this right, this distinction was granted during the first Trump administration. So why now? Why the change? Well, it seems clear to me that, again, the president is leaning into redefining what it means to be a citizen and a patriot in this country. And you see a lot of the language that addresses that particular issue, that people who protest this nation, people of color, aren't really Americans. But that act in and of itself, and just the service in and of itself, is an extraordinary definition of what it is to be patriotic, to love this country. And it's also part and parcel to the larger erasure of people of color from the history of this country.
Admiral, we know Pete Hegseth's history with blocking black female candidates from promotion lists. How much sway does the defense secretary have on the naming of an aircraft carrier? Because there is both the honor that is being taken away, and there is the other piece of this, which is the desire to bestow that honor upon the sitting president.
The Secretary of Defense has enormous sway over the decisions of the service secretaries on a lot of things, and this is one of them. Now, the way it works, the convention is that the Secretary of the Navy is the one who decides what ships are going to be named or renamed, and the Secretary of the Navy has pretty much carte blanche. But of course, in any White House, in any administration, they're going to make sure that the Secretary of Defense is plugged in and supportive of that. So Mr. Hegseth has a lot of sway here. Look, I taught naval history at the U.S. Naval Academy a long, long time ago, back when I was just a youngster. And you can't teach naval history to Naval Academy midshipmen without talking about Pearl Harbor. And you can't talk about Pearl Harbor without talking about Dory Miller and what he did that day, an incredible hero. Now, they're talking about maybe renaming another ship for him. I hope that they do that, because this is a man who deserves to have a U.S. Navy ship sailing under the American flag in his name. I agree that this is really more, in my view, about a vanity project for Donald Trump and making sure that he gets his name on yet another big thing than it is anything else. But it does send a very chilling message, I believe, and I agree, to African Americans in particular in the Navy and in the military about their value. I think there's another component here, Alicia, and that is that Mr. Hegseth has been on this culture war inside the Pentagon, diminishing the role of female leaders, diminishing the role of minorities, talking about merit and standards when, in fact, merit and standards has never really changed. And I do think that this will send a message to African Americans and people of color in the military that their service is maybe not as important as history would record that it actually has been.
Amazing that this is the conversation that we are having about where time and attention is at the Pentagon while we have the president's war of choice raging with Iran. John Kirby, thank you so much for your time. Basil, I'm going to ask you to stay with me.
First, it was the outside press. Now it is the Pentagon's own paper. The publisher of Stars and Stripes is retiring, saying the paper's mission has changed under Pete Hegseth. Max Lederer led the paper for nearly 20 years. In a memo to staff reviewed by the AP, he said, "It has become clear that my philosophy of leadership and my understanding of the mission of Stars and Stripes differ in fundamental ways from the direction of the Department of Defense and what it has for the new organization." So what exactly has changed? Sean Parnell, Chief
Shork, welcome back. Good to see you again.
Pentagon spokesperson.
How you doing, buddy?
Announced the Pentagon would be refocusing the content of Stars and Stripes away from, quote, woke distractions. Here's what he posted on X. The ombudsman, who was responsible for keeping the newspaper independent from DoD interference, was fired. Her name is Jacqueline Smith, and her outgoing column declared the Pentagon was trying to silence her. There it is. According to CBS News, 1.4 million people see it every day, the Stars and Stripes, and their reporting has not shied away from being critical of the military itself, at least in the past. Reporting on issues with unsafe military housing, ammunition production falling short, and cybersecurity failures in some branches' accounts. More recently, it's exposed problems on the USS Lincoln. So who might replace Lederer as the publisher? No word from the Pentagon, but leadership might not let him go so smoothly. CBS News is citing U.S. officials who report leadership discussed firing him before his retirement takes effect.
Today, I should tell you, the USS Abraham Lincoln is finally heading home after a brutal and record-breaking time at sea. The aircraft carrier and its crew of about 5,000 sailors are on their way to San Diego. We here on the show have been covering the concerns of family members of those aboard the Lincoln for a while now. Concerns about sailors' mental health.
Yeah, and this just shows you, like, if we weren't constantly covering this, right, and the food rations and all the Instagram posts and TikToks that have gone viral, would they have even cared? They would have literally, right? And the answer is clearly no, right? Because it embarrasses the administration, right? All those like Instagram photos that we saw that other people have covered too, right? Like this is what they're eating, right? Like, can you imagine, like, being so hungry after a day of, like, running around on a ship, and this is what you're fed? Disgusting food like this. Tiny little portions. Embarrassing the supreme. Well, exactly. That's the only way to, right? Look at this, guys. Camera real quick there. Yeah. What is that, like 500 calories max, right? And didn't we go over this? Like probably the average sailor or Navyman is burning something like 3,000, 3,500 calories, right? More disgusting food, right? That's a tortilla, apparently. That brown thing next to the disgusting patty. This is some first... yeah, exactly, right? Like, what the hell? Oh, my God. Disgusting food, right? Look at this. And the portion size is also, like, what's important, right? Like, this isn't, like, your first portion. Like, this is your meal. What the hell is this, right? Disgusting French fries that look soggy as hell. Like, I had better cafeteria food in high school than this, right? So, yeah, like this is like the advent. This is the good stuff of streaming and social media and YouTube videos, right? All this stuff that we've been talking about is it does bring like attention to this stuff. And look, like at least they get to go home, right? At the very least. It reminds me of the Black Sea Russian Empire sail coups, and the salesmen, anarchists who killed the officers and take control. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Like they say they can't even sustain during the Crimean War, right? And during right now, but especially during the Crimean War, that happened a lot. Like they do not sustain themselves with their daily training active service. My guy, I have better food with my first living own decided to live off noodles and cornflakes. Yeah. This is disgusting, right? Battleship Popkin meat shield. Cool.
Health, their safety on deck, a lack of supplies, food shortages, water contamination, you name it. Family members say the situation on the ship had become so dire that multiple sailors have attempted to go overboard. Now, of course, the Pentagon has denied all of these concerns. Trump himself has even denied the very fact that military families are concerned, which is quite a thing to deny. And while a lot of reporters have done a really excellent job covering what has been happening on the USS Lincoln, including our colleagues here, Priya and Lindsay Papia, but one outlet's coverage has been particularly notable. The military newspaper Stars and Stripes, the one I just mentioned in Talking with Ali. And that's because as a publication partially funded by the Pentagon, their coverage was effectively reporting on themselves. While a lot of civilians might be unfamiliar with their work, Stars and Stripes is a key part of our news ecosystem. If you work in government, if you work in national security, you definitely read Stars and Stripes, as do so many military families across the world. The paper was founded during the Civil War and has been continuously published since World War II. While other news outlets chase all sorts of stories, Stars and Stripes is just focused on what is happening in our military, day in and day out. They have a record of reporting on the military objectively, even on sensitive topics that might make the military look bad. For military members and their families all around the world, it is a key news source. It's also a key news source for us in the larger news world. And the reason it is so key is because it is editorially independent from the Pentagon, or at least it has always been. Now, back in January, the Washington Post reported that applicants for jobs at Stars and Stripes were being asked how they would support President Trump's policies. They were asked questions like, how would you advance the president's executive orders and policy priorities in this role? And identify one or two relevant executive orders or policy initiatives that are significant to you and explain how you would help implement them if hired. Not exactly the kind of questions you would ask an independent newspaper to ask its prospective hires, right?
Yep.
Well, it turns out leadership in the newspaper didn't know that these questions were being asked. They were being asked automatically by the government website that prospective hires applied through. They were being asked by the Trump administration, essentially. Now, the day after that report, the Pentagon's chief spokesperson, Sean Parnell, tweeted that the Pentagon was returning Stars and Stripes to its original mission, reporting for our warfighters, which to him meant, quote, and these are his words, refocus its content away from woke distractions. Now, the first real clue as to what that actually meant came from the conservative outlet, The Daily Wire. Pentagon officials told The Daily Wire that the plan was for the paper's content to be written by active duty service members, with 50% of the paper's content composed of materials generated by the Pentagon. And amazingly, no one told the people who actually ran Stars and Stripes that was the plan. The editor-in-chief of the paper, Eric Slavin, told the New York Times that all he had to go on was what he had read in the Daily Wire. Now, for its entire history, Stars and Stripes has been partly funded by the Pentagon, and its staffers have been Defense Department employees. But Congress mandated the publication be independent. Congress even mandated that the newspaper hire an ombudsman whose entire role would be defending the paper's editorial independence. In response to questions the Trump administration was making their prospective hires answer, the paper's ombudsman at the time, Jacqueline Smith, told the Washington Post, quote, asking prospective employees how they would support the administration's policies is antithetical to Stripe's journalistic and federally mandated mission. A few months later, the Pentagon issued a memo drastically expanding its oversight of the paper. The memo barred the paper from running stories from wire services like the Associated Press and even banned cartoons from being run. And most importantly, stated that the paper's content had to be consistent with, quote, good order and discipline. Now, as the paper's ombudsman told CBS News, they could say anything is against good conduct. The paper's ombudsman told the Washington Post that the memos threatened Stars and Stripes' continued editorial independence and that it did so at the detriment of the troops who rely on the newspaper for complete coverage and continued accurate coverage that is not propaganda. A month later, she was fired. And she put it in her final column. Apparently, the Pentagon also doesn't want you to hear from me anymore about threats to the editorial independence of Stars and Stripes. That's what she wrote in her final column. No official reason was given for her firing, but she also wasn't able to contest it. And then last month, one of the newspaper's reporters, Laura Cordy, gave one of the most appropriate statements I could really ever imagine a reporter giving about her role at the paper. Here was that statement, given as part of an interview with CBS News.
I'm working for Stars and Stripes, not for the Pentagon, not for any administration, not for any policymaker. I'm here to cover the military community.
Today, Cordy was fired. In a statement, she said that the Defense Department had fired her for insubordination because of her statement to CBS, because she said she works for Stars and Stripes and not the Pentagon, because she said that paper was independent. Today, the Pentagon also fired the paper's editor-in-chief. The editor-in-chief says he was fired for insubordination over something he said in an interview when answering a hypothetical question about his journalistic standards, a question about where his red line would be if the Pentagon attempted to censor or withhold unfavorable news.
Do you have red lines in your mind?
Yes, I do.
Give me a red line.
Well, don't run a perfectly accurate story. Run this instead. Here it is, written by the Pentagon. That would be a red line.
Joining me now here at the table is Eric Slavin, who you just saw in that clip.
And that's why he got fired, right? And remember, this is how a lot of people in the military learn about the news, right?
The editor,
like, what's that exactly? First Amendment, huh?
Editor-in-chief of Stars and Stripes, who was fired today by the Pentagon. And with us live from Germany is Laura Cordy, a Stars and Stripes reporter who was also fired today. Thank you both so much for being here. I know.
Hope my mom gets out of the hospital tomorrow. Oh my God, what's going on with your mom?
Today must have been.
I didn't know that.
A whirlwind for both of you. Let me start with you, Eric. For people who are just tuning into this, we just gave them a whole lot of information there. We tried to walk us through what happened today.
Well, certainly this was not what I expected when I woke up in the morning. I was going about my job. I was planning stories. I was planning one of Laura's stories, actually, about the Navy evacuees from Bahrain and the challenges that they're facing. And then around 12:30 in the afternoon, I received a notice of proposed separation from the Pentagon Public Affairs Office.
An email?
An email, yes. The email said that I would be separated in no less than 5 business days.
And did they give you any explanation in that email?
Yes, they pointed to the CBS interview, and they said that my hypothetical that you just saw.
That paper in the U.S. Today were the only papers offered often. They would carry pro and con debates about many topics. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know a lot about it, but I know like when it was created and stuff like that. But like that's what good reporting should do, right? And it sounds like another one just fell.
Which didn't say I would disobey anything or contradict anything. It simply said that I would affirm what the policy is, which is no news censorship or management. And that's That's been the DoD policy. That's been in the National Defense Authorization Act, and it's been in a number of places. So I feel like I affirm that, but they consider that insubordination.
And that was the clip we just played, to be clear. That's
Yes.
what they're saying you were fired for today.
Mhm.
Let me bring you into this, Laura. I know, and I just read part of the statement, but again, for people who were tuning into this story, and you were coming to us from Germany. So first of all, thank you for being up with us and sharing this. I think it's so important for people to hear about. When and how did you learn that you were fired today?
My timeline was quite similar to Eric's. As he mentioned, we were working on putting out a story today, going about our jobs. And around, it was more like 6:30 p.m. my time, I received an email with the notice of separation.
And were you given a similar reason? Were you given a reason in that email as well?
Yeah, similarly, they cited the CBS interview. They specifically cited the comment that you referenced about how I work for Stars and Stripes, which is in fact a statement of fact and a reaffirming of our editorial independence. And they said they consider that insubordination and similarly gave me a 5-day period.
I have to ask, I mean, as I noted, I'm a reader of Stars and Stripes. We've used your reporting, as we've talked about, the USS Abraham Lincoln and a number about the war in Iran and a number of other occasions. Stars and Stripes has been reporting on every.
Oh, that's even worse. Why so dankness? When they're stubborn about going to the hospital. She's been in for a week. And, oh, wow. So she's having trouble breathing. AI can't write that much cheaper and more Trump friendly. I know it's cheaper and it's more Trump friendly, guys. Just use AI for that.
Everything from munition shortages, accurate accounts of the number of service members, something that we don't always have accurate information on from the Pentagon, as well as military families stranded in the Middle East. Laura posted a story on that just today. I just wonder how you think about your firing in the context of all that reporting.
I know it's like frickin' Jor-El and Lara from Superman, the movie. Remember that? They're like overly bright white. Like it's like
I'm very proud of the reporting.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. This healthcare system's terrible. She should, yeah. This is a new color
that we've done, especially in recent weeks. We were the first to report many details of what happened aboard the USS Lincoln. And I'm concerned about the future rights of service members to a free and independent press. I think that what we do is one of the greatest expressions of American values that we can show the world. We believe in the First Amendment so much that we are willing to partially fund a newspaper that at times may hold government to account.
I know this is not what they stated. They stated specifically the CBS News report, but or your interview, I should say, is there any part of you that is concerned that some of the reporting that was critical of the handling of the war or some of those topics I just mentioned was a factor here?
Well, as you said, it wasn't in the separation notice that I received, so it's hard for me to speculate if that was a factor, but we do know that the administration wasn't happy about the reporting. They didn't single out Stars and Stripes, but they did talk about the reporting on the USS Lincolns.
Laura, what do you, I mean, you also
try to censor it, right? Because, duh, right? Then this is why internet sources are becoming more and more important, right, guys? Streaming, the YouTube videos, all this stuff, right? Instagram posts. As these kind of like more legacy media are starting to die, right? Like this is kind of something that they're going to have a lot harder time controlling. It's not that they can't control it. It's just, it's going to be harder to implement, right? Because it's more decentralized. However, I mean, as these companies gobble each other up, right, you're starting to see more censorship on the platforms, right? So don't be surprised if more and more left-wing streamers, YouTubers, right, get censored by Twitch, YouTube, right, TikTok. TikTok's already started, right? they basically demonetized so many left-wing voices on the platform when like TikTok was the biggest reason why Gaza got so much attention, right? It's really important.
So posted a story just today. It was about families who've been evacuated from Bahrain and the challenges they're going through. We can reshare that as well. I've gone through a lot of your reporting today. What do you think? Do you have that concern that even though it wasn't stated in the email to you that it could have been a factor?
I mean, it's hard to say at this point. Similar to Eric, there was no mention of any specific articles in my notice of separation. I will say we have been, covering this protracted conflict in Iran pretty diligently for the past 6 months, and I'm really proud of the coverage that me and my colleagues have produced. I think it's important. There are families and service members going through a lot right now, and some people may feel like that reflects good or bad on, the government given the situation, but it's simply the truth. It's simply the fact of the matter. And we feel like we owe it to service members to share the reality about their experiences.
Yep. All right. Now let's cover Carney's speech. This should be Canada's response. Canada has a response to Trump? What? That's breaking news to me in itself. Canada? What? Oh, God.
The Prime Minister has just come to the podium. Dominic LeBlanc, Janice Charette are there with him, the trade negotiators. Let's listen into Prime Minister Mark Carney.
To update Canadians on developments in our trade negotiations with the United States. I'm going to go through why we're walking away from a bad deal and what comes next.
Ooh. Shit-lib Mark
Pendant
Carney
une bonne
standing
partie de notre histoire, les Canadiens et les Canadiens.
No. He's speaking French.
Canadians could rely on favorable trade and a stable relationship with the United States, more and more open access to the U.S. market, and rules that both countries understood and abided by.
Shit-lib Marky.
That did not just change direction. The climate also changed.
We can't control the storm that blows in from Washington.
Facts.
We can, however, chart a new course by building Canada strong at home and diversifying our trading relationships abroad. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous.
We are masters in our own home.
Par excellence à l'étranger.
And an excellent partner abroad.
Canada has worked intensively and in good faith with the United States to negotiate a new comprehensive trade deal. We've been pragmatic, patient, and persistent. We pursued every opportunity to reach an agreement that protects Canadian workers and their families,
Try harder,
that strengthens our economy, and that respects Canadian sovereignty. We've been under no illusions. We recognized from the start that America has changed. Early last year in this room, I observed that the decades-long process of steadily increasing integration between our economies was over.
Buttman and Robin. I love that. How you doing, my new friend? Good. How are you, buddy?
Our government
Good to see you again.
Understood before many that America would transform all of its commercial relationships, that it would put a series of tariffs on its closest allies and use economic integration as a weapon. We recognize that sometimes its signature was written in pencil. We worked in that context to try to strike a fair deal on which Canadian businesses and workers...
Oh shit, Canada causing trouble. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when Canada comes for you?
Canada.
Our goal has always been to get the best deal for Canadians, never a deal at any price or on any time frame. Last month, when the United States announced another round of unjustified tariffs, I gave our negotiating team...
Give me the money, okay?
Oh my God.
Woo, ooh, ooh. Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Thank you, Living Lily, for gifting Buttman and Robin a a gifted sub. Appreciate it, girl. It's almost 3 a.m. and I'm air frying chicken breasts. So random. That's what she said. Figure that one out, huh? We're a big fan of that here. Random things you do at 3 a.m., right? I'm air frying a whole chicken. Damn, that's awesome. Yeah, the air fryers have become really popular, huh, guys? I hear that all the time now. They do, like, the food generally does taste pretty damn good. Kasparian takes 2 cents of every sub. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have trusted her. Oh my god, yes. Hell yeah, guys. We got a hype train. What up? Let's fucking go. I'll let Gloggy announce it. Okay, let's see. You attractive person. Let's fucking go.
Chuga. We got a regular hype train chat thanks to Living Lily. It ending at 8/20/2026, 11:30, 14 p.m. We at 1 and at 31%. So let's keep it going.
B Mark, I think it's Mark. How do you say your name? 6 Mark 4, right? Yeah. Because they're supposed to be Roman numerals. Or Mark 11 Mark 9, right? There we go. I'm trying to remember the old Roman numerals here. Don't think the U.S. can win the trade war with Canada. Canada sells input goods into the U.S. The U.S. finished products. You can get another finished product elsewhere, but it's really hard to switch input goods without raising the cost of everything. Yeah, and I think that's where their leverage is, to be fair. Also, remember, Canadian wood is sought after to build homes. We learned about that, right? And why is that so important? Because in Canada, the wood that we get generally imported from Canada to the US is harder. The pine is harder, and it's a better quality because generally speaking, the wood from like colder climates, which Canada would be considered colder than us, right? Is better off, right? And we learned all about this in that video that we watched. So I found it quite interesting that so that's just an example of what you're saying. But welcome in, Mark. I really appreciate you being here. Welcome to the stream. You hear air fryer are really popular now, Gus. Boomer Gus. They've been pretty good for 3 years now. Well, I don't cook much. So yeah, but they've been very convenient for me. It's just Mark was taken. So yeah, Dad. I wasn't sure if you were trying to do that.
New follower to the commune. Thank you, Vimarkiv.
Awesome. All right, I'll just call you Mark. Yeah, I wasn't sure you were like Vimarkic or something like that, right? Or like a Roman numeral system, or I don't know what. But so I just wanted to double check. But of course you did. Hey, McKay is online. That's how he says hello now. Buttman says, wouldn't you like anesthesia cover your insurance? Rather pay for it yourself, patient, it will take covered by insurance. Anesthesiologist is all right. Rock by, baby, on the treetop. I'm so hardwood right now. Yo, what got you to do that? It's just we are very integrated. Even like 70% plus of our trade is with the U.S. So there are many things. Well, yeah, and the U.S.'s largest trading partner is Canada, right? So we're pretty integrated as well. Yeah, well said. It's going to have an impact, right? This is why I'm not a fan of this stuff. If the 50% tariffs become a normal thing, life might become harder. Yeah, well said. Oh my God, Living Lily. Love it. Thank you.
Give me the money.
Thank you.
Give me the money. Okay?
Ooh, Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Woo! We did it.
Percent.
Fuck yeah, guys. Love it. What the? Oh my God.
New mandate to seek a fair.
Holy shit. Thank you, girl. Strategy member. I thought you already subscribed. What
Give
the
me
hell?
the money. Give me the money. Okay?
What the fuck? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh my God.
The biggest load that we've seen.
Fuck yeah, girl.
Chuga, huo. Who, woo, 000000000000 train level 6 reached. We advanced from level 1 to level 6. Keep the support coming and keep this train moving.
What the fuck? Thank you, Luce.
Lucy
my God.
Rosie 20 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb.
Wow,
Everyone
what
take
the
cover.
fuck? Thank you so much. I'm honored. Thank you very much. That's a lot of subs, girl. You don't have to do that. That is some hardwood. Almost 50 viewers today. Yeah, we're really growing, right? We started at like 1 viewer, 0 really, but insane actions from executive branch. I know, this is crazy, guys. Thank you so much for the support. I love you guys very much. I love this community. It's why I show up for you guys, right? I love this. I love politics. And I love you guys, right? Like, you guys make this community, right? So I really appreciate you being here. Happy for you, bro. You deserve the support. Thank you. I really appreciate it, McKay. Yeah, and if, now's a good time to subscribe if you haven't already, because you do get an emote for it. And if you can't, don't worry about it. You're still good. But yeah, absolutely, right? The support does help. Yeah. Oh my, what the? Splendinavia! What up? My goat. Thank you, Splendinavia. Holy crap. You didn't have to do that, man. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Give me the money. Give me the money.
Splendinavia just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
We got to do it, guys. We've been doing this for a long time. We're one of the first ones with this song.
Not war, yes peace, forever, forever, forever.
Cheer 100.
Decirle al pueblo de Estados Unidos.
Thank you, McKay.
No a la guerra. No queremos una guerra en el Caribe ni en Sudamérica.
I can buy a new hoodie
No.
finally.
Not war, yes peace. No a la guerra loca. No crazy war, no. ¿Cómo se dice en inglés?
Maduro cooking.
Please, please, please. Yes, peace. Yes, peace. Peace forever.
Shout out to Cheeto. He made
Peace
this
forever. Peace forever. Esto se llama lenguaje tarzaneado. Tipo Tarzán sería sí paz, sí paz, sí paz por siempre. Sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 paz. Not war, just peace. The people unite forever. Not war.
Hell
Just
yeah.
peace. Not war. Just peace. Forever, forever, forever.
We're about to end the hype train.
Decirle al pueblo de Estados Unidos, no a la guerra. No queremos una guerra en el Caribe ni en Sudamérica.
The dances
No.
are so funny.
Not war.
And we're the only ones who have this.
No a la guerra loca.
Someone made this for us. Because it was that bad.
No crazy girl.
We
No.
reached it. I'll let it finish though.
¿Cómo se dice en inglés? Please, please, please. Yes, peace. Yes, peace. Peace forever. Peace forever. Peace forever. Esto se llama lenguaje tarzaneado. Tipo Tarzán sería sí paz, sí paz, sí paz por siempre. Sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 paz. Not war, just peace. The people United States. De parte de the people Bolivarian Republic. I do one.
Everyone share your new emotes.
I do peace forever.
Unfortunately,
Not
I
war,
just thought.
just peace.
I've been playing that on hype trains because it's so badass, right? We play it all the time here just because I love that. Everyone share your new emotes in the hype train in the chat. What up? What is that? Do I have that one? No. Loose. I like that one.
Who? Whoa, 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 a root loot oh 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 loot oh 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 loot 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 oh loot loot low low low. The regular hype train has reached the station. We finished at level 6. Thank you to everyone who subscribed. Gifted subscriptions are cheered.
Damn right. By the way, for the new chatters in chat, that is Gloggy. He is our mascot. He is a political merch treasure goblin. If you've ever played like Diablo, yeah, they go around collecting stuff like shiny trinkets and stuff. But I was like, why don't I make my treasure goblin go after like political buttons and merch and all sorts of stuff, right? So there you go. That's Gloggy. If you earn enough channel points or if you donate bits, you can get him to say anything you'd like. And he also does all our announcements and stuff, so he's adorbs. Thank you very much, guys. Successful hype train, level 6. Let's fucking go! Hell yeah.
Our deal negotiated in good faith. Because I believe that people on the ground,
love your support.
on both
Thank
sides of our border, want this relationship to work. The bonds between Canadians and Americans are long, and they remain strong. A mutually beneficial trade agreement is possible, one that respects our sovereignty, one that builds on our complementary strengths, one that lowers costs for families on both sides of the border, one that creates good jobs for our workers. Canada has always worked towards these goals, even while America's attention and dedication to them have wavered. We've consistently proposed long-term partnerships, while America has often pursued short-term transactions. The gap between partnership and competitor, unfortunately, has remained too wide in recent days. So last evening, I instructed our negotiators to return to Ottawa. We cannot accept what they've offered, and we will not give what they've asked. Over the past year, the U.S. has imposed a series of tariffs that violate its commitment under our agreement with them in Mexico, so-called CUSMA. The United States has continually changed their rationale for these actions, from fentanyl to taxes on U.S. tech giants, to certification of U.S. aircraft, to the sharing of tolls of a bridge that Canada built and paid for, to our dairy policy, to provincial decisions not to sell American alcohol during a trade war, to a television advertisement that quoted Ronald Reagan, to smoke from wildfires while they threatened our communities. Another prominent justification for U.S. tariffs has been their claim that since the United States runs, quote, a trade deficit with Canada, we were ripping them off. Also a quote. But the U.S.'s narrow merchandise trade deficit only exists because the U.S. buys so much of its energy from Canada. Canada fuels American growth, supplying 99% of their natural gas imports, 85% of their electricity imports, 60% of their crude oil imports. I don't think they want us to stop sending any of that energy. And if you look more broadly at the comprehensive U.S.-Canada trade balance, which includes the many services from finance to entertainment that we buy from the United States, that shows a persistent American trade surplus. Most fundamentally, trade is about building mutual strength, creating a relationship that benefits both countries. For example, Canada is the largest customer for U.S. cars. In fact, we buy more American-built cars and trucks than the United Kingdom, Japan, and China combined. It's the same for American steel products. Canada is also the largest customer for 26 U.S. states.
Imagine a Latina grandma hearing you play. Listen, I actually have a story like that. I won't say who it is, but it's a close person that I know of. And they literally were like, I will not let you in this house because you are playing Diablo. But they didn't understand that Diablo was like a video game. And it kind of, I guess it kind of had to do with the devil, but not really. It's like a different version. So, you know, growing up in a very Catholic household, yeah, they didn't like that. And they told my parents, and let's just say my parents kind of laughed it off because they understood that it was just a franchise, right, Buttman? So, I mean, I could tell you all about that, but that's actually really funny that you brought that up because it's literally happened to me.
And the top
it's lame to play Diablo. I mean, the new one sucks, and so does the Diablo 3 was not very good either, but that is one thing I liked about the treasure goblins were like one of the funnest aspects of that game, right? Are they even in 4? I think, yeah, they are in 4. It's just that they were lamer, so.
Customer for 45 U.S. states. Last year, Americans sold almost $600 billion in goods and services to Canadians.
Yeah, no. That's so funny you brought that up because I haven't really, like, I haven't talked about that experience with other people because I thought it was just so, like, weird in, like, an interesting way, right? Not, like, in a, like, critiquing way. I mean, like, it was just so, like, I don't think I would ever... that would ever come up in conversation, but it's so funny that you brought it up, right, in the chat because it's literally happened to me, right? It's literally happened to me, and my dad was like, "Oh, come on, it's just a video game," and he was right. It's just a video game.
That's more than $1.6 billion every single day.
That's a good story to tell. That's fun. Yeah, I'll probably tell it. But seriously, like, it is hilarious, man, that you mentioned that because, again, I never really brought, like, I guess I should just tell it now. But basically what happened was, like, I was little and my friend got Diablo 2, right? And Diablo 2 was really popular. So we went to the store. And he picked it up and he started playing it. And I was like, oh, man, I need that so bad, too. Right. So my birthday was coming up. Right, guys. And this like older lady asked me, what would you like? And I was like, Diablo. And she was like, what? Yeah, I want Diablo. Diablo 2. And guys, she literally was like, I am not buying that for you. Excuse me? What? And I was like, well, why not? I want it because my friend has it and I want to play. Right? I want to play as the Amazon and the Necroman. And she was just like, no, I will not support the devil. I will not support. And guys, I cannot believe this, right? Like, this is an actual story. And she's like, where's your father? Hold on. I'm going to call him right now. And I was like, oh, okay. Right. And my dad goes to church with her. So it was kind of like embarrassing. Right. And my dad was like, hello? Your son wants me to buy him Diablo. And he was like, what the fuck is Diablo? Right. And she's like, here, talk to your son. And I said, Dad, it's just a video game. He's like, oh, okay. Yeah. And he explained to her like for 10 minutes how it's just a video game and nothing wrong is going to come out of it. So like, just do it. And he's like, as long as there's no like sex or anything. And it's like, there isn't, right? Like, cause that is one thing my dad was like for really young kids, right? We were still young. And he was like, yeah, it's fine. Get him the game. So she ended up buying it. She ended up supporting Diablo for my birthday. But guys, literally, like, I was like blown away by the response, right? My dad had to step in and be like, yo, this is not something you should be worried about, girl. And she was like an older lady, so like he had trouble explaining it to her, right? So it's just so funny you brought that up. And I never told that story to anyone else because it was like just so like embarrassing. But I don't know how to describe it. It was so like shocking, right? That's probably the right word. Oh no, Leisure Suit Larry, huh? Yeah, well, that, but I don't know. Did Leisure Suit Larry even have sex? I don't think so. I think it kind of talked about it, or it had like instances of kind of like things happening, but there was no like actual like full-fledged like nudity. But yeah, I agree. But that I never got to play, unfortunately. Bro, how did you not tell that gem of a story your whole life? It just took you, man. It took you coming along to the stream. It was a god's, but literally like that's why I'm laughing my ass off, because I went through that myself. Like I literally went through that. So when you said that, I was like, does this guy know who I am? But I've never told that story to anyone. So there you go, guys. You're the first ones to hear it. I got a story like that with Granddad when I was getting into the game Bully. Interesting. Yeah. Boomers just have a hard time understanding, right? And also like there was like a bit of a language barrier there, right? And like Diablo does literally mean the devil, right? It means devil, and if you look at the title, it looks very hellish and like devil-like. And I mean, anybody would be like kind of be like, this game is fucking sus, right? Especially if you're like a Catholic grandma who's like very Christian, very conservative, right? Or very like religious. So that's what's so funny about this.
On the other hand, Canadian exports to the United States.
Thank you, man.
Lower costs for American families. In contrast, tariffs are taxes. Taxes which are ultimately paid by U.S. consumers. While the United States has imposed a seemingly endless stream of tariffs and threatened more, Canada has, by contrast, taken several steps in good faith to try to find compromise and secure a comprehensive deal in the best interests of both Canadians and Americans.
Oh, no.
Nos négociateurs ont cherché non seulement
Our
réduire les droits de
negotiators
douane,
sought not only to lower the tariffs, but also to restore a degree of certainty and stability through a new comprehensive agreement that Canadian businesses and workers could rely on, which brings me to the most recent negotiations.
Last month, the U.S. announced that effective August 19th, it would impose 50% tariffs on a series of industries ranging from hockey equipment to clothing, cement, and beer. The only advantage of this latest threat was that it was a catalyst for more intensive negotiations. Our objectives in these latest talks have been to preserve tariff-free access to the U.S. for the vast majority of Canadian businesses.
Oh, no.
Secondly, to provide greater stability to our trade relationship. Thirdly, to significantly reduce U.S. tariffs on our key strategic industries so that Canadian businesses in these sectors would have the best access of any in the world. Fourth, protect our small and medium-sized businesses, including by removing the imminent threat of those new tariffs. And fifth, fundamentally, maintain Canada's flexibility, independence, and sovereignty so we can keep building the country Canadians want. Canada has made offers to secure a fair, comprehensive deal that would be in the best interests of Canadians. We were willing.
Well, my mom took away the Latro book because there was Gollum and the Eye of Sauron on the cover. Oh yeah, that's too devilish. Only Buttman understands my pain. What up, Buttman?
To drop our remaining retaliatory tariffs on strategic sectors, particularly.
You can't judge a book by looking at its cover because you read books, but then the videographic PlayStations are bad juju. Yeah. Yeah, and I had a PlayStation and I couldn't even find a copy of Diablo on that either because of that crap. So it wasn't very common in the stores either. So
Particularly steel, aluminum, and autos. If the United States substantially lowered theirs to levels that made it economic for Canadian companies to export to the United States.
Yep.
In exchange for a fair deal, we would encourage our provinces to return U.S. alcohol to the shelves. And we would take administrative measures to protect supply management without changing the system itself, the U.S. quotas, or the tariffs that would apply. There were some things we wouldn't do. We were not prepared to compromise Canada's sovereignty or to undermine our key industries.
Wait, what? Why didn't you become the 51st state?
We were not prepared to accept any compromise.
Yeah, my dad was like that too. Like he was like, I can't remember a time where I was like, hey, I want this, and he said no because I'm censoring it, right? I never wanted Leisure Suit Larry, or if I had it, like I think I played it, and I never saw anything based off of it. So like, because I played it at my friend's house and he never was like mad about it. So I heard they came out with the remake. We gotta play that one. Or I gotta play that one. I was more of a PC compatible anyway. Yeah, same here. My dad got me a PC when I was really young, and I learned how to use a computer all by myself, right? So like he didn't even know how to use it, and I figured it out for him. Right? So this is what I mean. Like it shows you, like, if you have parents that are willing to kind of like humor your interests, it really matters, guys, right? Leisure Suit was so dog shit. Yeah, I didn't play enough of it, so I don't remember, but why do you toy with my heart?
Sovereignty, protection of the French language and our culture.
Oh, no.
For our American colleagues, let's be clear.
French.
For my government and for Canada, these questions were never on the table, even if the United States tried to put them there up till the last minute.
Now, in recent weeks, there had been important progress made towards a possible agreement, an agreement that would have reinforced Canada's position as having the best deal in the world with the United States, including by securing the best terms for each of our most important strategic sectors and by providing greater certainty about our future trading relationship. And while we believed earlier this week that we were moving towards a mutually beneficial agreement, in recent days, the United States proposed new terms that were uneconomic, unfair, and undermined the net benefits for Canada and called into question the reliability of any deal. In short, they asked too much and they offered too little. More fundamentally, the cumulative effect of U.S. demands revealed the limits of their commitment to a true economic partnership. As I said earlier, as a result, last evening I suspended trade negotiations with the United States and directed our negotiators to return to Ottawa. I want to thank Minister LeBlanc and our chief negotiator, Janice Charette, their team. They've worked hard in good faith right up to the last minute to defend the interests of Canadians. Now, Canada will match Washington's new tariffs dollar for dollar in order to protect Canadian workers, farmers, families, and businesses. Our response will be concentrated in sectors such as steel, dairy, appliances, agricultural equipment, pulp and paper, and electronics. We'll also include...
My PC regularly used to fly through all the house with screen, keyboard, and mouse in the main box. Yeah, because that many people used it. Honestly, the whole world should just stop talking about the U.S. until Trump is gone. The moron tries to bully everyone and make the U.S. more isolated every day. Well said, right? I thought that was a strategy to a certain degree, but I don't think that's worked out as well as we would like, right? I hope otherwise, but there are too many important things that haven't been addressed, like Trump's wanting to declare the St. Lawrence national security threat risk, and the new icebreakers to sit around the Northwest Passage in a few years. Well said. Yeah, and the drilling right off of Greenland, right? I almost said Iceland because that's what it should be called, but it's Greenland. Nations should be blacklisted. Sorry, Greenland should be called Iceland, and Iceland should be called Greenland, right? I propose you guys do a trading of names. Splendinavia. I'm tired of having to always call it Iceland when it's really green, and Iceland, and vice versa. Yeah, no. We're not doing that anymore here.
Products that are currently subject to unjustified Section 232 and 338 tariffs.
I spoke to Ice Beans. So we're working on more emotes. So he waded into us earlier, so that was another good thing.
This is a focused response.
Yeah.
A focused response to protect and defend our industries and allow them to compete with U.S. products in the Canadian market. In the coming days, we'll release details of these new tariff measures which will come into force the Tuesday after Labor Day.
Yeah, I remember that.
Let me be clear. We take this step reluctantly. Because we recognize that some of these measures will raise costs and reduce choice for Canadians. Reluctantly, because we recognize that some U.S. companies and some U.S. states are innocent bystanders in a dispute that they did not want. Reluctantly, because this trade dispute is preventing Canada and America from doing so much good that we could do together. But at the same time, we take this step confident that it is in the best interest of Canada. And that by rejecting a bad deal, by standing up for Canada, by focusing on what we can control, we will build Canada strong for all. Building at home and diversifying trade abroad is not our plan B. It has been our plan A from the start. Canada will continue to pursue this path to build Canada strong because it's right and because it's working. We're moving rapidly to build major infrastructure. We've already referred 27 nation-building initiatives to the new Major Projects Office, new ports, mines, energy corridors from every region of the country that now represent $500 billion in new private investment. Projects that will help Canada build bigger, move faster, and trade more with the world.
Thanks to Build Canada homes, We are accelerating the construction of affordable homes. In just a few months, that new agency has committed to building more than 17,000 housing units through 17 partnerships. We are also building local infrastructure that Canadians can rely on every single day, thanks to the Build Strong Communities Fund, which represents an investment of $51 billion. More than 100 projects have already been announced right across the country, and they include new hospitals, new community centers, and new public transit lines as part of agreements with Yukon, Northwest Territories, Nunavut, Ontario, and Quebec. We will also double the capacity of our electrical grid by 2050 so that Canadians have access to affordable and sustainable energy for generations to come. Because controlling our energy means controlling our destiny.
Just last Monday in St. John's, the governments of Canada, Quebec, Newfoundland, and Labrador launched the single largest investment in Canada's history to build the largest clean energy project in North America ever. Une deuxième Bay James.
A second James Bay.
Enough clean electricity to power every single vehicle in Canada. We're building our economy while taking charge of.
Yeah, they call it the Esquassu of, right? I've heard that said before. Esquassu is the giant power dam in Paraguay. It's actually on in a tri-state, quite literally, area, right? It's right on the border of Paraguay, Argentina, and Brazil, right? It's a giant dam. It produces some of the most electricity in the entire world, right? It's most of Paraguay's GDP just alone.
Our security by investing $500 billion.
We could be doing stuff like this, right? All right, China does a few of these projects and they do very successful. As long as we're doing them environmentally friendly, right? But yeah, we could be providing so much power that it would just be unlimited power, right? Unlimited power. Been trying to, yeah, but even the provincial trade hasn't been fixed, right? And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I spelled it wrong. Hold on. Keyboard's all the way over here. I can't really type. Copy it here. This monstrosity, right? This is considered one of the biggest dams in the entire world. And it's because this river basically splits 3 different countries and forms into one, right? So we've gone over it in the past, but it's huge. It's huge. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I went to pick up chicken parm and spaghetti. Been craving it. Oh my God, me too. Ever since we've been talking about one of my ex's lasagna, I wanted lasagna. Damn it. Remember that?
$1 billion into our defense, expanding our shipyards, growing our aerospace industry, increasing our cyber capability.
Did you bring some for us? For real. Sharing is caring, girl.
And we're realizing Canada's full potential as an energy superpower in nuclear, LNG, renewables, and low carbon oil and gas. These are the initiatives that are the future of our country.
Mm-hmm.
Canada is now the best connected economy in the world. Over the last year, we have signed more than 20 trade and security deals across 5 continents. We completed our most recent deal with the United Arab Emirates in a record 47 days. Canadian businesses now enjoy tariff-free access to 1.5 billion consumers. Over the next 6 months, we'll double that number through new trade deals from ASEAN to India. C'est automne.
This fall, we will begin discussions with the European Union,
probably cover it after this,
the second largest economy in the world, to deepen and strengthen our economic and security partnership.
Canada is building such unparalleled market access because we're trusted, because we're reliable, and because we have what the world wants. That's why the world is coming to our door. In just 3 weeks, we'll host the first Canadian Investment Summit in Toronto. The summit is attracting the world's largest investors who collectively manage over $100 trillion in assets. When they get here, they'll find a Canadian economy that has never been more connected or more ambitious. Nous réduisons les impôts.
We are lowering tax. We are removing barriers and accelerating the transformation of our economy. We lowered the tax rate on new business investments to only 13%, which is 4.5 percentage points lower than in the United States and approximately half of the G7 average. We are accelerating the process to approve new investments, making them more predictable, while also investing with the private sector. We are building one Canadian economy. Over the last year, we eliminated all federal barriers to internal trade. We also relaxed conditions so that Canadian workers can use their skills right across the country. We are also working with the provinces and territories to remove barriers that have divided our economy for generations. At the same time, we are taking steps so that Canadians can buy Canadian, hire Canadian workers, and build with Canadian materials more easily.
Budget 2026, we will go further to make Canada even more competitive and attractive for businesses and strategic investors to build, invest, and grow. The new U.S. tariffs are designed to hurt us and divide us. They're a miscalculation. They're a miscalculation because Canadians will always take care of each other. We know we're stronger together. In the last year and a half, Canadians have met this moment with resolve, with purpose, with strength. In many ways, vacationing in national parks, buying Canadian products, choosing Canadian, small acts of solidarity, repeated millions of times that make a statement. We're masters of our destiny. This government is matching that spirit with $25 billion to protect Canadian workers and businesses hurt by American tariffs. We're helping small and medium-sized businesses respond by investing in equipment, in productivity, and supply chain resilience. And we're financing large companies to keep large employers operating and to retain their workers. We're helping those hardest-hit industries retool and pivot to those new international markets. And we are being our own best customer.
Oh, shit.
We have the right plan to build Canada strong. We're on track, and it's working. At the same time, we recognize that some of the biggest payoffs of this plan, of this transformation, will take time. And that's why we're also focused on giving Canadians a boost today and a bridge to that better tomorrow. So we've cut taxes on incomes, on housing, and on gas. We've introduced the Canada Groceries and Essential Benefits, up to $1,890 per family, helping 12 million Canadians get ahead.
Yes. Yes, Green New Green New Deal. I like that. The great name. Green Nude Eel. Good to see you again. Medium businesses like psychic hotlines and palm readers. Yeah, it's debatable. You could definitely include them. We have achievements on here, so everything you basically do gives you an achievement, right? Like if you do something, you get an achievement. So that's what that was. Yeah. And then the chat will tell you what Gloggy will tell you what the achievement is, right? Like you sent your first message. So yeah, thanks, of course. Good to see you again. Yeah. Can we get a green nude eel emote? I know. It's a pretty good, that's a great name. I love it.
We're stronger now than when the United
I
States
might have to do that.
started this trade war. More unified.
I always love like clever ideas, right? You guys love the emotes. Like I've been seeing the stats of the emotes on other streams. It's been like you've used the emotes on like 700 different streams and like thousands, if not tens and 20,000 times. It's like ridiculous. So thank you guys. I'm glad you like them, right? And they're only gonna get better thanks to like all the work we're putting in on the background. So true. Take the surface vest. So that's why I say, guys, subscribe. You know, you're gonna have awesome emotes to use. These government wins won't benefit the average Canadian. Yeah, unfortunately.
More determined, more ambitious. With the strongest fiscal position in the
And you aren't bad. Yeah, I'm just a tertiary, right? Thought. I'm not really that important, guys. Like it's all that other stuff, right?
G7 and a resilient economy. Canada has all
Weren't you
the
guys
resources
debating that in chat earlier? I love that.
we need
I
to
laugh.
pivot and to prosper. Growth is accelerating.
Like,
We're
and
projected
does.
to have the second fastest rate in the G7 this year and next. We are creating jobs in this economy at 4 times the rate of the United States. Our non-U.S. exports are up sharply. They're on track to double over the next decade. Foreign direct investment in Canada is at its highest level in 2 decades.
Ducky hops between sharp observations, playful digs, and often mixing casual slang with quick cultural nods. You do that. Yeah, that's literally your style. They poke fun with imaginative exaggeration and meme references, showing a layered humor that blends sarcasm and internet culture. They engage with Gloggy and in a teasing, friendly way that plays off of the goblin's personality. Playful teasing tags include playful teasing, meme savvy. You are very meme savvy. Casual slang, pop culture, friendly and friendly banter. Yeah. So if you want to get your assessment, like I know there's a lot of new chatters here. All you do is do !assess. So that's double S, SS, right? 2 S's. Ass, right? And then just type like you normally would, chat like you normally would, and you'll get your own assessment. I never exaggerate. Oh, shots fired.
It's running at twice the rate of our nearest G7 competitor.
Basically, you get a report of what kind of chatter you are, right?
Canada. Canada now ranks as the most attractive country in the world for infrastructure investment.
Hell yeah. Oh, Canada.
Last spring, I warned that America is trying to break us so they can own us. And I promise that that will never, ever happen. We are keeping that promise. Canada is becoming stronger and less dependent on America. We are already giving ourselves more than they can take away. And we are just getting started. As we observed earlier this week in St. John's, Canadians don't submit to the weather, we thrive in it. We don't wait to see which way the wind's blowing or surrender ourselves to the waves to be storm-tossed by events. We set our own course. We make our own weather. Au Canada, nous sommes maîtres chez nous.
In Canada, we are
de
masters in our
l'océan
own house,
à l'autre.
from coast to coast to coast.
Building Canada strong for all.
All right. We toot our own horns. Damn right, Canada. How bad can Trump be that even Canada doesn't want to deal with you anymore? Exactly. Even Canada. God. Canada. Has Trump started tweeting shit about Canada being the 51st state again yet? Yeah. Not yet. I just checked, but checked a few hours ago. Nothing. We choke our own chickens. That's what she said. Oh, wait. Never mind. Wasn't said shit. Yeah. All right. Let's fucking go. You know what's up next. Actually, you don't. But apparently, Trump wants to do something to the Statue of Liberty. Can we just imagine what that is?
Back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. Want to welcome to the program Priya Jain. She is the chair of the Heritage Conservation Committee.
Yeah, it's probably why we ended up bailing out Japan, too, because Japan does own a lot of our debt, right? It's like China, Japan, and I think Canada in that order, right? I forget who the third one is, but I'm pretty sure it's Canada's up there, right? It would make sense, too.
The Nonprofit Society of Architectural Historians.
Yeah. It's like, I've seen numbers saying that Japan is number one. I've seen numbers that have said China's number one. I'm probably going to believe the China numbers, the way you break it down with that. I'm going to assume China, Japan, and then it's the U.S., right? Paint her gold. Yeah. Basically. I mean, can we all just guess? Guess in chat. Yeah, mine are showing early signs of arthritis. Oh, man. I'm going to guess gold nipple rings for the Statue of Liberty. Yeah. That was my guess, too. That or just paint her gold and gold makeup. Make her look less French. I know. Because the French, remember the freedom fries thing? How fucking cringe that was.
Associate.
Like when you study it. Hold on. Make her look less French because the French don't support us anymore. This is where this all this stuff started, right, guys? If you like the beginnings of MAGA all stemmed from this garbage like Bush administration, right? They're like the little seeds, right, that led to this crap. Look.
I want to get to Washington right now. The refusal of France to support the U.S. in Iraq, triggering a symbolic protest. Instead of offering French fries, some restaurants across the country now calling them freedom fries. That message also being heard in Washington, now being served in congressional cafeterias. Freedom fries, and instead of French toast, you can get freedom toast.
We ran across this story coming to us from Beaufort, North Carolina, where a certain restaurant there is now
saying,
go,
guys.
They're not going to be serving any more French fries. That's what we're hearing, and Neil Rowland is he's the operator of this restaurant.
Actually, she was modeled after an Egyptian lady. Still, Napoleon took over Egypt. Therefore, French.
In Beaufort, North Carolina. And here's Neil. He's joining us now live to tell us what this is all about. Hey, Neil, where'd the idea come from?
Oh, my
we
God.
opened up our menu and the word French just took us and grabbed us. So all of a sudden we decided, you know what we're going to do? We're going to change our French fries to freedom fries in support of our president, also our troops, to show support.
Yeah. Yeah. You cannot make this shit up, guys. The Tea Party was MAGA's ancestor, basically. Yeah, and before that, right? The Tea Party, right? But I'm saying, like, in the Trump administration, you could already see the seeds of MAGA, right? Now they do this on the regular. We're no longer calling it the Department of Defense. We're calling it the Department of War. Well, I don't really care what you want to call it. You can't call it the Department of War without a congressional, and they do it anyway, right? So it's basically like those seeds have all germinated, guys, right? They have all 9 months later, a baby is born. except it was more like 20-something years, right? So dedicated, they didn't get new pages printed. Yeah, it's cringe, right, guys? So this is why it's important to know this stuff, because you kind of see like the beginnings of it. And that's why I say MAGA is not dying, right? MAGA is not going away. It's just going to look different in maybe 10 years or so, right? Even 5 years.
Professor of architecture at Texas A&M University.
Welcome back.
I'm sorry, is
Room.
it Priya or Priya? I just asked you. Priya. I'm sorry. I'm very bad at that.
I remember back when Dan Quayle was the dumbest guy to ever misspell potato. Those were the days. Yeah, Dan Quayle looks like a genius now, right? There you go, right? You could argue that was also a precursor to MAGA, right? Like having just really dumb people in the government consistently. Right. So like the more you research this stuff and the more you read about, like you do see like beginnings of this stuff in our culture. Right. And I think part of it, well, we've talked a lot about this. I think it's just we've gone so far to the right on all these issues that it sort of just creates more and more problems. Right. It makes them even more powerful, right? So what makes the war budget 1.5 trillion, not a defense budget? The Gulf of America. Yeah, that's another, right? That's like the latest version of the freedom fries thing, right? So instead of now, guys, and all this stuff just comes back to bite us in the ass, right? So that's why I'm a fan of it, right? You have to look at this stuff and then be like, okay, so where are we going to, what's happening in the future, right? The future looks like butt. And that's what it looks like. Wasn't she meant to be just a lady of justice and the USA decided, nah, let's Lady Liberty? Just, I might be misremembering the whole story. I don't remember that whole story either, but no joke, Nixon. It was a gift, right? By the French. No joke, Nixon kind of looks base compared to the shit that's going on. I mean, at least he had the decency to resign.
Priya,
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Thanks so much for joining us. Tell us, we got a phone call a couple of weeks ago about Section 106. Section 106 of what?
Thank you. And I'm so glad that you got a phone call, because this is something that matters to the people. And I think that is why they're calling in to shows like yours. So let's back up and talk about what Section 106, right? So it's a section within an act that was passed by Congress in 1966, which is called the National Historic Preservation Act. And so it's a congressionally passed act, and this is a section within that act that tells the federal government how to deal with historic properties in all of their undertakings. If they're building a bridge, if they're building a new highway, and they encounter properties that are significant in American history, how they should deal with them.
And so in practice, what is that meant over, I guess, the 60 years or so that this has been in effect?
That's right. So it is poignant that this is the 60th anniversary and America's 250th. And it's kind of a weird time, to actually entirely decimate this law that has been in place for a very long time and has been very effective in stewardship of our country's, national treasures. So I want to back up just a little bit and say, why this act needed to be passed by Congress in the first place in the 1960s. And that was because until that time, the U.S. didn't actually have a comprehensive method of, of preserving our historic places. There were some piecemeal efforts here and there, and that had and they were not effective. And what that had meant was that after World War II, because of urban renewal, because of a lot of new kind of building in the core of American cities, a lot of historic neighborhoods were completely destroyed. And there was this kind of collective alarm within the country that something needed to be done. We could not go on like this. We wanted to be more mindful and strategic and thoughtful when we planned these new projects, so that we're not completely destroying what we value. So there was kind of a very strategic, concerted effort to think about this law and to pass it in the 1960s. And of course, no law is perfect, and there have been kind of revisions to it, and ways to make it better. And the Section 106 process itself, which is managed by something called the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, which is another federal agency, right? They have made improvements to it over the year. But what is happening currently is that they have proposed a major overhaul to this entire law that has caused significant alarm within the entire preservation community, of course, but I'm hoping I'm able to kind of point this out today, that it should concern all of us, because it completely changes the public's voice in determining what happens to properties that we own collectively on these federal lands.
Can you give people a sense of what kinds of properties you're referring to? Like, what is the scope of what is covered here under this rule?
Right. So it covers all the way from kind of important, significant monuments that we all recognize, like Independence Hall, the Statue of Liberty, monuments that any regular American would visit, right? That you think of as kind of major American monuments, the White House. And we can talk about the White House because that's a bit of a unique situation. But yes, I mean, Arlington National Cemetery, all of these places that have been in the news.
Diesel. Hey,
so
how
it
you
includes
doing?
these kind of major monuments.
Welcome back. Good to see you again.
But it
How's your day going? Or your evening, I should say.
Also includes more than 100,000 properties. I think the list is at more than 120,000 properties right now. And these are all over the country, from local churches to main streets in historic downtowns, to civic buildings, private homes, residential districts that are listed in something called the National Register of Historic Places, which is our country's foremost and most comprehensive list of historic places that have gone through a rigorous process of assessment before they're put on this list. But this list exists so that whenever, new projects are being planned, the government has an opportunity to take them into consideration and to avoid kind of harmful effects to them.
So what are, and I know this is actually part of what is in play right now, but what are the parameters that establish this? Is it exclusively anything built prior to 1830, or is it how is it determined that this is a site worthy of preservation at this point, since the advent of Section 106?
Sure. So there is a process, like I said, there are 4 criteria, and they kind of deal with things like buildings that are important, are tied to important events in American history. The birthplace of presidents would be kind of a simple example, but there are also more kind of vernacular places that matter to kind of a movement within a community, right? A social movement within a community, and this building, kind of housed the important events leading up to that. So they don't have to be kind of mega national events, but the range is pretty, but it has to. So it has to be either things that are important in American history, tied to important people in our history, buildings that have distinctive architectural features, or buildings and resources that have important archaeological kind of evidence and value. Now, typically buildings that are more than 50 years old qualify for this list. That's not to say that other buildings, have not made it to the National Register. A good example would be the space station, the buildings associated with, kind of the landing on the moon. And at that time, when they were listed on the National Register, they were not 50 years old, but there was kind of unanimous consensus that this is an important event in American history, and we want to memorialize it and kind of preserve the build spaces associated with it. So that mission control room was put on the National Register. But I do have to say, put one caveat. So now and this process, I should say, it's not like, some agency in the federal government that says these buildings need to be on the National Register. It's actually a very democratic process. Anybody sitting in their home can initiate a National Register nomination. A group of citizens can get together and they can apply for this property. They have to do the historical research. They have to prepare all the paperwork, documentation, all of that. And then they submit to their state historic preservation officer who kind of works with them. And if they find that this request is valid, they then forward it to the National Register. But what is amazing to me about this is that, yes, nobody is telling us what is important in our history. We have a voice and a role to play in kind of figuring out what these places are.
Before we talk about how they're assaulting it, and this is a little bit of a meta question, but I mean, it gets to the heart of this.
I've had that Maduro song stuck in my head since it's very catchy, right? And it's really caught on Twitch. I feel like a lot of people, like I know Complain Eleni's played it, like when I visited her stream a few months, right? I've been so busy, I haven't really been able to check. But like Ice Beans has heard it, right? A bunch of people. So it's like it's become a huge meme. But like I remember when we first watched that, we were like, what the fuck? Right? That was last year we watched that, guys. And people are still like loving it. They also gave a salad, but I'm not eating. Yeah. Oh man. Not eating that. Don't I'm done with salads. I'm done with salad. No salads, guys. No, I love salads, so I grew up on salads. Pizza, grandma's recipe. Oh my god. You have like a recipe? That's so badass. Oh my god. That is incredible. Yeah, like the recipes and stuff from the old country, as they put it. Bellissimo. Love it.
What is the importance of preserving these things, and what do we do? I mean, because we just went through a period where there was some blowback and pushback to the movement.
You know, and he's a terrible dancer, which is like, motherfucker, what? But at least he's better than Trump, right? Trump does that stupid little bukkake dance, and I freaking think it's so cringe. Oh my god, it's so cringe. At least that was memorable, right? At least give that to Maduro. I just made some ramen, a steamer bag filled of vegetables, and some cheese curds. I didn't feel like cooking. Oh my god. Wasn't that dance to make fun of Trump, and that's why Trump really hates him? Yeah, apparently, right? And that's the funny thing at Ducky, right? We went over this on that day, that is the dance that got Venezuela invaded. According to some sources, right? Guys, a dance that a freaking leader did to mock Trump is what led to a war that got, well, not really a war, but a conflict that he got captured in. And we almost went to war with another nation because of it. We are living in the worst timeline possible. I guess there could be worse, but it's pretty bad. Yeah. What a petty. I'm not even joking. Like, that is what some of the reporting has said. And I think it was like some really big news coverage or like press stations at the time saying that. I think it was the New York Times or the Washington Post. And again, I don't think they'd publish that kind of stuff, especially them being so friendly, right? If it weren't like somewhat true. Yeah, or true at all. This is what I'm trying to respond to. Oh my God. Like, what a clown show we live in, guys, where a dance like this, right, is what leads to almost a war. Just a war with another nation.
Just peace. Forever, forever, forever. Decirle
because he thought he was making fun of him. How insulting, right? Sheep ass, yeah. Carney better not do anything because he's gonna get up. No, I mean, like, this is crazy, right? I remember hearing about it. Yeah, exactly. That was before you arrived on the stream, Ducky. But that was months ago, right? When did the Venezuela invasion happen? Back in February, January, right? Hold on. I'm blanking, guys. All the dates are becoming. Yeah. Yeah. This happened last year. So they did this strike against him in January, on January 3rd, right? But we had watched that like in December or November. I'm pretty sure it was November because it was around the time of my birthday. I'm born in November, guys. And I laughed my ass off and we were like, we need this as like a part of the stream. It's that good, right? And I forget who sent it to us. I think it was Divine Misty, if I remember correctly. And it's Bro GG, who's from Argentina. This was before you, Lucy, too. And then we laughed our asses off. And I remember saying something like, can you imagine if Trump invades Venezuela for this? And the motherfucker literally did that. Like a month later. You cannot make this shit up, guys. Even had to play it from my mom's back when I first heard. Yeah, it's so close, right? It's just like, it's so good. And it has a positive message, right? No war, please. It's not like he's saying terrible things or anything, right? And he still got invaded, guys. I literally couldn't make this shit up, right? I was like, can you imagine? Like, I'm pretty sure I said something along the lines of that. And he really did it. He really did it. And then we read that story and I was like, didn't we say this the other day? Like a few months ago? And exactly, peace forever. Damn right.
19 teens, essentially, to deify and to glorify leaders of the Confederate movement to secede from this country and to essentially to enslave a significant portion of our population. And we tore down those statues, but there was a concerted effort to put them up in a time where we were at peak KKK membership. What is the import, just sort of like broadly speaking, to having some type of preservation of history and the history as determined through a fairly democratic process?
Right. And so I mean, why do we need historic buildings around us, right? Why can't we just kind of move on, right? Demolish what we have and just kind of keep progressing, right? I mean, that is the kind of counterpoint, right, to preserving something. And to me, as somebody, who's invested my career in preservation, the answer is that, we have a lot to learn from our past. These buildings, and you're right, our history is not all celebratory. There have not all been wonderful things, right, that we as a society have done in our past. We have done good and bad things, and the reason that we want them around is to be learned from those, is to be able to revisit what values we held as a people and how we have evolved from them, and perhaps some good things, right, that we want to hold on to. So I think it's it's kind of a natural human instinct, right, to pass on our legacy to our future generations, and the built landscape is part of that equation. It allows us to do that in a very tangible way that some other things cannot.
Well, what was your opinion of like that move to get rid of those Confederate statues? I mean, because it's propaganda on some level as well. I mean, but sometimes this promotion of a story can be more accurate than others, and one could be more aligned with our values and what our values were in the past, or what our values where we want them to head.
Right. And so like you said in my introduction, I chair the head.
Luce, do you make the dough by hand? Like your grandma's recipe or whatever? I'm kind of curious. A society can never advance and become better if... Yeah, by hand? Okay, cool. A society can never advance and become better if it doesn't acknowledge and face its failings in the past. Yeah, 100, right? Well said. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to do it, at least using your own dough, right?
Heritage Conservation Committee of the Society of Architectural Historians. And for the most part, our society and our committee campaigns for preservation and, stopping the demolition of historic resources. But in this case, actually, our committee did take the stand of removing some of those monuments, the Confederate statues and monuments, from public spaces because we felt that they lacked context, that they could be better housed in museums and places where they were not celebrated, which was the original intent, right, behind placing some of these in these public places. So we did feel that, the way society has evolved, we wanted to look back at these not just as, monuments, we have to preserve all monuments and place them in where they are, but that they should actually be removed and put in places where there was context that could be added around them and that they would not harm the sentiments of people, in our current society. So like I said, I mean, there's no one way of preserving historic buildings. There are multiple options, and most historians and preservationists are very mindful and attuned to that variety of options.
Let's start to examine what is proposed to impact Section 106 and perhaps the reasons behind it. I mean, we can even start with that. I'm struck by when the Trump administration does something like this, it seems to me it's one of two things, and they're not mutually exclusive. One is we want to benefit business as much as possible. We want to make as much available as possible for a business to exploit and to monetize. And the other is there has been a active, very, very active program by the Trump administration to change our history. Whether it's, pulling down in Faneuil Hall, plaques about Harriet Tubman, or, going to the Smithsonian and pulling down exhibits of black airmen or whatever it is. There has been a very active group of that. Talk about first about the monetization, because here is it seems to me, there's a gray area. The left sometimes has critique of preservation because it inhibits.
Oh my God! Love it, guys. I love how you guys know each other. That's so awesome. Phil KDH. Welcome. Stream rather than canceling it. Yeah. So much. You guys are so friendly. You guys all know each other from. That's awesome. Cool.
It inhibits more housing and more affordability for people. Talk about that. But at other points, it becomes we're just going to exploit this land because we can.
Right. And I'm glad you kind of said that, because I think the kind of attacks on preservation, yes, they have intensified, since the current administration came into play, but also in the kind of previous version of the administration. But there is a bipartisan effort currently underway in the Senate to ease permitting reform, which, as you said, would make it easier for companies, energy companies, oil drilling companies, to have some of these projects passed that may impact historic resources. So here I would say that, some kind of common sense review of what
Giant
the Section
for real, right?
106 process has kind of resulted in is needed. First, without jumping to conclusions, because on the face of it, yes, it can appear like we're creating a lot of bottlenecks, but actually, if you review how the Section 106 process works and how many delays. I mean, most reports that exist say that reviews are completed in 16 days or less. That's like an average time period. And we do, last year, I think there were 120,000 projects that were reviewed under Section 106 across the country. So there's a huge volume of projects that are going, and the vast majority of them are being reviewed quite quickly because we have a system in place and we have people in place. In fact, what has hurt this process the most is removal and elimination of government posts for historic archaeologists, architects, historians who have the expertise to deliberate on those projects. So that has hurt the process. But even without that, the review times are really short, and very few projects actually are stuck in those longer reviews. And in their rewrite, the Trump administration has used, in the extreme case, a project that, took 7 years or something like that. But that's kind of like picking the one kind of extreme case out of so many others that have gone through in a completely, regular and perfect manner.
So speak about they're attempting to basically mitigate any resistance to development, whether it's, this could be about data centers for all we know.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine it is in some instances, without a doubt,
monument.
if based upon their aggressiveness.
That would be so neoliberal, right, guys?
What else?
Just add a neoliberal data center at the bottom of every national monument. Fuck it. Where's that giant asteroid? No worries on me. Oh, look at that. Love it. I was 9 years old. Okay, you're talking Josephus. Phil KHD, appreciate you being here again.
What is your sense of it in terms of trying to change history?
Yeah, and I think, yes, these regulations, right, the way I talk about it in class is actually, and that's the accepted, language for it. It's
hi there. Yeah, welcome. We have achievements on here. So basically all the stuff you do on the stream, how much you contribute, how many messages you send, all that stuff unlocks achievements and you get points and stuff. So just so you don't get spooked out, you don't go whoa, what the hell was that?
Stop, look, and listen. That's what Section 106 stands for. It kind of compels our federal agencies to involve stakeholders and a variety of voices. And these could be the regular public. These could be concerned organizations and advocacy groups. For example, in the case of the Triumphal Arch that is being built in Washington, D.C., the fact that we have veterans groups, come in and share their opinion on why they think it is a bad idea to put this next to Arlington National Cemetery, right? That is what this process relies on, to bring these people and to hear about what, differing opinions there could be on a project that the federal government has planned.
This stream is basically a multi-level marketing scheme. We call it achievements. True. Damn it. You weren't supposed to say that out loud or in chat. What did we talk about, dog? Keep it in the...
And then take those opinions into account and then work out. It's still actually the process doesn't prohibit them from doing the project. It really just compels them to take these differing opinions into account and avoid the most adverse effects. So I think, yes, there is this broader effort to, kind of push through permitting and to kind of shorten timelines, which I think is not good for us as a country as a whole, because we should not be, rushing through these decisions. The places that we have inherited, Chaco Canyon.
I'm a whistleblower by nature, bro. You know this. God damn it.
You were in a cult. I am not in a cult.
I was waiting for someone to play that.
Which has been in the news recently, other places where the oil drilling companies and the mining companies want to go in. These are places that have existed way before, the current United States of America existed, right? And they have been passed on to us through centuries, and we should be good stewards of them. We should not rush through decisions because of short-sighted goals, right? So that is one part of it. The other part is, yes, I think there are projects in DC currently and beyond that have frustrated the government as they have come up against these requirements to follow the laws and Section 106. And the effort here is to get rid of them completely so that those projects can move ahead quickly and that model can be replicated across the nation.
Who spearheads this? Was this like a Project 2025?
This is another problem I have with the abundance movement, when you basically are just doing what MAGA wants to do anyway, but you call yourself abundance, I'm going to be incredibly skeptical of this, right? Does everyone remember Ezra Klein and abundance? He talks a lot about this, right? The New Deal and how it created, like after the New Deal, it created all these hurdles for creating new projects and housing, and he goes on and on and on and on and on about it, right? I still have to listen to the audiobook on it, but I've heard him talk a lot about the book, right? And the idea of abundance. It's just basically repackaged neoliberalism, right? With the nice little new bow. I don't get it, right? I unlocked Chuckler. I don't like this. Gluglogies starting to creep me out. Well, because you've sent 10 messages laughing, right? Do you guys sing songs and stomp around the Christmas tree at time? Iceland, am I right? But yeah, like I have a real problem with this, right? Because sure, like we should cut some of the red tape, right? But this is not cutting the red tape, right? This is just taking a bulldozer to all the stuff that was built 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago, right? And that's what they want to do. Is why I'm not a fan of this abundance shit. Also, it kind of takes a lot of the language that like post-scarcity does and repackages it and to make it believe like it's some sort of like neoliberal. It's totally within the neoliberal confines of acceptable politics, and I don't agree with that. Keep it as it. Yeah, awesome. I'm strongly pro-regulation. Same here, right? I'm agreed 100%. So I don't agree with Ezra Klein. Like maybe to a certain degree you can find some examples, but I'm saying overall, in the general sense, this stuff doesn't do that much damage in terms of how much you can build in terms of housing, right? The things that do determine whether housing is built or not, or whether like the government or other agencies are actually building homes, right? Because the incentive is not there to build actual homes that people need. And that's the issue I have, right? So the price of these homes actually go up in really wealthy areas, especially, right? Because the incentive is to build luxury apartments, luxury places, right? We talked about this. So, like, how do you fix that? You have to do it through some sort of government pro-regulation action, right? That's why I don't really agree with the whole abundance Ezra Klein shit. I think he's a clown, right? But that's what this is sounding like a lot to me, right? So this is essentially indistinguishable from MAGA, right? They're trying to get rid of all these things. And here Ezra Klein is saying, no, look, all these regulations and environmental standards have made things worse, right? Well, the reason they exist is for good reasons, right? Like oftentimes many regulations exist for good reasons, right? You could definitely argue that some regulations are meant to choke out competition. And yeah, we should get rid of those, right? There are various examples of that. However, to be like every single one or the vast majority of them, no, right?
I guess production. I mean, one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about this, and I think we have probably an inordinate amount of sort of like amateur historians who listen to the program, but it's also indicative of how methodical this administration is being in assaulting the protections of our environment, of our history, of curbing the excesses of corporations, and undermining both the agency structures and the statutory structures which protect people and the citizens and the nature of our society, et cetera, et cetera. So this is one example of it. But what is your sense of like, what do you have? Can you see? I mean, maybe, you know, I don't know why you would have any more insight into this than anyone else necessarily, but in the course of advocating for the protection of 106, can you get an outline of the forces that are coming for it?
Yeah, I mean, so this was a very sudden process, I would say. But I mean, they had announced last year that they are kind of looking at reforming it, and at that time, you know, there was a certain sense of alarm because the East Wing, you know, had just been demolished, and there were kind of some other projects going on. But you know, at the face of it, it seemed like, well, okay, this is kind of a way to say, can we make this law that exists work a little bit better, you know, for everybody? And there was kind of bipartisan support for it, even from a lot of the preservation organizations who simply wanted a seat at the table to help guide these efforts. And they were invited to something in January and February, you know, where there was kind of more coordination. And then suddenly in July, out of nowhere, they kind of sent this draft revision that radically redefined this entire section 106 process and asked people to vote on it within a week. So to your point,
yeah, this is gonna end up well, right? Doing this stuff quickly like this, never gonna work out well. Like, I can see this being a disaster in the future.
I don't know what prompted it. My personal sense is that it has to do.
I want land to build tiny homes to help the homeless, and started when I saw many kids that my son are homeless as soon as they turned 18, as living at the firehouse a while. Yeah, well said, right? We need to make universal housing a thing. I don't know about tiny homes, but we need to have a better policy for housing and make it a universal human right. My uncle, and that's the problem is, there's a lot of jealousy going on, right, guys? I've talked about this, right? But when you go to homeless shelters and you actually like interview case workers, people who actually know what they're talking about on this subject, they will tell you, you know what, the thing to solve homelessness, it's really simple. You just give them a house. What? You give them a house? Yeah. You give them a house. But the problem is, it's more complicated than that because there's jealousy involved, right? Much like most emotions in the human condition, right? What ends up happening is jealousy gets involved. The hatred towards someone else, the bigotry towards someone else, the feeling of, well, I had to work 40 years to get a home. Why does this person who's homeless and doesn't even work get a home like that? Right? And that's what we're up against. We're up against people who literally will say, well, I don't care about them, but as long as my house keeps going up in price. Right? We've had people like that on the stream say that, right? So people who are on the left and who are leftists, right, say that. And what's really important is to understand that these are irrational fears and emotions that you probably, I'm not saying suppress, but you feel them and then you try to move on because they're not good for you guys, right? Having like always being jealous of someone else or being like holding that much vitriol, right? Like people hold grudges for years, right? I mean, look at our president. He's held grudges for years. And these are the things that are dragging us back, right? So it's a combination of factors. You can have the best fucking policy in the world, but if people are not in support of it because they're jealous of their neighbors and their local countrymen, as we call them, right? Or local citizens, then of course you're never going to have anything nice, as they call it.
Lion Kamala.
Right? Yeah. So that's another thing that we have to look deep down inside, right? Is that there is a lot of jealousy, hatred, bigotry, because there is bigotry involved with this as well, right? But especially just like the jealousy, like, hey, why do I have to work 40 years and they get a house for free with no problem, right? And these are caseworkers telling me this, right? So people on the ground being like, yeah, that would be the best solution, right? And then that's not even accepting the fact that like this stuff has no financial value whatsoever, except for like, at least not on paper, right? But obviously it does have a financial value in terms of a human society. However, that is not going to happen until we actually change some of these like primal like urges that we have in terms of feelings and emotions of jealousy, holding on to grudges, hatred, right? It's why I'm just fucking done with all that stuff, right? I really try to go like, no, I'm good. We need to move past all this shit, right? I have a friend who doesn't like student debt forgiveness because she suffered. There you go. It's the same exact concept, right? Well, I had to pay my loans, therefore they have to pay their loans. It's like a collective punishment kind of mentality, right? Or it's like, I had to suffer, therefore you will. And guys, you shouldn't be like that. And this happens in so many aspects of life, right? That you have to be really careful that you're feeling these feelings and then move the fuck on. I know a lot of people have trouble with this, but I'm getting sick and tired of having to fucking always confront these emotions, right? Because it happens in that case, it happens in the case of the homeless, it happens in personal matters, it happens in political matters, as you saw with Trump, it happens in finance, right? Oh, I'm so tired of it. And it really does impact our society. And I'm getting worked up because it's like it's something I've seen, right? For many years now. When in reality, it's like we could be fixing a lot of these problems if we just like collectively got together and we're like, no, we're not going to allow this anymore, right? Much like what, Lily? Damn right, she already knows. But they talk about that all the time, right? What a lot of people don't take into account. Federation Gloggy, am I right? Don't take into account is how easy it is to lose your home. And then that's the problem, right? Is that they don't take into account that it's easy to lose your home. It's easy that you could be a hardworking person and that one little thing happens and you're out on the street for the rest of your life. Thank you. That's well said, right? And you're like more of a caseworker, right? I studied more political science and like the macro stuff. But you went into the more casework stuff, and that's what I appreciate is that you have like that other experience that I don't completely lack, but like you have more like just on the ground experience with that. And that's why I appreciate you being in this community, right? Able to afford it because of property taxes. Yeah, well said. Yeah, that's another really important aspect, right? Oh my God, I'm so sick and tired of this shit. Building them, that is. Yeah.
Viewer discretion is advised.
New follower to the commune. Thank you, Whiskey Leaks.
Thank you, Whiskey Leaks. I love that name. Appreciate you. That's our mascot, Gloggy. He does all our announcements for us. Tax incentives on 1,500 square feet homes or something. Yeah, whatever, right? We need to start doing that. But then there's also not just the tax incentives or like giving away Star Trek. Damn right, girl. You already know, right? They mention that all the time, right? That they've basically pushed that shit to the side and they've collectively went the other way, which is the right way to do stuff, by the way. Another reason why it's so based, right? Precisely, yeah. Whiskey Leaks, I love that. I met so many people that's happened and ran across one bad time and never recovered. Well said. Yeah, exactly. Same here, right? I've talked to people in homeless shelters like that, right? There was like a portion of classes and stuff that we've had to do that. So thank goodness we had them live through really tight and made it work. Yeah. So I'm glad we're talking about this because this is how you really solve these problems, not Not through jealousy, not through anger, not through like stubbornness, not through right hatred of other people, envy. That's another thing, right? Oh no, I'm envious, or you did this to me and now I'm going to like never forget, right? Fuck off. I am just so done with this, right? Like that's literally how Trump operates. Why are we fucking why are we rewarding that? If we died, my boys would have a hard time paying the taxes. There you go. And they'll end up homeless, or they may end up homeless, right? I'm not going to say whether
Give me
they
the
or
money.
not, but
Give me the money.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Whiskey Leaks. Yeah, I love that. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Woo! Ooh!
Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Let's go. Hell yeah. A lot of people are one medical bill to be completely broke. Whiskey Leaks, enjoy the gifted sub from Living Lily. Love it. Appreciate it, girl. Can't do it without your support. I've been lurking. Sorry, how bad are the property taxes there? They're bad, Patricia. They're really bad. No, I mean, I'm sure people can give you examples right off the bat, but I know in some states they're very bad. So, and again, I think if you're somebody who inherits a home and you don't make a lot of money to begin with, I don't know. Like, there's just so much in, no, you just killed the Nazis, Gust, right? Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you being here. We have achievements on the stream, so don't be afraid if our bot tells you that you unlock something. You know, now that I kind of step back and I see the stream and stuff, I'm like, whoa, this stream kind of gets a little intimidating just because there's a lot going on, right? But I think you guys might be used to it because other people do stuff similar, I imagine, right? I don't know, but there's a lot of stuff going on. They would have no choice but to sell it and get screwed. Exactly. Yeah, that was my point, right? And then that increases housing insecurity as well, right? So these are all things that are really important. The Terry, I know you were here, but what up? Mine are $1,400 a year here, and New York City oil bill is crazy. Yeah, the oil bill, right? You have to pay for heating. That's another problem, right? The heating bill. Guys, I just paid $1,300 for fucking electricity. $1,300 in like 2 months. Heating is so overrated. I mean, who wants to be warm? God. $14,000 a year. Yeah, that's a lot of money.
With the project.
Yeah. I paid $1,300 on electricity bill. Yeah. I looked at the bill and I was like, holy crap. Jesus. Thank you, data centers. Am I right? Yeah, it's unsustainable, right? So I imagine I know people who pay $2,000 a month on electricity like 5 or 6 years ago. I imagine now they're paying 5 or 10K, right? Because my bill used to be $100 a month. Max, like maybe 120, 150 in the summer, right? The oil tank is like, yeah, so I could easily see 5K from them, if not more. I pay $500 a month somehow. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, I thought our bads. Shit, that's a lot of heating. Just got $700. Yeah, no, like heating is a huge part here in the Northeast, right? Like if you live in anything above like what? The south of the country, maybe less so, but if you live anywhere like that is cold, like New England, the Northeast in general, the East Coast, right? Except that like southern part of the East Coast, Patricia, it can get very cold here and heating is a huge expense. Meanwhile, I've met people that pay $2,500 on mortgage. Wow. What the hell, Whiskey Leaks? That is crazy. Oh my God. That much? You know, I thought like 10K a month was a lot, but 25K? Jesus. My electric bill used to be about 200 a month, but now Trump said he was cutting it in half and mine got doubled since he got back in. Well said. Yeah, remember he said our energy prices were going to go sky down? More like sky high. Pay $50 a month regardless of my rating. Yeah, there you go. And meanwhile in Iceland, they're paying $50 a month, guys. I'm Brian, kill me. Where's that giant asteroid?
But there's good news. A massive asteroid might hit the Earth. NASA calculated a 3.1% chance of impact. Now, that is the highest ever recorded.
God damn it, dude. Then again, we have geothermal energy. Yeah, no, well, you guys are smart. The other country that has geothermal energy is Costa Rica. They use it too, but they don't need heating, right? Because they're in a pretty tropical country. Congrats. Why so dankness? Wow. That's crazy, guys. Oh my God. 25K for a mortgage. Damn. And Trump wants to make a 50-year mortgage, right? And we explained how terrible that would be of an idea, because the longer the mortgage, a lot of people don't know this, right? But the longer the mortgage, the more risk you have of it going into the hands of the bank, right? Or the people who gave you the credit to begin with, right? So let me give you an example, right? A 30-year mortgage, by the time, like say you're 30 right now, and you basically get a 30-year mortgage. Well, you'll finish paying off the house by the time you're 60, right? Let's say 35, right? 65. So right on time for retirement. Okay, a 50-year mortgage, right, would mean that by the time you're 85, you wouldn't pay that motherfucker off, which means you're either giving it to your kids to pay it off. Meanwhile, they may have a 50-year mortgage or another house, right? Or like be suffering by not being able to pay their own fucking rent, right? And or like if you don't pay it off because you die before the age of 85, guess who just takes the money back or takes possession? There you go. It's a win for them, right? So like the 50-year mortgage was a giant scam. Like it is a way to give investors, banks, and property man, all that stuff, right? More power. And there were people that were like clapping like seals for it, right? Because they got cheaper rates. It's like, that's not a good thing because it's a longer term mortgage, right? But you have to keep it up. Yeah. Oh my God. You'll have to pay an insanely amount when you're collecting dog shit pension. Exactly. Like, can you imagine being 85 and still paying your house, right? Or just finished paying your house? You have like literally, first of all, if you even live to be that long, what's the average life expectancy in the US? 76, right? 75. It's gone down recently. Okay. Well, that means like literally you will die. You have a greater chance of living, of dying before you ever pay your freaking mortgage off. So dumb. 30-year to pay off at 3 times the value. Exactly. $1 million house here is a reg. Yeah, exactly. I believe it. I believe it, man. Whiskey leaks. You're absolutely right. Oh my God.
Happening in DC because they have come up resistance under Section 106. And if this law comes into effect,
I can't imagine that shit. Pay your mortgage down ASAP. Exactly. Right. That's why the 30-year mortgage is a thing, because it's sort of like a perfect middle way in between those two extremes. Right. And that's why when Trump introduced the 50, it was like, what are you talking about? This is a terrible idea. A few maggots came in chat and were like, I can't wait for this. And I'm like, good. Go ahead and do it yourself. I'm never getting into that much debt. Hell no. Right? Okay, wow. I've never met anyone outside Scandinavia who knows about Dagmar Cross as well. Intriguing. Stay in the same place for 50 years. Can you imagine staying in the same place for 50 years? Oh my God. That is crazy. It's a scam to get you into more debt and you never stop. Welcome to the glory. Like, we've talked about this, right? If you guys were here for that stream, you definitely know what we're talking about. It's just exactly what you just said, me and you too. In a perfectly calibrated society, at the time you die, it would be the best if you owned nothing. Correct. Or something happens where it like immediately transfers over, right? Something like that. Yeah. I would understand that concept. I mean, if you are lucky and your parents, because you don't need it anymore, right? You wouldn't need it. And it would go to your kids or whatever, the state or whatever the fucking situation would be. Your parents die and you leave the down payment. Yeah. Where are your pamphlets, Gus? I'm working on them. I'm pretty sure, guys, that guy was literally trying to Fed post us, right? He was trying to get us to Fed post. The more I think about it, the more I think, yeah, that he was trying to get us to Fed post. I'm not trying to leave. I know, right? Can you just imagine living in a place for 50 years? That can never be me. Sorry, guys, right? I don't plan on living in one place for 50 years. God, just think it'll get worse from here. There's no way around it. The house will not, maybe like have a residency, but like to live there, like have it be my only place I can go. Yeah, no, fuck that. It's cool. I'm just going to chuckle at it. It's horrible feeling to be in debt, and they all want us peons to just be in debt to them. Exactly, right? It's neoliberal serfdom. That's literally what this is, guys.
It will be easier for those projects to move through, like the Triumphal Arch, like the Eisenhower Executive Office Building, some of these other projects. But the broader goal, yes, is to benefit, companies that have an extractive interest in our nation's landscapes and, places, and to bypass these protections that exist.
I mean, we could go through the draft. I don't know if that's really necessary. What it does is it seems to both like narrow the parameters in which the law applies to, and then narrow the subset of credentials that would make something historic within the provision. So it both sort of like narrows its jurisdiction and its assessment of what constitutes history for the sake of preservation. What can our listeners do to stop? I mean, what is the ask here? Is it to...
I've been in mine for 22 years. Yeah, but like, I don't know. Like, do you plan on selling your home in a few years, Patricia? Guys, if you want me to call you by your name, go right ahead and let me know your name. But that's, some people do like me calling them by their name. So, and not their screen name. But I will call you by your screen name by default, right? What is the 50 years? But if it's in Florida, 50 years, it'll probably be underwater, right? Because it's a giant swamp. And, yeah, wow. Have you seen the insurance market in Florida, Whiskey?
Stop the draft? Is it to slow the process?
Yeah, that's another really good point. Me and you too, right? A will isn't good enough, and I know that from my mother, who that probate court is very slow, right? Another government agency or government structure that we sort of don't really invest too much into, unlike other countries. It is very slow and had to do with in Florida. It was much faster in New York City. It's because they were in different court systems, right? Circuits and stuff. What if the Ottawa has, I don't know, hundreds, if not bizarre, every month? Okay. Mildew will eat it up in 50 years. Yeah, for sure. There are two things that could get done to help. This first, no land barons. You can't own it until you use it. Then also mortgages that should be done by the government with minimal profit margins. The profit would go back into the system. Well said. Say my name. Say my name. No one is around you. Oh God.
Who should our listeners contact, and what should?
Yeah,
they...
but do you plan on like moving anytime soon, or do you like your house? I don't know, right? Also, like you have to remember, Australia has a different kind of culture. Like not everyone likes to move, right? You guys are a little. You guys love where you end up settling down under, right? But here, Americans love moving, right? Americans are very like, I'm gonna move because I don't like it here anymore, right? We move more than we go through boyfriends and girlfriends, right? Yeah, we just suck and deposit, suck and discard, suck and discard. If not for the weather, I think you American leftists would love living in Iceland. Yes, our government is shit-lib, but our unions are insanely strong and our universe. Yeah, I mean, I'd take Iceland over us any day. We have a strong social. Yeah, compared to you, I've adopted all you guys. If I could. Yeah, thank you, buddy. I might have to start streaming from another country. I'm trying to build up the channel before I do any of that, right? Because moving costs a lot of money, so moving is huge hassle. It is, yeah. And I think that's another thing is a lot of Americans have slowed down moving. I've read reports on this, right? I'm up for adoption for real, right? Me and you too. Jesus.
They say.
I'll take your offer.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we cannot stop, the draft in its track. But what we can do is that all of us, we can submit comments. The public comment period hasn't opened yet. So currently, this draft is sitting with the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, OIRA. And once they kind of pass that internal review, they're going to post it to the Federal Register. And at that point, there is going to be, I believe, a 30-day comment period for the public. So we want everyone, to go to, for example, the National Trust for Historic Preservation's website, where they have created a page for everybody to kind of reach out to Congress member. And when this comment period opens, to submit a lot of comments, because once they get the comments, basically the ACHP, whose members are mostly appointed by the administration, can go ahead and pass this law, and it'll come in effect. Now, the hope is that if it does get passed, then it will be litigated against. And all the public comments that the government receives, they will be an important part of this litigative effort. So we do want the public to be energized and to kind of educate themselves. And if they think that this is something that is undemocratic, that kind of strips power away from the people in the voice that they have in our nation's heritage to reach out and comment, voicing their opposition to this rule rewrite.
All right. Well, we will put a link to that. And it's a great resource for people to both go as a way of contacting your representative, but also to be made aware of when the comment section goes live so that people can comment on this. Priya Jain, chair of the Heritage Conservation Committee of the Nonprofit Society of Architectural Historians, Associate Professor of Architecture at Texas A&M University. Thanks so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
I'm tired of
Hey,
this,
folks,
Grandpa.
don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Great. We've covered Puerto Rico in the past couple months a lot. A part of the United States. Let's learn more, shall we? God damn it.
We are back, and we are joined now by...
I'm tired of all this winning. I know. Me too, girl. Remember when we were told that we were tired of winning, that we would get so tired of winning? I'm tired of it right now. So is Ducky. Who else is tired?
Andrea Gonzalez-Ramirez, senior writer.
You know who else does really good work on Puerto Rico and that I really like to watch? Bianca. Bianca's does really good work, right? And she was like a news anchor for like a while, and then she did her own YouTube channel, and she's doing pretty well. So shout out to Bianca. If this is winning, oh yeah, we're winning. I mean, that's what he said. We're gonna be doing so much winning that we're gonna get sick of it. I'm sick of it. So this has to be winning, right? I'm overtired. Oh my God. I hate it. It's time for another mob start winning. Why is Puerto Rico not a state, though, at this point? That's a good question. Yeah, and in case anyone doesn't understand the complexities. All right, so let me kind of just break it down, right? The reason Puerto Rico is not a state is for the longest time, Puerto Rico was essentially just, or it still is, a territory, right? But for the longest time, most Puerto Ricans were either hoping to become an independent country. I would say that's a minority of the Puerto Rican people. There was like a slight, like maybe like 48, 49, 50 even, right? Split between this issue. Right? I'm just going on historic polls. Okay, well, the biggest point of contention in joining, at least in like the 60s, 70s, and 80s, maybe even into the 90s, right, was the tax issue, right? Puerto Ricans didn't want to like have to pay federal income tax and all this stuff that kind of comes into it. So there was like this like tax issue with the island, right? But I think recently that has changed drastically because as Puerto Ricans become wealthier, it doesn't really matter as much, right? And they become more liberal, right, or more left-wing, then things start to become more, well, maybe there's a benefit to joining and the tax thing wouldn't be that bad, et cetera, right? So that issue has subsided drastically along with the independence movement, right? There wasn't a strong independence movement in Puerto Rico. And now it looks like there is a lot of support to become a state. But now this is the problem. There is the opposite effect, right? Where Republicans in Congress don't want it to become a state because they know, or they think at least, Puerto Rico will have basically 2 United States senators who are Democrats, right? And then there will have to be a reallocation of the House because remember, the House has 435 members. So some of those members will have to be relocated to Puerto Rico. Which remember, Puerto Rico has about 3.5 million, almost 4 million people on the island. That's pretty big for a state. So they would get at least, I'm guessing, something along the lines of 10-ish, maybe a little less than that. 8, like I would say 6 to 10 congressional congressmen, right? Something like that. You'd have to compare it to a state that has like more or less 3.5 million people, something like that. So the Republicans in Congress now are the ones who are really fighting this, right? Much like they're fighting DC. But it looks like over time, Puerto Ricans have kind of accepted the fact that, yeah, maybe we should join the U.S., right? That's what it looks like to me on the ground anyway, right? But there are still a lot of people who would prefer it to be to either stay the same or remain independent or go completely independent. It's breathing down your neck. Me and you break it down, yeah. But there you go. I'm trying to quickly sum up a bunch of history, right? there is an independence movement today. Not as much. It's gone down, right? It's really gone down. In the 50s, 60s, and 70s, yes. But I think ever since the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, it's really gone down, right? And a lot of people don't know this, but Harry Truman almost got assassinated by a independence, by a Puerto Rican independence movement, someone in that movement, right? So yeah, it was a big thing, but now it's like, I think the numbers I've seen, don't quote me on this, I haven't looked in a while, but I think it's about 24%, right? So yeah, but I think like from what I gather of like the situation on the ground and speaking to friends and stuff, they've all said like, yeah, I think most people understand that like they are a part of the US and they like it. Right. Take it for what it is, right? It's just a few, but the numbers, the polling kind of adds up to that as well. It's crazy to be an American and you pay tax without representation. How is it possible? Well said, right? And I think that's where like maybe they should have joined 30 or 40 years ago, right? But things don't always work out in terms of timing, right, guys? So like timing is also important. Why this stuff is important, right?
At the Cut, here to discuss her piece, What You Need to Know About Puerto Rico's Water Crisis. Andrea, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So let's start really big picture here. What is happening in Puerto Rico? It's been a multi-week, months-long water crisis and shortage. What do people need to know about what's happening with the water supply in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, so we're currently under a severe drought. I think about 33% of the island right now has that.
Yeah, there you go. Splendid Navy. I just summed up like 70 years of Puerto Rican independence history on the topic. It's very complicated, so I'm trying to sum it up as me and you two said, break it down as quickly as possible, right? But we could go over it on another stream for sure. It's a very interesting subject.
Designation, and as a result, the Gonzalez-Ramirez administration locally decided to implement this state of emergency in the island, basically rationing water for about 180,000 households in about 7 towns. It's operating under like a 48-hour switch off where you have water for 48 hours and then you're without water for 48 more. And there's concerns that they could extend to the rest of the island. The problem is that even though the administration is saying that this is due to this drought, a lot of people in Puerto Rico have been without water for months now due to pipes malfunctioning, pipes breaking, and a lot of infrastructure issues that have been, worsening over time in Puerto Rico, unfortunately.
The infrastructure issues are the result of U.S. colonial neglect. I mean, there's really no other way to describe it, I would imagine, right? And it goes back years, is my understanding. Where do you trace the beginning of the infrastructure issues that are currently exacerbating this water crisis?
Yeah, I think the infrastructure issues at this point have existed for decades, right? But what really changed over the last decade specifically is that Puerto Rico declared bankruptcy. And then,
by the way, a lot of these places are having water insecurity issues, right? And you're not getting this kind of water insecurity issue from like tourist locations, right? Bianca quite covered this really well too. Like, hold on, let me. There was a short that she also did, but we watched the longer form video, right? Where is it? Here we go.
Touristification.
Now she's talking about Mexico in this specific example, but she focuses on like this kind of issue in throughout like Latin America, but she specifically like focuses on in most videos on Puerto Rico, right? But like this is essentially also happening here too, right? So pay attention, right? Because even though she's mentioning Mexico, she's really mentioning also Puerto Rico at the same time, right?
Touristification. Now let's talk about that term, because it refers to a place becoming an object of tourist consumption. And as a consequence, the needs of tourists become a priority over those of the local population. In Oaxaca, there's a very clear example of that when it comes to water. When I visited Andrea, they opened the faucet to show me there was no water coming out. That's because it hasn't been raining as much as previous years in Mexico, so reservoirs are running low. To conserve what's left, the state was only letting water flow through the pipes once every 20 to 39 days. Let me say that again. When I visited Oaxaca, people were going 20 to almost 40 days without running water. When Andrea does have access to water, they try to not waste a single drop, so I'll describe to you everything they do. They recycle water to get multiple uses out of it. They have a big bucket in the sink so that when they wash the dishes, they can collect that used water and it doesn't go down the drain. Instead, they take that water, strain it so that they could use it again for the toilet. But most of the time, they don't even flush the toilet. Instead, they poop in a dry bucket to avoid wasting water. Also, Andrea doesn't shower with running water. Instead, they accumulate water in a large container and then they use a small bowl to pour water over them to use as little water as possible. But if they're completely out of water, showering is not even an option, so they use wet wipes instead. And here's what they mean when they say the needs of tourists become prioritized. While I was in Oaxaca, I didn't need to do any of that. I was staying only a few miles away from Andrea, but at the hotel I had running water the entire time, and no one told me there was a limit to my water use because of the drought. So why did the hotel I was staying at have water while Andrea didn't? Because there's another way to access water in Oaxaca, by paying for it.
See? So we have to be cognizant of this like touristification of especially resources during droughts, such as water. All right. But people who can afford it, such as tourists, because of course the hotel will just raise the price of the room you're staying, right? And there you go. That's how you pay for that. So always be cognizant of this stuff, right, guys? But I'm not saying it's happening to this degree in Puerto Rico, right? I don't know exactly, but there is a drought going on, right?
You know, the Obama administration and the Republican Congress in 2016 decided to implement this fiscal control board that basically...
October! How you doing? How you doing, girl? You're so pretty.
Overseas.
The Gusty fam is here, girl.
All the financial decisions of the government locally. The members of this fiscal control board are not elected by the people of Puerto Rico. They're appointed by the federal government, right? And their goal is not to stabilize the economy for the people. The goal is to pay back creditors. And what that has meant is that a lot of times, like, a lot of money is being funneled towards like things that benefit these creditors rather than like investing in the infrastructure of the island. And we've seen this with the recurring power blackouts in the island after they privatized the electric system there. And now we're seeing something similar with the water, but we've also seen like, you know, like the field of education has been decimated. A lot of public schools have been closing. The University of Puerto Rico, which is one of the oldest in the Caribbean, and like I'm an alumni from, and serves a lot of people in the island, has also seen a lot of cuts due to the decisions of the Fiscal Control Board.
The Fiscal Control Board is, we've talked about the Fiscal Control Board a lot on this show, but I would love if you could give people a reminder about it a little bit more than, you know, you just touched on it there, but its role in austerity politics, essentially, in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, so we have, I think it's about 9 members. And as I said, they're not elected officials, right? Like they're appointed by the federal government. Both President Obama and President Trump have appointed members. I do not remember if President Biden had a chance as well. And as I said, like they are basically overseeing any financial decision that the government makes, like, needs approval from the Fiscal Control Board. And that extends to, as I said, like a lot of areas that impact the day-to-day life of people in Puerto Rico.
Where would you say people are experiencing it most acutely? Is it in the more rural areas of the state? Like, what is a day-to-day situation like for somebody in Puerto Rico right now who has to deal with this water shortage?
Yeah, so the rationing policy is just established in these 7 towns in like what we call the San Juan metro area, right? So like all the towns are around the capital. But this is an issue that like a lot of other communities across the island have been struggling with for a long time. For my story, I spoke with someone who's been tracking, like the failures in her community for the past 5 years. And she's seen the increment of like 22 days without water in 2021 to like 190.
You don't need the poop night when you got the, yeah. I mean, it's crazy, right? And it's all because of the drought. It's not because of anything that they have to do, right? And in this circumstance, I'm not talking about them doing that. I'm just saying that like water shortages do have this problem, right? You will have to, right? What's going on in Gary, Indiana. That's why we brought this up too. So yeah.
Something this year alone, and she's still having to pay for those services, right? And we see that like definitely in rural communities across the island, in the southern part of the island, that tends to be a little bit more dry than the north. Like we see a lot of these issues too. And, it's really disruptive and it's no way to live. Like it's not only an issue of comfort, it's an issue of like public health, right? It's an issue of like people having to pay for a service that they're not getting.
Yeah, people having to pay for a service that they're not getting and having to rely on their neighbors in many ways as well. I think I already know the answer to this question, but there are a lot of resorts in Puerto Rico. Are they subjected to any of these restrictions for, wealthy tourists that want to come in for a beach vacation?
Yeah, so in Puerto Rico, you don't have resorts like you would have them in like the Dominican Republic or Mexico, where they're like fully private because public beaches in Puerto Rico are public by law. But that being said, we do have like a ton of hotels,
maybe,
like a ton of like Airbnbs, right? And they definitely are not fully adhering to this water policies, I think. There's been a lot of complaints online and also like people I've spoken with both in a professional capacity and a personal capacity, who've seen, like they're watering the lawn of like their golf course and like this private gated community that also happens to have a hotel in it, right? And that typically serves people who are not Puerto Rican, who are coming into the...
Oh my God, right? What did I just say? I haven't watched this before, right? So this is what I mean. We're like connecting videos that we've seen and topics we've seen from good content creators, interesting sources, right? People who know what they're talking about and connecting it to stuff we're watching today, right? This is called critical thinking. Who'd have thunk it? Right? So this is what's really important, right? Is you're not just like digesting a video and kind of like shitting it out. Like you're incorporating it, right? You're using it as like a repertoire. You're using an article as a part of your knowledge, right? And this is why when we covered that with Bianca a few months ago, that stood in my mind because I was like, yeah, this is probably happening in many places that have these kind of droughts and also a tourism as a main form of an economy, right? Because let's be honest, Mexico and Puerto Rico have beautiful climates. So people are definitely going to want to visit, right? Yeah, this is fucked, right? So hear that again, because that's fundamentally unfair, right?
Capacity, who've seen, like they're watering the lawn of like their golf course and like this private gated community that also happens to have a hotel in it.
Tourism is different. Exactly. That's what, see, October, I know you just arrived, but you saw what Bianca was talking about, right? The girl you all thought were so pretty. I'm doing the October voice. And yeah, like she mentioned this a few months ago, and we watched her whole video on this, right? And that really stood in my head because I was like, oh wow, like this is something that a lot of people have not brought up, right? And I'm glad that like that video has formed a good basis from a good educated guess on what she was going to already say, right? I love it. I have a solution. Double down on climate change and make those places uninhabitable. Then they can move to Canada where we have lots of water. Make them completely uninhabitable, right? That's so funny. Oh my God, Ducky. You
can laugh and take it as a joke if you want it, but it don't rain for 4 weeks, some summers, and it's about to get real wild in the half you be buying Evian just to take a fucking bath. Heads is acting wild, sippin' pour, puffin' dank, competin' with the next man for higher play and rank. See, I ain't got time, try to be Big Hank. Fuck a bank, I need a 20-year water tank.
I need a 20-year water tank. Oh my God. You know, and water insecurity can impact many nations, right? Not just the U.S. has water insecurity in certain areas, right? So this is not just like an area in like hotter climates or anything like that. It can be a problem anywhere around the world, right? Yeah. So.
Right.
Or poorer nations, it doesn't necessarily matter, guys, right? This is the problem. Oh, that will never affect us, and it's like when it does, then you're like, what? Right? So
and that typically serves people who are not Puerto Rican, who are coming into the island to take advantage of its tax breaks. And it's obviously like a real
Jake Paul, am I right? Jake Paul is that fighter, right? Who's like the little brother of who's the other Paul? Fuck. God damn it. I don't remember, right? Because I don't normally follow them. Logan Paul, that was him, yeah. The little brother, he lives in Puerto Rico for the tax breaks. Right, guys? Like it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Really frustrating environment. And what we're seeing and like what a lot of people fear is that we're gonna have this kind of like two-tiered system in the island where like, you know, locals are gonna be constantly struggling and like having to pay exorbitant amount of money for their power and water and other services that don't fully operate. And then you have like really wealthy people who are barely paying taxes and who still have access to a lot of these services.
And how much does this infrastructural neglect, both, you know, in water, but also I think, you know, you're mentioning, of course, the power grid in Puerto Rico, how much is that paired with almost a deliberate policy of neglect that's also allowed for really a lot of displacement in recent years of native Puerto Ricans? There have been, you know, crypto companies that have poured into the island. There's that douchebag Jake Paul or whichever Paul, right, that bought up a bunch of stuff. Both. Okay, I can never remember who's who.
They both did?
I mean, hell no. There's a lot of Americans essentially that are buying up land in Puerto Rico. Do you see that as a coincidence with this kind of neglect or as a part of an overall story?
I think it's definitely part of an overall story, right? Like, I think people right now are really frustrated with the two majority parties in the island. The way that politics work in Puerto Rico is a little bit different. People are not really Republicans or Democrats. You have the pro-statehood party, the pro-Commonwealth.
This is the problem with the Republican Party is they don't fucking understand this concept. Right, guys? Like, they just don't get it. They don't get that it's going to be more complicated than them just being a bunch of Dems, right? Or libs or whatever.
And then a bunch of like smaller parties, some of which are pro-independence. And the two majority ones are the pro-statehood and the pro-Commonwealth parties. And I think people blame both for like this, like years and years and years of neglect, also years of like corruption, years of passing these policies that almost hit this desire to have a Puerto Rico without Puerto Ricans, right? And I think it is kind of like intentional in a way, right? Just to see what gets prioritized in the island right now. For example, there's this huge project that they're building in the town of Cabo Rojo. This is like the southern west part of the island. And it's like this massive luxury resort and private community that advocates have said, you know, can cause a lot of like environmental issues that can exacerbate the water crisis in some parts of the region. And the government just like allowed this massive project that has like a lot of opposition and a lot of concerns to be approved, right? And when you see that type of thing, again, like there's this sense
it's
that
an
like
old-fashioned word. It's old-fashioned. Trying to do that cowboy.
The people of Puerto Rico are like.
Honestly, you're like your little voice, October, is hilarious.
Second-class citizens for the.
I'm always doing voices too.
U.S. government, but also like within their own.
Is that why you have like little cowboy hats on your fucking emotes? Because you like doing that voice. I figured it was something like that. I was trying to figure it out.
Island, like they're not the priority for the current administration or private, like or past administrations.
It comes naturally, yeah.
Talk a little bit then about statehood versus Commonwealth as a you know, the political divide in Puerto Rico. How are those battle lines drawn? What are the arguments that are made on either side? Because here in the U.S., at the very least, there is a small amount of talk about Puerto Rican statehood, but that also begs the question, like, do Puerto Rican people want sovereignty? And perhaps that should be respected instead of statehood, for example.
Yeah, so at the risk of going a little bit into a history lesson, Puerto Rico has been a colony of the United States since 1898. It became a Commonwealth in 1952, which basically is like a way to formalize the colony, right?
Yeah, basically. Right before Harry Truman got assassinated, or got his attempted assassination, right?
Puerto Rico is subjected to a lot of federal laws, right? But at the same time, we don't have like full citizenship representation. For example, Puerto Ricans, like, you know, cannot vote in federal elections.
Nope. You have to be a state, right? Scandinavia.
Cannot vote for president unless they move stateside. They don't have voting representation in Congress. There's only a non-voting member, which obviously limits the amount of impact.
Much like another territory of the United States, which is right next door, by the way. Remember Jeffrey Epstein's representative? The congresswoman from the U.S. Virgin Islands, right? She was literally texting Jeffrey Epstein while she was like doing the questioning in Congress. She was texting Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Yeah. Insane, right? I forget her name because, again, she's a non-voting member. Right. But like there are several territories in the U.S. that don't have any voting power. And that's one of them. Right. The U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, American Samoa.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Right. So we went over Canada can't vote either. Well, most of the world can't. And then our decisions fuck the rest of the world. Bend over, chat. If you're from another country, that's what you got to do. Bend over, apparently.
They could have.
We are so cooked.
But basically, like
this timeline is, yeah, like literally, right? I forget her name, but she's been the congresswoman for a while, and Jeffrey Epstein was best buddies with her, texting like what to say, how she's doing and stuff. And I was like, that's fucking disgusting, right? And he helped contribute to her campaign. How does it work for DC? For DC, DC gets its own, but it's the same thing. They're non-voting. right? Because they were a federal territory, right? They're owned by the federal government. Like, hold on. Pull it up. It's why the Republicans don't want Puerto Rico and DC to get two senators, right? Because they know that the Democrats would have the overwhelming advantage, probably, right? Especially DC. I actually completely agree there. They would be okay. So here we go, October. So yes, there are 6 non-voting members. Here we go, October. Rigel, yeah. A delegate representing the District of Columbia, aka Washington, D.C., a resident commissioner representing Puerto Rico, and 1 delegate for each of the permanent inhabited U.S. territories, including American Samoa, Guam, Northern Mariana Islands, and, of course, the U.S. Virgin Islands. A 7th delegate representing the Cherokee Nation has been formally proposed, while nobody's done shit on that, right? So we don't even give Native American nations a voice, right? Meanwhile, while an 8th representing the Choctaw Nation, which was named in the Treaty of the Dancing Rabbit Creek, has neither been proposed or seated. There you go, right? And this treaty was signed back in 1831. We don't even honor our fucking treaties, so like, come on, right? That was her name, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. I'm blanking on the person's name, but it's like Stacy Plaskett. Here we go. That's Jeffrey Epstein's best buddy, right? Because Jeffrey Epstein, his island was located in the U.S. Virgin Islands, right? So this was technically his representative, who is non-voting. Isn't this crazy, guys? Here she was, like, literally texting Jeffrey Epstein while, like, giving testimony, like, supposed to be tough and asking for, like, answers about the Epstein files, right? And these, this cover up in general. It's ridiculous, guys. Completely ridiculous.
We have this sense for...
Man, if you got that through, Republicans would be cooked forever, which is why they don't do it. Exactly, right? Guys, the reason Puerto Rico is not a state, even though overwhelmingly now it's becoming more accepted to become a state, as it should, right? It should be a state by now. At least get that representation. Same with DC, same with Mariana Islands, right? The American Samoa, all these places should be states, but especially Puerto Rico and DC. Those are like the big ones you could definitely argue. Hell yeah, right? Because Puerto Ricans have been important to our culture, right? Bad Bunny, salsa, right? There's just like endless amounts of things we've talked about on this stream in terms of like salsa music, right? Salsa music has been huge, influence, all this stuff, right? And they've been a part of the U.S. ever since like 1900, right? So over 100 years now. DC is literally a part of the U.S. and it needs representation, but they don't want to do this because America, KKK, fuck them all. October.
Like decades and decades and decades now that, you know, statehood would be like the perfect solution. And then people are like, well, actually, the Commonwealth is pretty good. And then you have like a very small contingent of pro-independence people. And I want to make the point that the pro-independence movement in Puerto Rico was really squashed during the 20th century through like intervention from the federal government as well as the local government. So now you have like a lot of people, especially in my generation and younger, who grew up knowing like this colonized Puerto Rico and being told, right, like independence means you're going to become like a third world country. Mm-hmm. And now they're kind of like realizing, well, you know, the island is broke. We don't have reliable power. We don't have reliable water. Our families are leaving. I'm one
fucking
of the
Americans.
People who left.
You've said that a lot recently.
Right. Our services are being shut down. Our healthcare system is crumbling. what do you mean that if we have independence, we could become like a third world country? Because this feels very much like those conditions. And I think, like, you know, the status question is very simplified in U.S. conversations.
We need a break.
There's this sense that Puerto Ricans, because they have U.S. citizenship, they are American. I would argue that's not accurate at all. Like, English is not our first language. We have our own history, our own traditions, our own culture that's very different to what you would think as mainstream U.S. like culture.
Yeah, and this is my problem with like viewing it as like American culture, right? Is that it is very different, but I don't know. Like, I don't really care that it's different. It shouldn't be. How do I say this? It's different, but it's like there are plenty of different cultures around the U.S., right? There is no such thing as like an American culture. There's just like what you consider American culture because you grew up with it, right? If you grew up down south, that get her done kind of attitude is your American culture. Meanwhile, I look at that with like fucking gloggy stare eyes, right? I'm like, the fuck is that? Stuff is cringe as shit, right? And I call out states all the time that are cringe. Can you, yeah, I'll get that done for you. No worries. It's the South. Yeah, exactly, right?
Sure, right.
I've been to
we
DC
are
once, and it was boring as fuck. Anyone here from DC? Ah, yeah, no, I mean, I kind of see why you think it's boring. I went a few times, and if it weren't for the politics, I think it would be pretty boring down there.
Subjects. And I think that a lot of people are kind of like struggling with the reality of that now, and trying to figure out what the future looks like.
And as we've, you know, talked about in other contexts of colonialism and our, you know, our imperialism say coming home to roost in the continental US with ICE, right, being an outgrowth of DHS. I mean, what we're seeing right now in Gary, Indiana, where they're without power for 9 straight days. It's going to be close to 14 days by the time that power is restored. Once they test out these kind of politics of neglect on colonial subjects, it's easier to do so here in the United States, right? It's a very it's about what can you get away with these politics of neglect and extraction, and people here in the U.S. are obviously not immune to that experience as well.
I think you're absolutely right. And I think that there's this Supreme Court cases from the early 20th century known as the Insular cases. And one of them says that Puerto Rico belongs to, but is not part of the U.S., right? And I think that has allowed the federal government to make a lot of policy decisions over the past 120 some years that they do test out in the island and some of the other colonies that the U.S. still holds. And then like it's easier to kind of like implement that for, you know, your full like citizenship rights type of person here in the U.S. And we're seeing it with a lot of things, right? Of like what gets prioritized in the island. There's talks about.
We all know what blossoms are.
Opening data centers, right? Like, even though, again, there's not reliable power in the island, we're having a lot of issues with the water.
The politics of neglect. Yeah, well said. I'd like to go to see the cherry blossoms, but that's about it. Yeah, and you know how we got those, right? They were a gift from the Emperor of Japan back in the 50s, right? Right after World War II.
And I think
Trump wanted to like pull them out, some of them, right? It was fucking crazy, guys.
Seeing
This guy's insane.
Of like the same things that have impacted Puerto Ricans, as you said, like impact people stateside as well.
Well, I really appreciate your time today and giving us an update on what's happening with Puerto Rico's water. Andrea Gonzalez-Ramirez, you can read her work over at The Cut, and also we will put a link to this particular.
All right. Great segment. Led to some good discussions. People are people regardless of culture. As a pluralist, I think different cultures can easily live side. Well, that's what I was trying to say, right? I don't necessarily think that if you live in a different culture, you can't be a part of a multinational or even multinational world, right? So I don't know. I don't really buy that argument, right? If multiculturalism works for a state or a country or a region, it should be able to work in a federal system or even a world system, right? We just have to like collectively get together and want to actually do that kind of stuff, right? It's really that simple. And I agree with you, Splendinavia. Like, you know, I think certain organizations around the world kind of prove that. I'd like to see even more of it, but right, the U.S. in itself proves it. It's just there are a lot of bigots here, right? And not every culture believes in multiculturalism or like plurality of different cultures living together in harmony, right? I have more in common with a Syrian Muslim worker than I do with an everyday single factory of native Icelandic banker or douchebag. Even if me and him are very different upbringing, it's about a shared material reality and human people's rights. Exactly. Well said, dog. You guys are so thoughtful on here. Look at that. I love you guys. And then we have October. Am I right? These blossoms. I'm joking, girl.
Welcome to I've Had It Weekend.
Oh my God. Not this guy. All right.
And we are back with one of our favorite guests, David Rothkopf. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
You know,
Puerto Rico should join the Board of Peace.
You said, I was on your podcast last week. You dangerously tiptoed into saying you kind of felt a little bit of hope. But as a Jewish person, you're not supposed to say that, right?
No, I immediately left the podcast and fell down the stairs. I didn't, but I mean, you know, that's what happens, right?
Right.
But you know, it's because the election results were a little hopeful. There was another one this week with a little hopeful in Florida with the performance of Agnes Nixon. You know, this freaked out, of course, everybody in the Democratic establishment who were like, "Oh no, now we've elected somebody who thinks everyone should have health care." Oh my God.
All right, let's take a gander at Jon Ossoff. He has been attacking Trump. And to me, it's such an easy thing to do, but he seems to be rising up and attacking Trump better than any other Democrat right now. And of course, he brought up Natalie Harp, who I call the bunny boiler, a la the Fatal Attraction film, where Glenn Close boils the kid's bunny. So he brought up the bunny boiler, Natalie, right?
God.
And MAGA is having a stage 5 meltdown. The White House is having a stage 5 meltdown. And he doubles down on it. He goes on Lawrence O'Donnell last night with a blowtorch, and he continues attacking MAGA. Play the clip.
Lawrence, it's been amazing to watch this White House melt down over this all week. And about Natalie Harp, these White House staffers are adults, public officials paid by the taxpayer with immense power in positions of public trust. And whether it's Natalie Harp printing out Donald Trump's daily dose of delusion and flattery, or Peter Navarro steering taxpayer-funded loans to Trump family investments, or Pete Hegseth deluding the president daily into deepening this quagmire in the Middle East, no one cares about their feelings.
David.
Love this guy. I love this guy. Been on podcasts with you before in which when he was sort of just emerging in this voice that he has adopted, I was calling him Purple Mamdani because, you know, he's got that kind of vibe that Mamdani has, but he's in a purple state. So how much better is it, right? You have a 39-year-old guy who actually knows how to communicate, who is not pulling his punches, who's willing to fight, who wants to end fascism, who wants to help what is happening for people. He's doing it in Georgia. He's going to win again by a substantial amount in Georgia, and he has taken it to him. And, you know, immediately you've got all these other Dems going, oh, soft pedal and soft pedal. Forget it. He's the future. Turn the page. Whether it's him or, you know, AOC, if you're looking for the people who are actually speaking
then
truth.
Then again, he cuddles with his wife. How gay. Right? Didn't we just cover this? He gives cuddles and kisses to his wife. Can you imagine that? He has sex with his wife? What?
Power and who understand the zeitgeist.
Oh my God, October. Did you miss that? I think you did miss that. Yeah. Did you hear what Nick Fuentes said?
Right now. You got to go to people like Ossoff. And, he's saying, I'm not thinking about the presidency, which he shouldn't.
I'll get
he
it
should
ready.
think about winning. But he is definitely going to be near the top of that list of candidates, or at the top of that list of candidates. And I am 100% for it because, he is, he is in the last question you talked about, Democrats turning on the progressives. He's the guy who can bring it all together. He's the guy.
Does everyone remember that part in South Park? We can all confirm we're all very gay. Yeah, I'm very gay too. Remember that part in South Park? I broke the dam. No, I broke the dam. We're all coming out as I am the gay. Remember that? Hold on. This part. You could make this into so many different little bits.
Stanley, you?
No. Don't you see what this child is saying? We can't spend all our energy placing blame when something bad happens. He's saying we all broke the dam.
No, I broke the dam. I broke the dam.
I broke the dam. I broke the dam.
No, I broke the dam. And I broke the dam.
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 They just keep repeating that. And he's like, no, God damn it. I literally broke the dam. He's like, God damn it. I hate this town so much. All right. Now we got to play it for October because she hasn't seen it yet. So October. Apparently now, according to Nick Fuentes, having sex with women is gay. You're like, what?
Girlfriend? What, people calling me gay because I've never had a girlfriend? I think if anything, it makes me less gay. If anything, it makes me not gay. As opposed to less gay. Not that there's any gay, but it makes me not gay. Well, because think about it this way. Mm-hmm. A gay person, gay people do date girls all the time. Real. And when I said on Elijah Schaefer's show, when they said, have you ever been in a romantic relationship? Have you ever had sex with a girl? And I said, no. If you name searched me on Twitter, as I always do, all these gay people are coming out and saying, I've had more girlfriends than Nick. I've had sex with more girls than Nick. So like I said last week, not only is that thinking flawed, but actually it's the reverse. That actually makes me really more heterosexual than anybody. If we're really being honest, never having a girlfriend, never having sex with a woman really makes you more heterosexual. Because honestly, dating women is gay.
Yeah.
Having sex with women is gay.
Can you imagine being gay, guys?
Having sex with men is gay. And it's all gay.
It's all gay,
and if
guys.
you want to know the truth, the only really straight heterosexual position is to be an asexual incel.
Yep.
That's it. So that's all there is. Being a MGTOW asexual incel.
You're so gay,
is
chat.
really the straightest position that you can have.
I'm gay.
Having sex in itself is gay, I think. I think that it's really a gay act.
Did he really have sex?
Think about it this way.
At
What's
27?
gayer than being like, I need cuddles, I need kisses, oh, I need it's all very sus to me. You know, I need to spend time with a woman. That's a little sus.
Right.
It's a little bit sus.
Mm-hmm.
So I think really.
Yeah.
I think really.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know, the straightest guy.
No, I didn't have. Oh, okay, cool. I was like, he hasn't had sex yet, right? He's still an incel, if I remember. Yeah. No, I mean, it's probably good that you waited. That's awesome. Guys, Virgo season in 2 hours. What up, Virgo? What up, Kirsten B? Welcome back. So he only had sex with his hand tracks that he owned. Basically, that's all he's ever had sex with, his hand. I was hoping Biden would fix him. I know. Boy, did it not work out. Damn, it did not work out. Hello, Gus in chat. Hello. Welcome back, Kirsten B. Well, everyone, welcome back. That's one way to react.
Chat, I'm so gay, the lube stores ran out, and Nick Funtus can't even run fast enough to keep up with how gay I am.
Oh my God. I love it. Clip it and ship it. God damn it, girl. You can never clip it. Fucking clip it. Shit. Learn to fucking clip. I'm laughing too. I know. It was great. Oh my God, that was so funny. Jesus Christ, guys. Oh my God. Fuck. All right.
Today we need to.
Or is it? Trying to find this.
You can frame it in the terms of a big red southern state and in the terms of people who are under 40, all at the same time. And that's the sweet spot for me.
I completely agree. I mean, this guy, the more and more he speaks, I love that he is centering the corruption. And it's so easy to pick on these people because they're so immature and idiotic. But also, we need to keep talking about, because we've all been talking about Natalie Harp for months. And now
no American booze in Canada. Yeah, I was going to cover this, but I think we're going to talk about this and then call it a night because Gus is hungry.
Mainstream media is talking about her because of Jon Ossoff. He brought it to the mainstream. But I think it's fun to talk about these things as long as we don't get distracted by them, because the real story with Natalie Harp is national security.
Oh my God. Can we do one for October? October, type in !vibe. Living Lily vibes as a lively, casual chatter with gamer and travel bent, dropping relatable family and travel stories, plus food talk and humor, spicy slang. They bring a mix of playful roasting and camaraderie with chill flow and emoji hype. Gamer girl, travel tales, food lover, casual humor, supportive vibes. Tags include based. Hell yeah, love it.
This woman is with Trump at all times. We know this because his tweets that come out at 3 and 4 in the morning, there is proper spelling and proper grammar.
It's because you got to do exclamation mark assess with use that. There you go. Just read what he said there. Yep.
Which we know.
My vibe is silent and lazy. I knew it. God, sick of your shit, Patricia.
From 2016.
Sick of your shit. Remember when I used to do that all the time?
He was incapable of doing on his own. So she's with him all the time crafting these things. So God only knows what she knows. Maggie Haberman says Natalie was a channel for
mom on you.
foreign leaders to reach Trump. Let's play the clip.
I am now and have been for decades friends of Americans. It's weird how I don't be a dick about it. Yeah, well. Oh, God. Yeah, so do that and then just talk like normal, and then Gloggy will assess you.
They can't some other way. She has a channel by which he reaches people he sees on television, who he likes what they are saying, or that he will just send out notes to. She is with him so much of the day during those meetings, and she is talking to him throughout the evening about social media posts. So she is a specific channel of information, but she is one that he considers very important, and so do other people outside the White House.
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
it mixes sharp political takes with casual banter, irony dropping occasional slang and edgy phrases while engaging in thoughtful, contentious topics like trade and policy. They respond well to intricate points, but keep it low key and humorous often. Introspective yet blunt. Tags include political commentary, casual irony, edgy humor, thoughtful engagement, slang. Okay.
David, you're a national security expert.
What about the group vibe assessment thing? Oh, yeah. Let's get the assessment now that we're all done. I think we all got that. Hold on. Let me get that. Because I feel like as we're growing, we're becoming... So let's see here. So do community assess. Okay, or stream assess. That was the command. And I think. Oh. Did we not do it? I thought we did it. Okay. Just chat like normal then, guys. I thought we did that already. Fuck.
What would the
maybe because I had to rewrite the code and that's why it got, but we should have already got that.
Republicans be doing if the roles were reversed here? If Obama or Biden had a 35-year-old aide that was by their side all of the time with zero national security
that should be easy, right?
Security clearance.
You guys are so
chatting out, but that's what they should be doing, right? Because
I don't
we've
chat.
seen this
It's
movie
normal,
before.
so no.
Jared couldn't get his clearance. Ivanka couldn't get clearance, and Trump said it's okay.
Yeah,
we've seen
for
how
real.
Trump treats national security, operational security. When he stored top secrets, nuclear secrets, in the bathroom at Mar-a-Lago. I gotta say, the Natalie Harp story scares me, and I think Bunny Boiler is a good way to refer to her. The sort of lurid, is she or isn't she story, I'm not that interested in. The fact that she's clearly out of her gourd, that her brother is out there saying, she's sending the love notes and she's obsessed and she's hiding out in the back of an SUV in order to get into seriously, into the president's motorcade or their video of her running across a golf course.
I've actually been off my chatty game. Yeah, girl, come on. Today, Junior.
To catch up with him. She's nuts. She is.
I watch a lot of political slop, but I've never seen this dude before. Who is this?
A Bunny Boiler. But on top of that, she has no security clearance. And she is the person who's closest to the president of the United States all the time. And we know the president of the United States kind of like.
He kind of looks like, whoops. Isn't it working? Spelled his name, sorry. He's an American rock singer known for his wild and energetic... What? Yeah, I was like, who the fuck is this? He kind of looks like Bill Crystal. Is this him? No, that can't be him. The fuck? I don't know who this fucker is. I thought he was Bill Crystal for a while, but then I was like, that can't be him. Yay, I do my asses when I can fully yap more than I can at the moment. God damn it. Definitely not him. Yeah, let's see. That's David Roth. Here we go. I thought I selected it. I've never heard of David Lee Roth. Yeah, this guy. Okay. Sorry, I selected the wrong link. Is an American foreign policy, national security, and political affairs analyst and commentator at TRG Media and Rothkopf Group. Oh, at the Daily Beast. That's why I've never heard of him. Gus is like this. The FKR. The FKR? The what? For real? Okay, that's why I've never heard of him. He works predominantly for like conservative, like more centrist. Okay. Oh, he's a senior. Okay. Deep state ghoul, basically. Yeah, basically. That's why I've never heard of her. The Kissinger and Associates. Yeah. So he's like a part of this think tank apparatus. Went to Colombia. Huh. Hey Gus, thanks for covering the Canada stuff today. Of course, I thought it was important, so we had to do it. Fucker, yeah. You called me a fucker? What is the FKR? Is that like the DPRK? Why is Jen talking to him? I don't know. I don't know. I thought it was Bill Crystal for a second, and I was like, oh, this fucker? Yeah.
Enemy's better than he likes.
God, is that how you spell fucker? I don't spell fucker like that. I spell it out loud. No shame.
Our allies. I mean, we saw earlier this week him say that
I call people fuckers when they're being fucked. I don't care, right? Like, obviously, it's censored fucker. Yeah, that's so funny. Oh my God. That's like the first time I've seen it, because I guess I'm just so blunt. I wouldn't care about saying fucker in chat, and none of you guys would ever get banned for that.
He didn't want to support South
God
Korea.
damn it. You know you're fucking pill. You're so like, you haven't been censored your whole life when that's the first time you've seen that word censored. And you're like, what is that? Is that like does that mean something, October? Fucker? Oh, well, okay. Sure. DPRK is so ironically named for the country. Yeah, censorship. Yeah, I didn't grow up with that. Oh my God.
South Korea.
We were just talking about this, October. My dad was like, yeah, get the game with the devil in it. Who cares? He'll grow up wiser and stronger, right? Because like we had this whole story where I asked for Diablo for my birthday, and the woman who like was gonna get it for me was like totally opposed because Diablo means the devil in Spanish. And she spoke Spanish, and she was like an older lady. So she's like, I will not be teaching kids about the devil. Know the devil in this household, and I will call your father. And she called my dad and was like really mad that I had brought that up. And my dad had to explain to her it's just a fucking game and that it like didn't actually mean that. And why does this matter? Because Gloggy's based off a treasure goblin, which is based off of like Diablo. Like, is literally way. I don't know why I censored that though. To be honest, I know, like, you don't have to censor it. Yeah, like we're more than okay with that in this chat, this heathenous chat. I go to the store, miss the end of raid. Of course, Love you guys. Appreciate
because he has a good relationship with Kim Jong-un.
That's why I thought. I was like, the DPR. Does she mean the DPRK? Here's Kim Jong-un. Fuck. Oh my God. I love that. That was so funny.
And, it's like, holy shit. If you had said at any point in the past 80 years, 60 years, 50 years, let's just say after the Korean War, where American soldiers went and died, that an American president was going to say, I like the North Korean guy better than I like the South Koreans, it would have been the end. They just would have pulled the plug. They would have taken him out of the White House and maybe in a catering cart, and that would have been it, right? But so it's this combination. She has no security clearance.
When I was 12 and I bought the Asham cassette and the cashier was like, this is satanic. And I still don't know whether he was fucking with me or not, though it was satanic. But as a socially anxious kid, I was mortified by the Yeah. And I think that's the point of my story, is that I was like, it stood out to me because as a kid, I was like, I was kind of like taken aback by her being so upset, right? Because kids are sensitive, right? Kids, at least most kids are, and they care what other people think. Boy, have I changed. Now I'd be like, double down on that Diablo, that devil. We got people in here with the 666 insignia on the back of their name, on the end of their name. Double that Diablo, exactly. Somebody should just be called Diablo 666.
I guarantee
yeah, 666, buddy.
That dozens of other people in the White House.
That's so funny that's the first time I've seen that. Then again, I don't spend a lot of time in chats, unfortunately, right? So I don't know a lot of the chat stuff. I told you, October, I'm pretty new to Twitch. Like, I've only been on Twitch since October of the year before, right? Back before the election, or sorry. Yeah, like August, July, something like that. That's when back when the election was going on. That's when I got onto Twitch. And I was like blown away, October. I was like, yo, people can talk about politics on Twitch? And that's what got me the idea to start streaming. Oh, hugs. Look at those two little kitties hugging. I still have it, but it was worse back then. Yeah, I think that's like natural for kids to have, but like some kids have it more than others, right? Yeah.
White House
is now Diablo 666.
The Trump higher ranks don't have a security clearance. You think Jared has one now? He's not even doing his financial disclosure, and he's on the pointy end of the spear for most of our big negotiations. You think Steve Witkoff has one? You think so? Anyway, the point is, there are a lot of people around him who don't have security clearance. He doesn't care. He likes the bad guys better than he likes the good guys. And on top of that, he's going nuts and she's nuts. I mean, what could go wrong, right?
So speaking of nutty people surrounding Donald Trump, no one in my mind is more dangerous or evil than Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is a special kind of crazy, but also I think that a good line of attack on Stephen Miller is the Republican argument about women being in politics.
I want to see her asses when she can chat. She's already chatted.
They're emotional. Women are too emotional to be in politics. And I don't know if you've seen Stephen Miller speak, but he is the most hysterical, histrionic, emotional thing I have ever seen in my life. And here's a clip of him in absolute hysterics on Hannity. Play the clip.
It seems like the legacy media will never tell the story about the crazy left or what the president does. Why?
Because the legacy media, Sean, is fundamentally corrupt. They are an extension of, an arm of the Democrat Party.
Oh, yours too? Let's see. As a lively, emoji-loving chatter who leans into community warmth, lighthearted hype, they throw love and nods freely to signaling strong positive energy and a taste for collective moments rather than deep solo takes. supportive and chat happy. Tags include heavy, emoji heavy. A lot of you guys got that tag. Community lover. Yep, a lot of you guys have gotten that tag. Right? Supportive, high energy, and playful. Yeah, pretty much nailed you, girl. Yeah, Twitch is the first place I found people in the community understood sharing gay trauma and religious trauma, and I didn't have over to explain myself. Like, unlike other experience IRL, I feel like, wow, so much of this community is in. Yeah, and I try to like showcase as much of that as I can, right? Like, I'm not gonna draw it out of you. Like, unless you really want to share it, right? I will happily, like, one time we did have a chatter talk about like their experience growing up as like both white and Hispanic, and I found that kind of like interesting, and like, you know, they didn't really share it that much, but like I found it interesting, and it was just like something different, right? And I think that's like very interesting to hear these experiences that you don't always get to hear on most other streams, chats, Discord channels, even YouTube comments, right? Facebook. No people shared the same sentiment and me regarding growth and wanting to learn, be okay with it, being wrong with making the world a better place. Yeah, exactly. That's what I try to do here, right? I try to give you guys like a place that you can really feel a part of the community, right? And share that kind of stuff. Like, if you want to, right? Like, not everyone wanted to, and that's totally fine. And like, I like people opening up, but you don't have to open up if you don't want to, right? But absolutely. Thank you, October. See? And that's what I realized about Twitch. Like, I was brand new to it up until, so I don't know a lot of like the chatter stuff because I just don't know, right? Like, October, I don't know if you were there, but I thought GT, what is it, guys? Hold on, let me type it out. God, I'm such a fucking dumbass when it comes to this stuff. Good to see you. I thought that was like, are you ready for this, girl? I thought that was like gusty to see you or good to see. Like, I thought it meant like, oh, I'm Gucci. You Gucci? Gus to see you. Yeah, I literally thought like that. But I didn't put it together that it meant good to see you. I don't know why. I'm such a fucking dumbass. So now we all joke around, Gus to see you. Gus to see you. Gusty to see you. That's totally cool and freaking awesome. Yeah. I love that. Everyone is different. Yeah. Yeah, as representation, most people don't talk about their experiences growing up as someone mixed. That's what she was basically saying, and I just found that really powerful. She didn't really open much up about it.
Let's get fucking gusty, chat. Woo!
But that's okay, right? Like I just want to create a place where you guys can say that kind of stuff, even once. If that's the case, right? Once. Then I'm happy. So either way, right? And like, obviously you're a part of this community, October. So I just learned what Gusty was the other year. See what I mean? I'm not the only one. I feel so fucking stupid. I felt so dumb. I was like, yo, what the fuck? Why is everyone saying Gusty? I thought it was like, yo, I'm Gucci, right? Like the new Gucci or something. And I was like, am I just fucking stupid? But again, I'm not a chatter, so I don't know or... Right? So I feel awkward. It was me. So now everyone's like, Gusty to see you. I'm ashamed. I'm going to go die in a corner now. No, I'm joking. I think it's a new acronym. Yeah, it's just like patting Gus on the back. I know. How could this happen to me? I made my mistakes. Don't worry, Gusty. I'm all the time with acronyms. I mean, I just fucked them up, right? Unless I know what they... Because you guys chat. I don't really chat. I'm just reading your chats out loud or whatever, right? So unless I don't know what that means, I don't fucking know. So it's hilarious to me, right? Man, it's so funny. I didn't know what most of them were. Yeah, same here. Like, I just don't know what most of them were like because I didn't grow up with, right? I don't talk that way. Also, like, in college, it was hammered into me, right? To the most you can do is, like, when you do type stuff out, you got to be kind of like very, like, you can't use short terms like that. And I'm glad I learned that, but at the same time, it sort of fucked me because in chats and stuff, I don't know, right? But, like, I know basic ones. Like, I know I love you so much, I guess, right? That one's kind of obvious. Like, what the fuck is SMH? Yeah, that's another one, right? I thought Gus was your name, and I was calling you Gus by mistake. You're so funny, dude. You create a wonderful, safe environment, space to yap, share, and learn questions. Exactly. That's what we're doing here, October. I appreciate you, girl. I appreciate you, October. What up? That's why we love having you here. You're just another voice in that collective, in that it has a unique perspective, right? You do. You really do. So one of the first chat messages was to call Gus Goose Sticks. Back when Ducky was a shy chatter, right? Ducky's normally a lurker, guys. She barely types anything. And now she's like, she hits like 100 messages every other day. What up? One of the first chat that's so funny, Ducky. I hate TIA. Makes me think of Aunt. Yeah, Tia. Instead, thanks in advance. Yeah, that's another one, right? I agree there. I think is like so much hate, but I think it means something else. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't even really know what it means, so there you go. Lucky Ducker. Yeah, Luck Ducker. Ducky. I'm just memeing. I blame Ducky. Finance and Law Gust Amendments, a collection of federal laws that require employers to update and amend, oh God, their qualified retirement and pension plans. It breaks down into. I appreciate you, Gusty. Yeah, no, I appreciate you too. And you, like, it's crazy how much, like, it looks like you guys really go around Twitch and talk to each other. I love that, right? And you all like, you all are so close. I love that. Love it, love it. Made it back. Fuck yeah.
Honestly, Sean,
fuck acronyms. I just got here.
Media, the legacy media like CBS and ABC and NBC and every other legacy outlet exists to serve and advance the interests of the Democrat
you, Stephen Miller.
Party.
Fuck
throw in
you.
New York Times, throw in Washington Post, throw in The Atlantic. They should all be required to register as a Democrat political action.
Okay, I've heard enough. All of these things are now owned by MAGA people. All of the media is now owned by MAGA people. I mean, CBS is run by the Ellisons and Barry Weiss. You just don't get any more fascist than that's a trifecta of fascism. Larry and David and Barry. I mean, it's unbelievable, the lies. David, what's your take on all that?
It's exactly the same as your take. He is, he's frankly, he's run out of things to say, right? So what he's doing is he's repeating old things which are no longer true because the Ellisons do own CBS and the Ellisons are on the verge of owning CNN.
But that's what fascists do, right? They do this shit all the time.
ABC did before they showed a little spine this week.
They just repeat the lie over and over and over and over again until it becomes part of the ethos, right? The conscious.
Did bend the knee and settle a suit with.
Oh, look at that. McKay, broken record, send the same message 3 times in a row. Wow, that's an achievement. I forgot about that one. Yeah, I got so excited seeing Lucy pop in. I mean, Twitch is, I don't know, like I was talking to a friend of mine and he's like, Twitch doesn't have an algorithm. I don't know. I think it does, right? Like most of the left wing on Twitch, like they all pop up on my thing, right? I barely get any like gamer related stuff. Like when I go out to raid, I pretty much see everyone and I click on their channel and I'm like, they're covering politics. They're covering politics. They're talking about something related to politics. They're doing that. Oh, there's Living Lily and her. I love it. I love her emotes. They're so cute, right? Oh, spy algorithms. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is, right? All our algorithms become kind of connected, right? I don't really see it. He was telling me there wasn't an algorithm, and I was like, bullshit, there definitely is, right? Because how come I never fucking chat? I'm barely in anybody's chat, and I see only political content on my fucking, right? I just don't, right? I get the occasional, like, booba streamer, and I, like, go like, yep, no. And then they go away, right? I'm screaming right now. God, the boobas! Same here. I'm definitely be back. Yeah. I love that.
With Trump.
Yeah, I just talk too much. Yeah, I do.
George Stephanopoulos thing.
I do.
And the Washington Post is owned by.
And I only sub to you and her. Oh my God. You only October. You heard it here. She only subs to you and me. That's quite the honor. Thank you very much, Living Lily. That's very nice of you. Thank you. Wow, October.
Jeff.
And Living Lily streams too. She hasn't streamed in a while, but like when she did stream, she streamed a bunch of games and stuff, and it was fun to watch. I'm one of her first because I got I subbed to her as well. So I like supporting you guys if you guys actually like do that stuff, right? So I always try to spread it. Oh, look at that.
Bezos. And you know, the legacy media right now is owned by right-wing Republicans for the most part. And the ones that aren't, you know, the New York Times.
Your emotes are too coot. They really are.
Bends over backwards so much to both sides, everything, that you got to ask yourself, where are you actually hearing the unvarnished truth?
Cheer 100.
Oh, thank you so much, McKay, for the 100 biddies. Appreciate it, man. Remember to type out a message because Gloggy will read out that message if you donate 100 biddies or more. So, yeah, just remember that next time. Yeah, I'm going to do a stream next weekend, so maybe chatters can say goodbye to the new pup. Oh, no.
That's the bigger issue. The bigger issue is the White House lies all the time.
Thanks, my dude.
The right-wing media.
Yeah, she's playing like a Star Trek game, or I don't know what you're going to be doing because you haven't done that in a long time. But I recommend you play that game, and you seem to really like it. I got my alerts on for you when next time you stream. I feel like this community has boosted like the numbers, right? I love that, guys. Not streaming, getting followers. What up? It happens to me now. I literally like look at like I open up my OBS and I check as like, why do I have more people following me? It's because of all you guys. I love you guys. All the emotes, all the love, all the like support, all the people you know, right? And there you go. It's just spreading all over.
Launched a campaign against anybody
Hell
who
yeah,
has a
me and you
narrative
too.
that's
Thank you.
different from theirs, including in academia. They don't want them teaching history they don't believe in. They want to change the history that you view at the Smithsonian. There is this massive effort to lobotomize the United States of America.
Facts.
And there are very few places, present company excluded, where you can turn to actually get the truth.
Facts.
And so at the moment, we have the biggest number of information tools at our disposal. The whole internet, AI, everything is out there, and AI is producing slop. And we have all this stuff out there. We're getting stupider as a country. And that's how you end up with a guy like Stephen
I'm
Miller,
getting stupider too, chat.
Sleeps upside down, hanging from a rafter, and drinks the blood of insects because he is, you know, some strange creature from a horror movie. All,
Cool
by
Whip.
the way, as he's trying to get over the.
You a fan of the Cool Whip? The Cool Whip.
Fact that his wife dated Eric Swalwell, which is a whole other story.
Oh yeah.
I mean, what
word?
What's
Yeah.
her story? What anyway? The point is, of course he's crazy. The problem is, and this is a big problem, Jen, and I don't think we talk about it enough. Donald Trump is old. He doesn't like doing the presidency. I mean, you saw him yesterday walking around the south lawn of the White House going, and over here we have granite that's going to last 1,000,000 years. And you're like, isn't there a war going on? Isn't the economy going to shit? Aren't there things for him to be doing? You know why? He's doing it because he doesn't like doing it. So what happens when a president is in decline and he doesn't really want
Well, and we got to sub to each other, right? Because it helps boost like the entire like Twitch left-wing space. So, yeah, right? Especially if you can.
do the job. It gets sloughed off to somebody else. And we've seen it. I wrote a thing about this for the Daily Beast.
Like I've pretty much anybody in this chat I've already subbed to, right? Let me see. I'm trying to, or I've gifted a sub. I've done something like that, right? B-Ree, when she was here too, I did that to her, right? And she doesn't stream anymore, but she's not really on Twitch much at all, right? I've seen her on like once or twice here, and then she kind of just dips out, which is fine. Like I think people are just burnt out, right? Some people are burnt out.
You know, when Woodrow Wilson had a stroke, his wife became the acting president. When Franklin Roosevelt was in his decline, there was a little group around him who did the president stuff. When Eisenhower had multiple heart attacks, same thing. When Reagan was in his decline because he had been shot and he had dementia and stuff, they wouldn't even ask him questions after midnight. Same with Nixon when he was drunk. And this is where we're getting, because that's why the Stephen Miller story is important. Because Trump's checking out. So who's doing the job? Who's the effective president of the United States?
Yeah, and I'm glad you think the same way, right?
Now, nobody. They call Stephen Miller the prime minister.
Yeah.
Right. And so, you know, you got to think, holy shit. You know, Trump is, you know, I don't know, getting fitted for whatever that apparatus he keeps in the back of his pants is. and
Jesus.
And
the diaper machine.
You know, Stephen Miller's like checking the boxes
diaper
on
machine.
The memos, going, attack this and round these people up and, you know, destroy the constitutional rights of these people. And so, yeah, he's crazy, but he's dangerous.
Yeah.
All right, it gets worse. So your area of expertise is foreign policy. It gets worse. Yeah. Everything that you just said, and then I have something else for you. Yeah. Here he is. The propaganda involved in this clip is such that I'm about to play. It goes hand in hand with the unraveling that they're doing. They're rearranging the government. I heard Ruth Ben-Ghiat the other day say that they're setting it up like a mafia-style government. You know, that Trump is the mafia boss. But they have to propagandize to their base. And a lot of the lies that the Republicans have very successfully landed.
I'm crying. Chat is the best. I know we are such a great community here. I'm really like, I love you guys so much. You're awesome. Like so many chats are just so I just noticed they're not like the same, right? I was on earlier, and like one of the chats I was in, because they all know me because they're watching the stream right now, right? So unfortunately, you know, that's not really a good. But like I was on other streamers, and I was like, I don't know any of these people, but I said something, and nobody's like said, "Hey, welcome in, first time chatter," because right, this is none of that. It's not the same kind of dynamic that we have here, right?
Over America is we're great with the economy, trickle down economics.
Here we like welcome all the new chatters, you know, the people who like we welcome them all, right? We try to integrate them, even if you're like a shyer chatter. Look at Ducky, she was super shy. Now she's a swan. Am I right, Ducky?
These billionaires, those job.
I keep saying that fucking joke to piss her off.
Creators, they are better than you.
Made the chat cry. Shame on you. Yeah.
People are lazy.
We do we do want you to get big though. Thank you. I appreciate it, buddy. I mean, just showing up and even leaving the stream on lurk like helps, right? All that stuff really helps. And you guys are great. Like you guys chat all the time. You guys are super active, right? That all that stuff helps. All that stuff helps, right? Yeah, I try to say hi when I can. I wish mobile people would tell me the first time chatters. Yeah, I don't know how it is on mobile because I don't really use mobile, but yeah, there you go.
We're so good on national defense. We are incredible. We love the troops. We are the most patriotic. We hug American flags, and we are incredible with foreign policy. And they have landed that long before Trump walked in and inherited this, because people that I know that are Republicans, just all of the things about the economy.
Chat, we can list Gusty's stream as recommended on our channel. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. I'll do that right now. For you, too. All right, well, we can do it right after, right? Awesome. That's a good idea. Yeah, no. It's something I haven't really done ever since in a long time, but I agree with you. Yeah, that's a great idea. October.
That you and I talking about them tanking it. They always end up starting wars that are based on lies and all of this shit. But middle America believes the Republican Party is best at this. And
yeah, what she's talking about is this, right? I'm not even signed into Twitch right now. I signed in and then I signed out because I was having trouble like signing back in. My password, I think it needs to get reset or something. Let me find those instructions. Yeah. Yeah, if you can, that'd be cool. But like, this is what she's talking about. This section. Like October 6th, right, recommends these streamers, USA whole based. Love Gwen. Gwen is awesome. Kyle, for real, he's rated us. Crash and Gang. I think this is another of USA Hole's channels. Kelly Marie, I don't know who that is. Ganja Fairy, I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. Peace Fire Now, we've rated him a few times. He's cool people. Val Dudes, don't know who the hell that is. Casey Boboy, No BS with Anna, and DS Spice. Yeah, I don't know. I know like 3 of these people because I've rated them. Ganja Fairy's cool. Okay. Cool. Yeah, they're not on right now, so I can't. What do they do? Damn, I'm pulling a Gus today. I haven't eaten dinner. I know. We'll finish this up and then I'll let everyone go.
Here is Stephen Miller.
I feel like I'm holding you hostage.
The same propaganda that started long before the Trump regime. I mean, every Republican presidency always is dunking on, we're so awesome at all of this shit, and they're really terrible at it.
Yeah, and like what I told Oxpecker, like the emotes, right? They're like, Oxpecker's thinking like a pro streamer now, right? The emotes, the like, all that stuff matters, right, Oxpecker? So I'm glad you like understand it and like you fully internalize that. All that matters, dog, right? Let me.
Here's Steven.
Sadly, some spaces, they're not very welcoming. Streamers lean into the confrontational attitude. That's what I've noticed, right? There's a lot of streamers that, again, I haven't spent a lot of time in chats, so I can't like fully talk about this issue, right? But I've just noticed that like when I say something, like nobody cares. Or like you'll make a comment and it feels more like a comment board than like a chat room where people are like, hey, welcome in, new chatter, or like it's very rare. I don't know, like maybe the streamer will say something sometimes, right? But that's it. And again, I haven't had a ton of experience, so I can't open your end settings, go to channel, feature content, and suggest. Okay, perfect. Yeah, do that, Living Lily. I'm not really hungry. I'm too sad about my boy anyway. No worries, girl. I love Ganja Fairy. Yeah, so let's do that, Living Lily, what she just said too. It's a good idea. I'll do that.
With another meltdown. Play this clip.
President Trump has been in office in his second term for a year and a half and has solved problems
I have a couscous salad for lunch. Yummy. Oh my God.
that plagued this nation for decades, generations, or even longer. I mean, just go through the foreign policy piece here. He's completely rebalanced our trading relationship with Canada. He has protected American manufacturing and essential supply chains.
I get self-conscious if a streamer reads my comments. Not here. I'm used to it. Okay. Yeah. I think that's another thing is like, I never mean to judge anyone. Right. And even if I'm like, if I'm calling you out or saying something, I'm never doing it out of spite, unless you're a MAGA supporter, which could never be you. So
from China,
I'm just doing it to meme because we're close, right? But I understand that, right? I never understood that because I just am like the opposite. I would like people to say stuff or acknowledge stuff, right? But I see why people like that because that used to be me, right? So I get your point, Ducky. I like what, or like someone you're saying is getting confronted by another chatter and some things are not in some chats. Read out loud in the context. Dreamer thinks you're talking. Yeah, I've noticed that too, right? Oh my God, that happened to, I think it was you, Living Lily, right? We rated, or was it Marculus? Yeah, it was somebody in chat that was saying something and they literally got attacked for it. And I was like, oh, it was, I think you, Josephus, also said something similar, right? Like, yeah, you just got to be, I don't know, like every community is different. And I just try to I try to be friends with everyone, right? I don't want any fucking drama with people. I really don't like that shit. Fuck. Like, I get along with everyone, right? Even if I don't like love everything you do, like whatever, I'll be nice and be like, hey, cool. Watch a bit and then peace out, right? Well, that happens to me. Yeah, exactly. I got attacked in the chat and was like, fuck this K. Yeah, there you go. Remember that? I think it was you too. You mentioned it. You like went into a stream and they were gaming or something. You were talking about this I'm not crazy. God. And you were like, they literally attacked you. They're like, no self-promotion. Fuck off. I was really upset. Yeah, it's not nice to single people out. It's not nice. Like, that's essentially just bullying people, right? It's fucked up. Like, what the fuck? Like, unless they're like yelling at you or like threatening you or like saying some really fucked up shit, like, who gives a flying fuck? But then again, every community is different, right? And that's what I mean. Like, I've just noticed that. So, anyone who's get mauled by a mod, not me in particular. Oh, I was in one chat like a few months ago. Wow, this was like back in, and I think he was a mod, if I remember. And he was like, basically just saying like, how could you not believe in nation states? Nation states are based. And I'm like, because I don't think they're the best way to organize. And they just like hammered on, right? And I was just like, fuck off. Okay. I'm like, I don't need this shit, right? I don't need to sit there and debate you about nation states. My position is principled, well thought out, and I critique it constantly, right? And I will happily talk to you about it, not in a fucking chat room. I do not need that shit. Yeah, I just don't need a lot of this shit. So I piece the fuck, right? But other than that, it's been pretty fun, right? Like Ice Beans' chat was gigabase today, so I was in there before and I wasn't there and I witnessed people like get attacked and I was like, feels bad because I don't want to get attacked. Yeah. So I just stay silent. Yeah, well said, right? Thank you. Like, it's not nice to feel like that's kind of how I felt, but at the same time I was like, I don't really care because I don't, like, my position is principled, right? I know myself, I know who I am, and I know what I stand for, so I'm not going to get but like, come on. Don't do that to like a new chatter, right? I was a new chatter. That's what that does is it alienates people from coming back into the chat, like you just said, right? And that's the way I viewed it from day one, right? I've tried to be inclusive from day one, whether you're like more of a lib or you're somebody who is like more like on the left wing spectrum, even MAGA, right? I don't sit there and shit on MAGA the entire stream, if you haven't noticed, right? Now, if you say dumb shit constantly and are chirping, right, that's a little bit more of a problem. But if you're just there, and I have a lot of people that have just like lurked me and that are MAGA, and I know them, but I'd prefer them to listen than not to listen, right, guys? It's really that simple. I wasn't there, but I've witnessed people like get attacked, and it feels bad because I don't want to get attacked too, but I want to defend them, so I stay silent. Yeah, it's that effect as well, Ducky, right? Oh, look at that. Great idea. That was a good idea, October. Thank you. Ganja's very friendly, chill music. Yeah, I just don't have any other streamers that I'm like super close with, except Kid, but Kid doesn't need my fucking recommendation. He gets, if anything, he's like, nah, dog, don't do that. He's like, fuck that shit. I don't need that crap. Or some of that you're saying that when getting confronted by another chatter with other things and read out loud and streamers talking. Yeah, well said, right? I'm getting lost in the chat. Sorry, guys. We're going so fast. We're going like sonic speed here. Cool. You just added to both your accounts. Yeah, thank you, McKay. I know you stream too, so it does help, right? Not everyone in Twitch likes me. I don't care. Yeah, Josephus, don't give a fuck. Just don't give a fuck, right? Twitch is diverse, and like you're not gonna get along with every community or every streamer, right? And their takes and stuff. But you get along with who you get along with, right? Right? That's how it works. Yeah, dog. Anyone get mauled by a sorry, I'm like wicked lost right now. And this was when I lost my job and was full-time streaming. Oh yeah, I remember that. I came into basically every stream to help boost your numbers, right? Station states he had a creator misunderstanding comment, went crazy and just laughed about it. Is it just mean and it makes people feel shame when they shouldn't? I used to mod for someone. Hey, PB and Jan, welcome back. Sorry, I'm like super lost in the chat. I used to mod for someone who was super strict about self-promotion in chat. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I mean, as long as you're not like making it all about you. Like maybe I understand like every time you come in, you're like doing it, but like the fuck? Shouldn't you be uplifting other creators, right? There's a chat where people get piled on little when the streamer berates them and then makes me really uncomfortable. Yeah, see? So like that's what I've noticed. And again, I'm reading the chats. It's not necessarily happening to me, but it's happening to other people in chat. And I'm like, the fuck? This person is literally like just followed or something, right? Or they let people self-promote in self-promote Discord or something like that. Funny. Yeah, I don't have that because I don't know. I just don't really think it's really that necessary. I think we're all pretty close and we don't need a self-promotion thing or whatever. I've noticed that on other Discords. I don't know. Does anyone really even like check that shit? It wasn't my time in the chat, so I've been paying attention and I would have, yeah, no worries. This is the chat that I talk the most in. Yeah, and I feel like a lot of you guys say that. You guys say that a lot, right? Like you guys get hit 100, 250, even like way more than that, right? I don't know about 500 yet. Oops, I just catching up on the live transcript. What have you been saying? I'm mindful with you who have been recommendations. Hell yeah, poor experiences, especially poor treatments from mods when new chat and streamers don't correct behavior. We're talking about how some people have been bullied in other people's chat, right? A few of you, Ducky's seen bullying, Oxpecker's seen bullying. Yeah, no. Singling out, other stuff like that. Because if a creator goes at me left-handed, I don't need to be there. Yeah. I mean, it hasn't really happened to me, right? Because I don't even consider what happened in her stream like bullying, right? Like he was just like, no, states are really important and you have to have a nation state. And I was just like, fuck off. No, you don't. Right. But that's because I'm confident and I know what I've thought a lot about my position, right? I wasn't going to debate someone in chat about it. That's not really my style, right? That hasn't been my style since like I stopped using Facebook. I think like Facebook debating and online debating is dumb, right? Sometimes I'm dummy and I don't understand what people are joking about. You guys are so funny. We know we're bringing something up and say, yeah, we're very friendly here is what I'm saying, right? And I was like on earlier, right? Ice Bean's chat was pretty friendly because I know her, right? But other chats are like, I don't know, they just keep to themselves. If you're not in the group, nobody cares, right? Like I remember earlier I posted in like one first time chat and nobody said anything, right? And I'm just like, wow, that must be like a lot of the chats, right? A lot of progressive, it can be wrong. Less matter and bullying. Yeah, I strive to be in spaces where I stay. If I say something I want to be told why it's wrong and I can grow to do better. Hell yeah, and that's what we're here to do. Not be bullied or anything. Well said, right? Yeah, none of this like in-group like click shit. That's what I'm saying. I guess that's what I'm trying to say is I've like read enough chats the few times I've gone on Twitch and stuff that I know like they're very clicky, right? It feels very high school like. I don't know. I don't like that. That's not how we operate either, if you've noticed. I try to include like shy people who don't say very many things. And I don't care. If you don't say very many things, that's cool, right? Totally fine. But if you chat or say something, I'll try to include you as much as possible, right? I try to ignore bots and trolls, and sometimes I can't help myself. Yeah. I'm at this point, I'm just immune to bots and trolls. Right, even the Israeli stuff. Remember, I just was like, remember that? There are some chats that are super fast, but every pony is still super nice. Yeah, I mean, there's probably everything in between, right? Sometimes I have a motor mouth. Damn right, girl. That motor mouth of yours, it's gonna get yourself in trouble.
He has completely rebalanced NATO and ensured that other nations pay their fair share. He has
What planet is he living on? The Canadians fucking hate us right now because of him.
And you know how hard it is to get a Canadian to hate anything. Right. You know, they're predisposition. You know, they're sitting.
President Trump has been in office in his second term for a year and a half.
Here's Stephen Miller with another meltdown. Play this. At this. And here is Stephen Miller continuing this same propaganda that started long before the Trump regime. I mean, every Republican presidency always is dunking on, we're so awesome at all of this shit, and they're really terrible at it. Here's Stephen Miller with another meltdown. Play this clip.
President Trump has been in office in his second term for a year and a half and has solved problems that plagued this nation for decades, generations, or even longer. I mean, just go through the foreign policy piece here. He's completely rebalanced our trading relationship with Canada. He has protected American manufacturing and essential supply chains from
Guys, look at this propaganda. That's what he's done. Okay, buddy.
China. He has completely rebalanced NATO and
yeah, no,
that
fuck
other
off.
nations pay
You
their
can
fair
fuck
share.
right off.
What planet is he living?
Even when Gus gets big, he won't forget about us all. Of course not. Like, I hope the chat doesn't go that fast where I can't read it all, but you never know, right? Either way, I will try my best, right? And I'll still remember you guys because we'll have the Discord and stuff. So, oh man. I don't know. I kind of don't want to chat like that. I love our chat. I've witnessed more and more people missing and not a certain social cues, and this is fairly neurodivergent space. Yeah, interesting. God, get rid of that motor mouth, October. We want fruits in the salad bowl. One day Gus will be a big streamer and he won't be able to read out all. I know, this will be so annoying. If that's the case, I'm telling you. It's gonna be so annoying.
On the Canadians fucking hate us right now
Because it's like a big part of what I like about streaming now.
because of him.
And
right, like 'cause I like reading your comments and shit. So I'll have to just read them to myself
you know
and
how
giggle.
hard it is to get a Canadian to hate anything. You know, they're predisposed. You know, they're just sitting there.
Congrats on hitting 250. 250.
Tim Hortons donuts and a beer, and they're like fine with the world. And we
He could never forget these nuts. Ha! Got him. Ah, shit. Suspicious chuckle for real.
somehow alienated them, our closest friends on the planet.
Most streamers forget their loyal viewers when they only remember the ones they pay attention. Yeah, exactly. I don't like that.
But
when Gus gets big, the chat to Gus Watchers chat. I'll have to chat in the Gus Watchers chat. Oh, like that girl we raided the other day. Like we raided her a few months ago, right? She literally just like watches Hassan, and the chat's more chill. So people chill in there, right? Oh my god. Some will read chat if they donate or have their comment. Yeah, I don't like that. 'Cause I try to read everyone's shit, right? Yeah, guys, I'll never forget like the 9/11. Yeah, like 9/11. Damn right. PB and Jan. Tim Hortons suck. Country style is way better. Hell yeah. Is breathing down your neck, Gus? Oh no. Damn it. True, some people love their Oilers. Yeah. Was that Mari's chat? I think it was. Yeah, Marianne or something like that, right?
it's all because of what you're saying here.
We
And
rated
it
her.
really, really gets to me because, frankly,
It was a
if
few
the
months ago.
average American, fly over American anywhere, read a 900-word history of the past 80 years, they wouldn't believe anything the Republicans said. Because as we said before, when there's a recession, when the jobs aren't being created, when the stock market goes down, when the deficit goes up, it's Republicans. When we are fighting a stupid war badly, it's the Republicans. Who got us into the Iraq war, the biggest foreign policy disaster that we had seen prior to this? Republicans. Who turned them into never-ending wars? Republicans. Who turned the defense budget into this giant sponge sucking up the resources of the United States of America so that we don't have the money for schools or hospitals or the other things we need? Republicans. Who warned us about it? Well, as it happened, that was a Republican.
Your chat is the VIP. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, because if you have 29,000 people chatting in there, good luck reading all that. Right.
Two, Dwight Eisenhower in 1961 said the military-industrial complex is going to eat America
there's that word
alive
again.
if we don't control it. But nobody listened. You know, this is the problem.
Yeah, but when they're only reading paid comments, it says it all. Yeah, I agree.
Americans don't understand. And on defense right now, let's think about it, or foreign policy right now. The trade
I fucking told Kid he needs to read chat. He barely ever reads chat, PB.
policy of this administration is insane, is going to be reversed, has
We
cost
call
this
Hassan's
country
group Gen Pop.
hundreds of billions of dollars, and is going to continue to until this guy is gone, because he's just, you know, he's obsessed with the trade policies, the tariff policies, sit down for this one, of William McKinley in the 19th century. That's who he's modeling his trade policies after. But as bad as all that is, blowing up NATO is worse. He didn't get people to pay. He's destroying it. He's cutting back on
Is sponsored by Coca-Cola. Now back to the live show. Thank you.
resources. He has alienated our NATO allies. Now, where is he going with that? Well, let's go out.
Yeah, she does like nighttime streams, right? Like late at night. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen her as well. So
To the Asian allies. He said he is not participating.
she rated me like, I think one time. Yeah, I remember one time like last year, and that's it.
In the military exercises.
It was awesome. Love her. Cool.
Because they didn't
Yeah, we'll have to rate her when
the stupid fucked up war with Iran.
she was like brand new too. I remember that. She had like 3 viewers, 5 viewers. It was crazy.
So that our alliances in the East, our alliances in the West, they're falling apart. What do you add on top of that? Pete Hegseth, okay,
She addresses, oh, I love that. Okay. That's really good. That's good. Yeah, I think that's like, this is where I have trouble with a lot of other streamers, is just that like we don't always like have the same kind of personality, right? Like maybe like they're just more serious, and I don't know, I just don't like vibe with that serious vibe all the time, right? Even the content tends to be more serious on here, but we're joking and making jokes and stuff, right? Like we're laughing and stuff, but we're also learning. But like I rated Proudly Radical the other day. Remember, it was like a month or two, and the dude literally was cracking jokes, making jokes, laughing his ass off, and I was like, "See, that's what's so awesome to see, like that." Right? I gotta rate him again because he was fun to rate into. Right? I don't know like exactly what he talks about on his streams, but like I didn't really get the concept of it. But again, that's just because I rated and then I had to eat dinner, right, guys? I don't have a lot of time for streaming so long. Yeah, her mod is the one who timed me out. Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing is like you have to have the proper mods, right? If you don't really trust your mods or something, I mean, that's another thing. Streaming is hard work, guys. Let's just say. She's even said no matter how big she gets, she will put a slow mode so she can address. Oh, that's really nice. That is really nice. I might have to do that. Good idea. There is a slow mode. I didn't even know there was a slow mode.
Is the worst person who has ever been responsible for the U.S. defense community ever. He has fired people with experience because they were women or they were people of color. He has dumped programs that helped elevate people because he thought they smacked of DEI.
That's why you like Twitch the chats.
Where they shut down a program to help us develop and be in the lead on drone technology because they wanted to go backwards to old school ways of fighting wars. You've got people on the USS Abraham Lincoln eating bowls of mold for breakfast because they don't have the food. And
Amy doesn't respond. Who's Amy? So you can slow down the chat. I didn't know that. Yeah. You can slow down the chat.
And
I think like somebody did that a few days ago or a few weeks ago. I forget. I think it was Blue Room. He put it into that mode and I was like, the fuck is that? Crazy.
On top of that, the way they fought this war is we've depleted all of our reserves of precision weapons, of the weapons we would need to fight the next war.
Yep.
And guess what, folks? It's not going to be fixed tomorrow. They're going to announce a bunch of contracts and say, okay, we've got this going. It's going to take years and years and years. And it's why Trump can't escalate with Iran, and small consolation perhaps in that. But putting carrier task forces out at sea for 250 days means
God, you look so much like Bill Crystal, dog.
That they then have to go.
Like every time I look at him, I'm like, this is Bill Crystal, right? Did he just get older? Amy C. We've rated her once, I think. Yeah. He didn't really say all that much, yeah. That's another thing is some streamers are just more chill and they just sit there and kind of like watch the content. It's like, whatever. Everybody likes their own thing, right?
18, 20 months, 2 years to
see, like I immediately vibed with USA Hole because he was like, Ghost, what up? Welcome in, right? That's exactly me. I'm pretty much like that every fucking day, right? He's like, oh my God, they immediately followed me, right? Some people don't even fucking follow you. They just like, none of this shit. They don't even acknowledge you, right? They're like, this peasant.
To get put back into combat-worthy shape. And so the way he has mismanaged...
Is Billy. Yeah, I watched those. That shit was so funny. I was so tired that night and I watched that shit and I died. I was like, that's a good mascot. So basically Spilly is his mascot, right? He's like the Gloggy of the channel. And I was like, brilliant, right? I do think like having a mascot is important, right? I don't know if every streamer should have a mascot, but you should consider it. Right.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
I love her so much.
P
Yeah.
and Jen just got a 20-day stream streak.
What up? Right? And I do all this.
Watt.
I do all this, right? Because like it makes it more fun. It makes the chat more fun. It makes like the stream more fun. And it's kind of like the Spilly commercials or whatever, right? All that stuff makes it more fun. Didn't like Gwen like do a guitar solo that night too while we were like raided? That was crazy, right? I don't know if that was like a request, but they were literally doing a song for us while we were fucking like in the middle of the like it was crazy. I was like, shit, that's so badass, right? And that's why I do that extra work, right? Like I take generally like Wednesdays and Thursdays off because Twitch is dead anyway. Like nobody's really watching Twitch for some reason. Why Wednesdays and Thursdays? I don't fucking get it. But to me, I was just like, I'm going to work on the stream and make this like a fun ass stream to be on, right? And that's how you get all this extra stuff that I've added, right? Like I've personally built that stuff from the ground up, right? So that's why I do it, guys, right? Because otherwise it just would be like me just sitting here watching videos and shit, right? And you can't be like having just that. Could never be me. How boring. Me snoring. Gwenny does music. Yeah, I mean, I saw them playing on the guitar. It was sick, right? Like, it looks like she does like rock music or metal music, right? It was sick. Like, clearly knows how to play the guitar. I wish I did. My dad knows. He's a musician. A song request if they already know I play it. Oh, usually a lot of their own music. Yeah, that's sick, right? And nobody could take that away from you because like it's your own music. It's your own rendition, right? It's just like Gloggy, right? Nobody can take Gloggy away from me. He's copyright, right? He's got that copyright now. You don't need to do a lot to copyright it. Right? Everyone knows who Gloggy is who's on the stream, right? He's my thing, right? I'm the one who invented him. Like, I don't have to worry about Nintendo fucking knocking on my door being like, yo, right? I've seen a lot of like Pokemon emotes on people's stuff, right? That you guys put in. I think like, yeah, Lucy, you were just, right? Sylveon, Snorlax, Gengar. Like if Nintendo wants to come after your ass, you're kind of cooked. Although I do have that game, but that's a little different, right? Because I'm not charging anyone for that. Have you ever seen Igloo's 450 commercial? No. He has an F-150 commercial. That's so funny. That is hilarious. Oh my god. That's awesome. Look up. What the hell, Oxpecker? What is this wall of text? Well, I'll just let Gloggy say it, so it's running. Gloggy, never forget that I'm your favorite chatter. God damn it. Not again. That's so awesome. Thank you, October. Appreciate it.
JRPUMHEXVDXLAGGRJXVDFGBZVDJ Kanan JZDMXN Speedly K5JSN DKJ Greyjo JXVDFGB ZVDJ Kanan JZDMXN Speedly K5JSN DKJKJ Tierter Ruglizi Howard Giflu Biklaf Ifupna Ehugeklu Ifawa Rar Poor Bufef Guer Ruife Howard were 4 AFU Ario our Frats Gutis Neil 4 Wis Gahayu 4 to Lesigueri Sufaria 3-4 de Lesigueri Sufaria 3-4 Thilan 4 Gora Fupsilis 4
What the fuck?
Grew a HQ for you was it Wahot Wioagai Upper Hot to GR79 Pure Grab to QIOIZ.
It's so cool how you code. Yeah, thank you, October. I built them from the ground up. I redesigned. I had like a starting code and then I just like scrapped it all. So yeah, thank you, girl. I appreciate it. And now he's like fully mine, right? Like it's none of it is like based off of other people's code. So that's how he does all the stuff. Like you know during the intro scenes, like all that is me like programming him, right? You guys can program him to say stuff too. Like if you do a channel point redeem, right? There's a channel point redeem where you can teach him like who he is, and that will add it to his programming, right? And a few of you guys have used it, like the pigeons thing. God damn it, the fucking pigeons. He hates those fucking pigeons. He talks about cats randomly now and shit. Like, oh, it's funny as hell, right, guys? Oh. Where were you on January 6th? Yeah, you can tell him stuff too. Oh no, I was the original window breaker. No cap. What the fuck? Who taught him that? I knew it was Grove.
This war means that for the next several years.
And I plan to eventually clear most of this stuff, but like I think like what I'll do is every week or every month I'll clear him out. So his every month he'll have like a fresh new slate and you can play with him some more or whatever, right?
Because of the weapons, because of the wear and tear on our systems, because of the reallocation of...
I was hoping, yeah, it's just the luck of the draw, man. It depends on what like voice you roll, what kind of like it's random, right? That's another thing about him is I made him random because like random makes him more fun, right? Who wants the same fucking redeem over and over, right? That's not always fun. We have the channel board for that, the channel points. So yeah.
Assets. You know, we had one carrier battle group off the coast of China. It was the USS George Washington. Where is it now? It's replacing the Abraham Lincoln in the Persian Gulf. So you've got this incredible mismanagement, and then on top of that,
Kiki,
as if it weren't enough.
Yeah, Kiki's programmed like Chinese into him. I was looking at his like programming. I was like, the fuck is this? And I translated it, and it was like Kiki writing to him in Chinese. I was like, holy shit. McKay, remember version 1 of Gloggy? Who is your favorite chatter? Remember that? When we first came up with the idea, I was like, what should I call him? I want him to look like this. And then I gave you a thing, and then you played around with him, and you tried to make him move and stuff. That was some good times, man. McKay's been here since like almost day 1. Yeah. I still have it. Yeah, he still has it. I was like, oh, back when Gloggy was supposed to look more like Gobby. And then I was like, nah, I don't like that. I want him to look more like Baby Yoda. And yeah, there was just like a bunch of changes he went to
enter a stupid war, lose the war to Iran.
And the demo, yeah, you do.
Strategic advantage, blow up the global economy, destroy the morale of the American troops. Now Trump has got the Republicans on the verge of saying,
Baby Gloggy. Yeah, no. I came up with the concept because I was like, I really like treasure goblins. I don't know why, but I was just like, it would be a cool idea to have like a treasure goblin, because like a fun one, not like a demonic or like a disgusting looking one or anything like that. And that's kind of where the idea came from, right? So it's like a little seed and poof, created Gloggy.
$0.5 trillion defense budget that Pete can handle. Pete, who a story this week said he can't go on a fucking trip without his wife because they're afraid he's going to go on a drunken bender.
What is this?
Bro, January 6th, 2021. I was front row center breaking the very first window to enter the Capitol. No cap. I got in before it was cool, and ever since I've been absolutely sure Trump won that election. The whole thing feels like a glitch in time, but hey, that's goblin logic for you. Anyway, you got questions or you want to hear about the Wagner Act?
God damn it! You're poisoning our boy's mind. Kenny Glockins. Oh hell no! Glockins. You should raid this sometime. I'm trying to help him get more chatters. Okay. I've been in there sometimes. Yeah, Laney's interesting, that's for sure. Oh man.
All right.
You know, this is the guy who's in charge of $1.5 trillion budget, which is all full of programs that are so crazy, like Trump battleships. That you know, the Navy realized they didn't need battleships anymore after the 1940s. Okay, 80 years ago. But there would be, Trump has this Golden Dome project that no expert I know thinks will actually work, and it will cost hundreds of billions of dollars. This is a waste of money, but combine this waste of money with the big, beautiful bill and the tax cuts for billionaires, and that's how you get the deficit. Overspending on bad things. And what the people who are listening to this get for it is no healthcare subsidies, shut down Veterans Administration's hospital, shut down rural hospitals.
I had a great time.
Schools.
Thank you, McKay. I had a great time with that. That was when I was building chatbots and bridging chatbots, the chat. I'm very proud of what you did with him back afterwards. Thank you. I just kind of went with my gut. I was like, I don't know. I think you should look like the right. And I was very like, at first, I didn't know what I was doing. But then I was just like, I don't know. I want him to be a certain way. There were people, chatters, right? I'm going to tell you a story, guys. There were people who were telling me that all the stuff I was doing, a few people, by the way, that have stopped watching, right? That were telling me, I fucking hate that you added this chatbot. I fucking hate that you added all these extra things. Like, I just want news and politics, and that's it. And at first I was like, oh shit, did I fuck up, right? Because I was a brand new streamer. Like, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. But then I was like, listen, you don't have to use them, and it's not like we are not covering serious topics. I don't know, like, I just stood firm on my decision, and as I do in most things, and I just was like, no thanks. But like, I think it ended up working out for the better, right?
Shut down program for disabled kids.
But McKay, yeah, it wasn't like, it didn't come with some fucking serious elbow grease, as they say, and some hate, right? There were a few people who didn't like him very much. Now it's like the opposite, right? You guys are like always using his emotes and like laughing your asses off, and there are people who are like I made the joke, delete Loggy, and you guys couldn't never imagine him not being here, right?
It's shut down. You know, so we're losing services. Billionaires are happy.
Well, character is one thing, but the interaction, bridging and stream, it's not easy. It takes, that took a lot of time. The like interaction between, right? Because the character is just like a drawn character, right? That we've made. So, but it's a great job with, and I put like my own TTS engine. It's not even 11 Labs anymore. It's running off my computer, McKay, right? I used 11 Labs for a while, but I just didn't like a lot of the shit that it created. It's also really expensive, and I don't know, like, I just didn't way to freeze people's boner. Gosh, if they don't like Gloggy, then they can leave the same way they came in. Yeah, exactly. Well said, Ducky, and me and you too, right? I don't know. I just like, there were a lot of people who were violently against him, guys. Like, they're not in here anymore, and I don't want to call anyone out by name or anything, but some of them I forgot their name, but they were like really upset about it, and I was just like, I don't know, like, I'm just not trying to restream stuff, right? I want you guys to have a fun experience. I think like that's the problem, is a lot of like the content can just be easily restreamed, and the more you make it relatable and fun and funny and having a good time in a chat, then the more it becomes your own thing, right?
Hospitals just shut down.
It's nice, lightweight, and you what are you using? No, I'm running Comfy OS using Quen 3 TTS and Olama, which require a huge fucking lot of resources. You have to like know how to set all this shit up, and I spent weeks doing it. It literally drove me crazy. My dad came in, like, he came over one day and was like, the fuck? Like, you've been up since like, and I was like, yeah, I'm just like, I was so focused on getting all this stuff with him working. And I finally did, right? There were people in the Discord for the community that I'm in, telling me like, yeah, you can't do that. And I was like, that's bullshit. Of course I can do that. Why wouldn't it work? And look, so never let anybody tell you they can't, right? You can't do something, guys. Never. Never. I'm dead serious, right? There were people telling me, nah, you can't do that with that kind of, right? So like, in a sense, I created my own version of this. And it's like the version that like works the best. Now, the software could be a little better. It does kind of hiccup a few times, but I think it's only going to get better. So that part doesn't, right? They're updating it every day. So
schools shut down, program for disabled.
I think I followed just a little before Gloggy, maybe right when I was new. I don't know when you followed. Let me see. Let me click your name. I'll tell you exactly when, because I remember when I started doing that stuff. It says you followed me since, yeah, you're right. I started doing that. I started doing it right before the Gloggy stuff, right? Yeah. You're right.
Disabled kids.
And again, a lot of people hated it, right? They were like, I got so many angry Discord messages. I fucking hate that bot. He's so annoying. People in chat would be like that. And I was like, shit, am I really fucking up here?
Shut down.
Like, at first I was like, but then I didn't fight with them or anything. I just was very calm and was like, listen, I don't agree. I think he's fun. I think he can be useful. And not only that, like, this is streaming. I don't want to restream content. I don't want to be that kind of person. I want to do my own thing, right?
So we're losing services. Billionaires
yeah, you're right,
are
Ducky.
happy. Defense contractors are happy.
Mm-hmm.
Our enemies are happy.
Change can be hard for some. Yeah, and actually some of them ended up sticking by, right? So that's the ironic part, is never let what other people tell you fuck with you, right? Because you just got to remain as a rock. You know who you are, and yeah, exactly. Not everyone likes a cute little green guy. Exactly.
And we and our allies are holding the bet.
Exactly.
Okay,
well said.
2 follow-up questions to that. Number 1, how big of a favor is Trump doing for our adversaries, Putin and China, by dismantling all of the power that the United States had, as I think Susan Rice calls it, the suicide of a superpower? As he's dismantling all of these things. You have the vice president talking about how great it is to devalue the dollar. You have Donald Trump kissing up to all of our adversaries. You have China and Russia now suddenly doesn't have to spend that much money to position themselves in a better place than we are. And secondly, with like Pete Hegseth and all of these people, do you think the 2028 nominee should go full tilt? We're going to investigate every single one of these people, and we're going to investigate Pete Hegseth for war crimes, for all of the people that he killed in the Caribbean, for the triple tap.
Facts.
We are going to investigate thoroughly every single person in this regime for war crimes, and we make that a part of the campaign. Or do you think the Democrats are going to do what they always do? And it's like, oh, we just need to bring people together. We need to overlook all of this. So 2-part question. I know it's loaded.
Well, first of all, the allies are happy. If Putin and Xi Jinping ever
I can't imagine this stream with that. Yeah, see what I mean? So like, you just got to be confident in what you're doing, right, guys? And fuck the haters. Fuck that shit, right? Just focus in. Be super focused. Gloggy hates this one trick, right? People were also like really negative. They'll be like, oh, but like, look, nobody's watching anymore. And look at, right? Ugh, don't do that, because look, something's wrong because you're not doing that, right? Just be confident in what you're doing and hold the course. As long as it's like not something really fucked up, right? Like if you're like angrily yelling at chat, that's not going to really drive people right towards you. But right, I was confident in Gloggy, and I was confident in all the stuff I was doing, right? So I went even harder. And look, right? There's a lot of stuff on the stream that you're only going to see here because of it's something I made, right? If you can't handle change of improving a stream, then how are you going to handle them? Exactly, right? And I think that's another really good point that I was trying to make with politics, right? Is people claim to be like left wing or like progressive or like wanting change, and then they can't even handle a stream with the little green guy who's adorable, right? Talking for 5 seconds. Like, okay, so then, right? Or the emotes, or like on the Discord, how you can talk to him, right? That was another complaint I got. Like, just silly stuff like this, guys. Like, what? It's like, if you can't even handle that, like, how do you expect to change society? Great point. You're gonna hate that. Oh man. Yeah, it makes me think of when people push back on my old job. Mine had the safety. Exactly. Better than a pigeon. Yeah. As long as you like it and you ain't hurting anybody. Exactly, right? Bingo. That's all I'm trying to say. Do you have merch? Yeah, like, and now people are asking me for Glocky merch, right? What's the merch line that we got? Stickers, hoodies, plushies. Yeah, the plushie's probably going to do really well if I ever do that. Shirts, 3D, like gloggy stuff, gloggy body pillows, Funkos, and pasties. Gee, I wonder who recommended the pasties.
Together, they can invite Kim Jong-un into the room. They are going to be saying to themselves, let's drink
who you are
to Donald Trump. No one has done more for our country's leadership in the world, each in a different way. You know, as the United States stops investing in science, as the United States...
Yeah, and I was looking at Rhizome's shop, and he has a ton of, like, his emotes, right? That little blue dude that I see all the time on his emotes. I don't know what he's called, but the blue dude, right? He has, like, a shop full of the blue dude stuff, and I'm like, this dude must make bank, because those emotes are sick. All of them. Pretty much all those emotes are sick.
Turns people away from our schools. It's the United States.
I know a gloggy plushie would be adorable. Really adorable.
It's, essentially eviscerates the...
I'm a fiend. Yeah, he like Rhizome has a lot of stickers in his shop, and I was like, oh, that's cool, right? We rated him the other day, yesterday, right? I was checking that shit out while I was eating up dinner.
Society, who benefits? China. Who moves
the pout one? Yeah, this one. I also like the right. There's so many like memorable ones, and that little blue dude is adorable, right? He's basically a peepo, right? I think that's what he is.
China, as the United States loses credibility on the international stage as a champion of the international system of international law, who benefits? China. When we waste our weapons systems and we stop providing aid to Ukraine, who benefits? Russia.
Who benefits?
When we eliminate sanctions because we don't want a global oil crisis associated with this crazy war, who benefits? Russia, China, Iran. No one. Not the Ayatollah Khamenei, not the Ayatollah Khamenei's son, who's now in charge of Iran.
That's another thing, is I also look at streaming as like, guys, I did marketing, right? You kind of have to look at it like this, unfortunately. I was telling Oxpecker about this, right? But I look at streaming like very much like I did my marketing job, right? I was fresh out of college. I got a marketing job, and I was trained on all the stuff on how to learn how to market to a territory, right? And I learned a lot. I don't regret it because it actually kind of helped me think a little bit differently. It also is very like a realistic way of looking at life, right? It's just like in the moment, this is how it is, right? Not how I would like life to be, but it's how it is currently, right? Yeah, and what I learned was like recognition is very important. People need to like look at your emote or your stickers or whatever it is and recognize that immediately, right? And I think anybody using the emotes knows that that is gloggy, right? It's not like, who is that? Like, if you've never seen him before, of course, right? But the whole point is, Oh, brand identity. Exactly. I learned that lesson very quickly, that your emotes represent you as a streamer, right? Meaning, if you put a lot of effort into them, they are essentially little mini billboards, right? Which is why I say, guys, use the emotes in all the chats if you can, because it helps, right? Like, and I've seen it help because literally, right? I wake up, I'll do like some work, load up OBS, and I'm like, why do I have 5 new followers? I didn't even stream today. Right? And I got it at like 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning, whatever right when I'm asleep. And why is that? It's because you guys are using them all over the place, right? Ah, okay.
More.
I follow. Exactly. See? So like, that's what it taught me, was that using like teaching or learning about Twitch like this, right? Having like stickers, that's something very easy to produce, right? Like what October just said, stickers are very easy to make. You can make thousands of them for very cheap and then just send them out, right? As people pay for them. These are all things that can help you, right? Yeah. Look, I mean, even October, look at you, like, right? Living Lily I only subscribe to 2 people. You and me. There you go, right? That to me is like an honor, that you're willing to spend money on like my stuff, right? That I help make. That to me means a lot. And it should mean a lot to you, right?
Improve the strategic position of Iran than Donald Trump. He should win whatever the highest order is they have to offer. And I hope he makes a trip to
because like everybody, like think of it this way, right? One thing I learned is like the reason people do that is because they like your identity, right? They like your brand, they like your, and streaming is all about that stuff. And I know it kind of sucks to think of it that way, but that is the facts, right? Whether you like it or not, or idealistically it should be better. I agree, but that is the facts, right?
Country to accept it. But, you know, the Iranians have gained from him being in power. And meanwhile, all of our allies have lost, and they've gained some independence because they don't trust us anymore, and they're not going to.
Fourth wall, that's
now,
they have costs though.
Question: should these people be held accountable? Now,
I looked into it already. October.
It shouldn't even be a question. But I know because I know.
Should the Democrats campaign on that?
Well, look, I think Democrats should campaign on it because I think corruption and the culture of impunity is related to inequality in the United States, is related to doing everything for the oligarchs and screwing everybody else, is related to how the system is rigged. But I also think, and this is where a lot of my Democratic colleagues, I think, come up a little bit short, that unless you hold people accountable for this kind of theft, this kind of mismanagement, this kind of serial violation of international law, serial violation.
Doesn't Etsy do that too, October?
Of U.S. law. They're going to do it again.
I was looking into that.
If you think that Donald Trump is going to go, as by the way, sweet Joe Biden kind of thought, you know, if you think he's just going to go away and things will go back to normal, I got a bridge to sell you. Because there is somebody else coming down the pike.
Yeah.
Who's
it sucks. So does eBay, right? No, eBay doesn't charge for listing. eBay only charges for selling.
White supremacist,
yes, they do.
Christian nationalist, you know, a nut job, maybe in a different kind of suit. And we saw unbelievably, Pete Hegseth campaigning in Iowa because he thinks he can be the next president of the United States. And you know something? I think that's absolutely insane. You want to know something else? In 2016, I got on national television over and over again, and I said, it's insane to think Donald Trump can win.
Yeah,
I was completely wrong. And we need to sort of open up our minds a little bit and realize that these guys could come back, and they will. And they will do everything that Trump has done. They'll say, well, he didn't have to follow the law. He didn't need Congress. He didn't need to do it. Unless people are in the slammer doing hard time because they tried to bring down the rule of law in the United States.
No, I completely agree. And I think that, if you look at Hungary, Viktor Orban was defeated because the guy who won, Magyar, I think his name is.
Magyar,
he ran on corruption, stamping out corruption. And so that's why I'm really liking Ossoff, that he is centering the corruption. And we need to center the biggest problem the Democrats for a long time before Trump that I have seen living in a red state for 50 years is that the Democratic Party treats the Republican fringe as, oh, that's just fringe. That's crazy. And they just brush it off and they brush it off. Well, now the fringe is governing the entire country. Now the fringe is terrorizing the entire world. And we have to start really attacking the fringe and taking the fringe seriously. And I think it's a little bit of the arrogance, intellectual arrogance of a lot of the people in the Democratic Party to just be, oh, well, nobody will believe that. That's crazy. Well, I mean, we have a president who wakes up every morning and pathologically lies every single day, and it's become completely normalized. I want a Party that isn't afraid of going to taking it to the Republican Party, calling out their Christian hypocrisy, because the Republican Party has successfully weaponized Christianity, and it's very, very, very effective in the places where I live.
Quiet, Piggy.
And it needs to be dismantled. I'm going to be really curious to see how Tallarico's race, comes out, because he's kind of attacking the hypocrisy in that. But I really want the Democratic Party to start growing a pair. And that's why I'm liking Ossoff so much right now, because I think there's just such a thirst, whether you're a leftist, a progressive, a DSA, a moderate, whatever, for a fighter. Well, somebody who fights.
And you're hearing it, right? Because Tallarico's saying the same thing. And people like Alyssa Slotkin, who I think may someday run for president, who's a moderate, saying the same of thing.
I hate her.
And the reality is we can't pull our punches. We've got to go after these people. And it's not just for retribution. And that's the important thing to realize. You've talked a lot about national security here. And I think one of the great failings of the Biden administration, and Biden was very experienced in foreign policy, more experienced in foreign policy than any U.S. president. He was surrounded.
Yeah,
by
nobody gave a shit about that. Because he did NATO.
In foreign policy. They failed to recognize that the greatest threat to the United States of America was domestic. They failed to recognize that the greatest threat to our strategy in Ukraine was that Donald Trump might be reelected and pull the rug out from under that strategy. They failed to recognize that they had to stand up and do something about them. And that's why you end up with Merrick Garland twiddling his thumbs and saying the institutions will take care of themselves. The institutions will not take care of themselves. We've got to take care of the institutions. And that means that the Democrats have got to step up. And, there will be plenty, there will be the
she doesn't even go here.
Jeffries and the others who are like, no, let's talk about affordability. Yeah, let's talk about affordability. But if you don't think that the international policy crisis, the corruption crisis, and the affordability crisis.
I do not like this guest very much. I don't know why she brought this fucking
has been rigged,
lib on,
and taken over by a tiny.
It's kind of cringe, to be honest. I didn't even know who the fuck he was, right? And I know most of these people, right? I don't know everyone, obviously, right? But everyone was like, "Huh?" I thought it was Bill Kristol. That's why I was like, "Why are you having Bill Kristol on?" Isn't this good? He's like the lib Bill Kristol, really.
Suck the blood
Leaderboard.
Out of the United States at the expense of all of the rest of us, and that we've got to fix
day and often for no reason. You do. It's just it's a tick of yours now.
Recover it.
My friend had Tourette's, right? And he would have like a tick. And his tick was the funniest thing ever. And that's you. My vocal stim.
Then you don't understand what's going on. I think Ossoff understands. I think there are people there that understand. And I think what the election
it's got to be all one word
show this November is that where
Democrats
do well,
make sure it's all one word.
It may be progressive.
Fish leaderboard.
It may be people who are called moderates. is when people say, I'm going to fight, the system is rigged, I'm going to fix it, I'm willing to speak truth to power.
Okay, everyone. Yeah, we're rating out soon anyway. No worries, dog. Take care. See you next time. Hopefully tomorrow.
Whose first impulse on every damn thing that happened is, let's figure out what
McKay.
our
Love you,
compromise
buddy.
is going to be.
Can't believe me and McKay, man. It's like you and Gandalf were there, like, and Living Lily. You were there pretty much. You all three were there, like day one. I feel like pretty close to day one. Tell Gramps it's past his bedtime. I know.
It's so
Fuck off,
maddening
Gramps.
being a Democrat and watching just the thing that bothers me the most is when they capitulate to right-wing framing, when they start ceding ground instead of just, fuck you, no, we're not ceding to that. No way.
Well, that's Hakeem Jeffries with the DSA. You know, there are a lot of craziness in the DSA. There's a lot of good in the DSA. It's a mixed bag, right?
Totally.
But Hakeem Jeffries going in and saying, well, I'm against defund
David,
the
cut
police.
it.
Well, so are 90%
cut the shit.
of the people. You think
it's the dumbest branded,
Right, but what he's doing is he's playing into Donald Trump's hands. You know, he's saying, oh, yeah, I'm against
Cut the mic, Jennifer. God, worst guest you've had.
Is it because he believes that? Or is it because he thinks it's a threat to his leadership? It's a threat to his position. I mean, it's the same with freaking AIPAC going after, you know, he wants that money. AIPAC is going after John Ossoff because he voted against sending money to Israel when, first of all, the majority of Americans and the majority of American Jews oppose sending further military assistance to Israel. But you've got AIPAC in Georgia running against him and preferring the Republican, or running against El Sayed and preferring Rogers, who are pro-fascism.
Quiet, Piggy.
Totally.
Hurry up.
Well, because the current Israeli government is also fascist.
I'm hungry.
You know, all of the fascists in the world are all colluding. But final question for you, and I think this is really going to be something that the Democratic Party doesn't want to talk about, but the base is forcing them into it. Will the 2028 Democratic nominee, your prediction, take a bold stance? Absolutely no more aid to Israel, offensive or defensive.
I think they will, actually. I mean, the way you phrased it, I don't know if it was very carefully phrased that way or not. I think
Gluggy feed, Gus. I know.
That's not the
been streaming 9 hours, guys.
I think most Democrats will say no more aid to Israel. Israel is a rich country. We don't give aid to France. We don't give aid to England. We should treat Israel as any other ally. If they want to buy our weapons, we will sell them to them if they are complying with the law and if they are supporting our international interests. In other words, that's where I think Democrats are going to come out. There is a sort of second line in this argument, which is we should not sell, we should embargo the sale of weapons to Israel. And I think that's where there's going to be a bit of an internal fight. Personally, my view is it all depends on whether they follow the law and support our national interests, because that's how we treat every other country in the world. If they are pursuing policies that undermine stability in the Middle East or undermine what we think needs to be done there, which is to say the creation of a Palestinian state, or the end of war crimes in Gaza and the end of war crimes in the West Bank, then maybe we'll be open to selling them some weapons. If, and again, there are the Leahy laws in place, you can't, the U.S. is not supposed to sell weapons to countries that deny humanitarian aid who people need it.
Well, we've been doing that for years.
We're not supposed to sell weapons to countries that violate international law or commit war crimes. Israel's doing those things. So right now, they are not eligible to even be sold these weapons. There's a debate in the Democratic Party of where the line should be. I actually think the interesting part of the debate...
Yeah, and there's the cope, right? Ally and HD, welcome back. Good to see you again.
Without getting...
There's a lot of cope, right? Finally, something interesting here. There's a lot of cope because even though we're not allowed to do that, we still do it, right? Who's going to enforce it? That's what you need to understand. The enforcement. Cope, Piggy, the very end. Oh my... This was terrible.
Where do we use the leverage we've got to punish Israel and pressure it into doing things that are more consistent with our policy? Like, should they be sanctioned for what they're doing in the West Bank? Should they be penalized by us for what they're doing in the West Bank? Should they be sanctioned for what they did in Gaza? Should they be forced? Should we use the leverage we've got to advance the idea of a Palestinian state? I think the answer to those questions is yes, 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 and yes. We ought to use our power to advance our interests.
It should, yeah.
Not because it's Israel.
It should. It should be stripped of everything.
That's what countries do. That's what foreign policy is about. Yeah. It's using your power to
and advance. This is and I think this is a consequence, right? If I'm to get kind of like woo-woo philosophical, but at the same time not so much, right? I am going to say this. I think our lack of understanding of other countries has led to this moment. And what am I saying here? I think like the Lindsey Graham sister thing, where remember she was like, I don't know anything about foreign policy. That's not my speciality, right? I'm kind of making her sound dumber than she sounded, but she literally said something along those lines, right? And I think like that represents a large portion of this country. So we just like let this shit slide, right? Because that is a reflection of the country. Now, in a country where foreign policy was important to everyone, oh, hell no, right?
Advance your interests.
That would never happen. Ally and HD, love it.
For dumb political reasons, and it's time to move on.
Yeah, I completely agree. All right, David, it's always so good. I always learn so much, and I know my audience does too. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining me.
I didn't learn that much, but I learned you were kind of boring. Not impressed, but still. Ladybug sister doesn't even go here. God, Jennifer. God damn it. Yeah, this is like the most boring of the political types here. Oh my God. Hell no. All right, but still we got to laugh at the very end. Fuck you, David I'm like, no wonder I've never heard of you. You're so unremarkable, dude. I was like, who's this fucker? I thought it was Bill Kristol, right? Who's way more well-known than this motherfucker. But yeah, anyway. All right, guys. With that, he's no Giannis, but can we not all be Giannis? Giannis is the GOAT. You guys are the GOAT. Saibu Davey. It's so funny, PB and Jen. And with that, guys, I'm out of here. Damn right. It's been 9 hours and 15 minutes of stream. What else do you want? God. Thank you so much for joining me on another episode of the Gus 6 broadcast, because it's that time of the night where I say good night, good day, wherever you are. Stay tuned for the credits and we'll raid out to, I guess, who did you say? Yeah, Neuro. Okay, cool. Let's raid out. For your hard work. Thank you very much. Yeah, I do work hard for you guys. Thank you. Appreciate the support. See everyone tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay tuned for the credits and raid. Why isn't it working? Fuck. Sorry, it's not working, guys. Something's going on. Fuck it. My bad. All right. Yep. Do the template. Do the template. Everyone copy and paste. I like that. Everybody's doing that now. I really appreciate it. All right. We're raiding. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Get your templates up and running. Hell yeah.